Chapter 512. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell off the David steer's back when she heard the young man call her little uncle. What kind of relatives are you? Valley Head Nya even told me to keep an eye on you. If you're not careful, I'll take your life. Who has the patience to claim kinship with you now? Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be puzzled. Are you so domineering? How did you get such a domineering name? Why did you call me little uncle? That domineering smiled. Little uncle is confused. I call Valley Head Nya's second daughter, Nye Qianxiu, auntie. Naturally, I'll call Nye Qian you little aunt. You and little aunt are a match made in heaven. If I don't call you little uncle, what else can I call you? As for the name, it's just a title. Once we reach Chuanxiang cult, we may have to change it to something else. It doesn't matter, right? Little uncle? Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly when he saw the shrewdness and flattery on his face. You're right in the beginning. It's just that I haven't had any contact with your aunt until now. You shouldn't call me uncle or anything like that. Moreover, you're right. Once we reach Chuanxiang cult, we'll have to change our names. It's better if we don't have a relationship like this. Domineering said with a respectful face, little uncle is right. Although your relationship with little aunt hasn't become a reality, sooner or later, the rice will be cooked. I'm just calling you little uncle too early. In fact, no matter how you change your name in Chuanxiang cult, won't you still be my little uncle? I'll always think so in my heart. Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. This guy was too good at talking and he was no match for him. He could only say, if the incense cult hears this name, it's inevitable that they will think of something. It's better to change it. Then how should I address you? Little uncle, please teach me. Zhang Xiaohua was also in a difficult position. Who knew how to address people in Chuanxiang cult? She casually said, if it doesn't work, just call me by my name. After all, I'll be a medicine boy in the future. With a strong smile, he said, this medicine boy is not that medicine boy. I can't call my uncle's name directly. Let's just call him Young Master Run. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She thought for a moment and said, do as you wish. That's all we can do before we enter the fragrant religion. We'll talk about the future later. I will listen to young Master Ren's instructions. Then, he looked at the David steer that Zhang Xiaohua was riding and laughed. I have always admired the David steer of Rejuvenation Valley. My aunt has never brought me to see it. I didn't expect young Master Run to have such a reputation and actually ride this David steer out. She then turned to look at the carriage and said softly, I heard from my aunt that when Chuanxiang cult recruits medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley, they're not allowed to bring anything with them. They're only allowed to wear clothes. Since you're able to ride the odd beast here, you must be able to bring it into Chuanxiang cult. This treatment TSK is really… Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He didn't think too much about it. He just thought that riding a mount was nothing more than that. He didn't think that there would be such preferential treatment. Then, he naturally linked it to yesterday's meeting with the Fragrant Religion's emissary, Lord Kong. He was able to ride the odd beast to the Fragrant Religion, so it must have been Lord Kong's tacit approval. Others may not have seen Lord Kong's true appearance, so they thought that he and Lord Kong were old acquaintances, or at least had some connection. But Lord Kong under the veil, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that although she was beautiful, she had no significant relationship with him. Why would she treat him differently? This was rather strange. However, Zhang Xiaohua only waved his hand and said, isn't this all because of Steward Yang's good intentions? It's just that I'm causing trouble for him. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have ridden it. She smiled again and said, since you've ridden it, you've ridden it. It's also to show off young uncle's extraordinariness. By the way, young uncle, I vaguely heard the disciples of Chuanxiang cult asking you to guard the carriage? And what's there to ask? It's just a decoration. Why are you calling me young uncle again? Only then did Zhang Xiaohua come to a realization. Young uncle, I'm used to calling you young uncle. I can't change it in such a short time. I promise that I'll only call you young master when there's no one else around. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat angry and thought to himself, this kid is only about 12 years old. How can he worm his way into being so close? Compared to him, this young master was an idiot. That year at Huanxi Mountain Manor, I was actually teased by someone like Ma Jing. If this kid was there, wouldn't he have played mahjong in circles? At this time he said in a strong and mysterious voice, "My aunt and uncle were full of praise for your martial arts. At that time I didn't think so and thought they were exaggerating. Now it seems that you're actually valued by the disciples of Chuanxiang cult. This nephew really admires young uncle." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he heard the strong voice say, "Young uncle, from now on, this nephew's future will be in your hands. You must not forget about this nephew. By the way, young uncle, this nephew has learned a good massage technique since young. Are you tired? Let's get on the carriage and let this nephew serve you well." His strong and flattering appearance made Zhang Xiaohua have goosebumps all over his body. He waved his hand and said, I'm not tired. We've just started our journey." Then he smiled and said, "If young uncle is tired, just tell this nephew. Don't let your fertile water flow into other people's fields. This nephew has nothing to do." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down again. What do you mean by, don't let your fertile water flow into other people's fields? How can you describe it like this? Holding Huan's broad back, Zhang Xiaohua felt lucky. If it was an ordinary horse, it would have fallen down again and again. How terrible would that be? Zhang Xiaohua said with a straight face, "Chang, you just sit in the carriage. We've just started the journey and there's still a long way to go. I'll go to the front and take a look." After that, he patted Huan and rushed forward. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was running away, Chang couldn't help but smile brightly. He turned around and got into the spacious carriage. The two carriages in front were filled with children. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua riding the David steer forward, they looked at the carriage window with envy. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had seen them, some of them were sensible and had already cupped their hands in greeting. There were also a few who quickly lowered their heads, as if to avoid something. A few more carriages were filled with things. There were disciples of the School of Fragrance who were leisurely riding their horses. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they had already been informed by the other disciples that he was also taking care of the carriages. They nodded slightly at him and said, "Run, Xiaoyao, the carriages in front belong to the School of Fragrance. You don't have to care about them. Just take care of your own things. You don't have to go forward." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I'll go back now." As soon as he said senior brother, he knew that something was wrong. As expected, the disciple also frowned. Fortunately, this disciple's personality was good. He waved his hand and said, "Go, but don't call me that in the future." Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. He thought to himself, are the disciples of the School of Fragrance's external disciples this awesome? I'm only calling him senior brother, but he cares so much. Even the disciples of the Misty School back then didn't seem to be like this. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua might have asked what he should call him if he didn't call him senior brother. However, looking at that person's arrogant appearance, he was too lazy to ask. He cupped his hands and turned to leave. When Zhang Xiaohua was far away, that person snorted coldly and said softly, "You're just a medicine boy. Even if you're the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley, what can you do in front of us? If it weren't for the fact that Rejuvenation Valley treated you well 2 days ago, we would have cut your face long ago." Since he knew that he was just a decoration and that the School of Fragrance's carriages didn't welcome him, Zhang Xiaohua could only stay beside his family's 6 carriages. He still sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend his incantation. The School of Fragrance's carriages didn't go to Worry City after they left Rejuvenation Valley. Instead, they turned at a junction and went straight to the west. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never seen a caravan of more than 20 carriages, there were many such caravans on a daily basis. Even when Zhang Xiaohu was an escort, his caravan was no less than this. Therefore, although many people stopped to watch along the way, it didn't attract too much attention. On the contrary, the last person in the caravan looked sleepy and was riding a strange mule. He attracted more attention. Fortunately, the School of Fragrance's disciples were knowledgeable enough and didn't treat Zhang Xiaohua as an equal. Therefore, they just wanted to watch the show and focused on their own business. As for Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't care. From Tanha City to Worry City, he didn't know how many people looked at him inexplicably. He was already used to it. In this way, 2 days passed. The caravan had traveled a long way according to the School of Fragrance's itinerary. When it came to the School of Fragrance's itinerary, Zhang Xiaohua admired it. It really was the style of a great sect. They didn't choose only the official roads, but also many winding paths. They didn't even avoid the deep mountains and old forests. Thinking back to when she was with Nie Qinyu and Little Orange, they didn't take ordinary paths. At first, Zhang Xiaohua was also very nervous about his habit of sleeping. But in these 2 days, he found that the School of Fragrance's caravan's itinerary was very orderly. Every time it was dark, they would arrive at a place to rest. And this place was often arranged properly. It wasn't some random inn. The food, drink, and accommodation were all ready-made. It seemed to be the place where the School of Fragrance's members lived. Zhang Xiaohua naturally stayed in the same room as Chang Chang. Although Chang Chang tried to get close to Zhang Xiaohua as soon as he entered the room, Zhang Xiaohua ignored him. He only said that he needed to cultivate his internal energy and could not be disturbed too much. After a few times, Chang Chang learned to be obedient and only served him carefully. Yes, served him tea and water, and did not say anything else. As for the night cultivation, it was even simpler. With just a finger wind, wouldn't the strong ones obediently sleep until dawn? Chang Chang was overjoyed for the past 2 days. He thought that his insomnia had finally improved. Every day when he woke up, he would nag for a long time. He was so annoyed that Zhang Xiaohua almost hit his acupoints again. One day Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking on a rugged path and cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She immediately released her divine sense in front of her as if she had sensed something. There will be a new atmosphere for the Lunar New Year. Everyone will be rich. Please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 513. A few hundred feet in front of the incense cult's convoy, there were dozens of people dressed in bright armor, standing neatly with weapons in their hands. In front of these people were a few refined people. Although they did not have weapons in their hands, their temples were bulging and there were swords hanging from their waists. At first glance, one could tell that they were sword masters. In front of them was an old man dressed in feathered clothes and a star crown. He held a feather fan and waved it unhurriedly, as if waiting for the fish to take the bait. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. How could they be ambushed as soon as they came out of Rejuvenation Valley? However, if it was an ambush, why would they just stand there like that? Wouldn't they find a place to hide and wait for the convoy to pass by? Just as he was wondering, the old man did something that made him even more puzzled. The old man looked up at the sun and frowned slightly. At this time in the distance, someone was holding a small flag and waving it rapidly. The old man's face lit up and he immediately turned around to give orders. The young men waved their hands. Zhang Xiaohua thought that they were going to ambush, but the dozens of warriors put away their weapons and quickly went to the back of the mountain. Not long after, they came back. Some people were holding bouquets, some people were holding trays, and some people were carrying huge boxes. These people came to the side of the road and lined up respectfully. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the trays and suddenly realized that there were some wine and food in the trays. Oh, so they were the people who flattered the incense cult. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to them, and continued to comprehend his chant. Not long after, the incense cult's convoy came to the place where those people were waiting. The disciple leading the way was not nervous and shouted, "Who is in front? How dare you block the path of the incense cult?" The old man didn't panic. He took a step forward and said in a warm voice, "I am Mao Qi of the Firmament Fortress. I have been waiting here for a long time for the emissary of the fragrant religion. Please stay here for a while. We have food and wine for you. If possible, you can walk a few miles and you will arrive at our place. Please stay here for a night." The disciple smiled and said, "Sect leader Mao, you are too kind. I will go and report to the emissary and see if he agrees." After saying that, he patted his horse and left. Not long after, someone came back with a gloomy face. He said, "The envoy has given the order. The Firmament Doc's leader Mao has accepted it. However, we still need to hurry on with our journey, so we won't stop. Thank you, leader Mao." Sect leader Mao didn't give way and continued to smile. Please report to the envoy that the previous envoys are all resting in my sect. My sect has already prepared food and wine, so I hope the envoy will give us some face." The disciple was a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to turn his horse around, he heard a cold snort. "Sect leader Mao, when did you arrange the itinerary of my incense cult? Whether or not I go to the Heavens Vault Dock is my decision. Although my senior and junior brothers give you face, do I have to be like them?" The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like it was right next to his ear. Mao Qi was shocked and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I wouldn't dare. How could I have such courage? I just feel that the emissary must be tired from the journey, so I want to show my filial piety. I ask for the emissary's understanding." When Master Kong heard this, he became even angrier. "Since you know, why aren't you moving aside? Do you still want us to walk on the road like this?" When Mao Qi heard this, he quickly stepped back and made way for the emissary. Master Kong's voice sounded again. "In the future, if you encounter such situations, you don't need to report to me. Just drive them away." The disciple in front didn't dare to delay and immediately turned around to agree. Then he scolded Mao Qi. "Sect leader Mao." When Mao Qi saw this, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and said, "I don't dare to disturb you. Please have a safe journey." The incense cult disciple raised his horsewhip and left first. The other carriages also formed a line and slowly drove past the people of the Heavens Vault Dock. Although the disciples of the Heavens Vault Dock were scolded by Peacock, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. They only bowed respectfully and quietly waited for the carriages to leave. When most of the carriages had left and only the carriages of the Rejuvenation Valley were left, they slightly raised their eyes and stared at the carriages with jealousy in their eyes. It was as if they already knew that these carriages belonged to the Rejuvenation Valley. However, when their eyes fell on Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged beside the carriages and riding the David's deer with her eyes slightly closed, they were all shocked. They all frowned and looked at each other before lowering their heads again. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on the David's deer and had already seen everything. She was also unhappy. Presumably, the Heavens Vault Dock had failed to flatter the incense cult and might take their anger out on the Rejuvenation Valley, who had a good relationship with the incense cult. She didn't know if she would bring trouble to the Rejuvenation Valley by swaggering in the carriages. Sure enough, when the carriages of the incense cult were far away, Mao Qi, who was watching from afar, turned around and asked, "The last disciple seemed to be riding the David's deer from the Rejuvenation Valley, right?" A young man behind him nodded and said, "Father, you're right. It is the David's deer. Only places like the Rejuvenation Valley have this kind of beast." Another person also disdainfully said, "The Rejuvenation Valley only knows how to flatter the incense cult. They even gave the David's deer to the incense cult. This kind of gift is not something that anyone in Jianghu can afford." Mao Qi also nodded. No wonder the incense cult takes care of the Rejuvenation Valley. Every time they come out, they go to the Rejuvenation Valley. It is difficult for us to even meet the emissaries. At this time, he saw the person behind him frowning as if thinking about something. He asked, "Little Three, you've always been talkative. Why are you so quiet today? Are you scared by the incense cult?" Little Three raised his head and said, "Father, you saw the David's deer just now." Boy saw that the disciple riding the David's deer looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Mao Qi waved his hand. In the past, the incense cult's emissaries would more or less stop to rest. Some of them even rested at the Heavens Vault Dock. Maybe you saw him at that time. Little Three still shook his head. "No, father. If it was a disciple of the incense cult that I saw before, Boy would be very respectful. How could I forget? Wasn't the one who led the way the last time we went to the Heavens Vault Dock?" Boy still remembers. "This last disciple seemed to be someone I met recently. Also, I saw him from afar. I didn't see him clearly, so I couldn't remember." At this point, his eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead. "I remember now. It's actually this guy." Mao Qi was stunned and scolded. "Why are you so surprised? Tell me quickly, who is that person?" "He's not a disciple of the incense cult, but he's in the incense cult's caravan?" Little Three laughed. "If he's not a disciple of the incense cult, then he's naturally a medicine boy of the Rejuvenation Valley." Mao Qi waved his hand. The medicine boy is only about 10 years old. He's always hiding in the carriage. How could he dare to ride a horse outside like the guards? Little 3 said, Father, do you still remember the martial arts competition for a spouse in the Rejuvenation Valley half a year ago? That 14-year-old boy who defeated the sword master of the Longting Villa? Hearing this, Mao Qi seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, Could it be that this guy is the Run? Something you were talking about half a year ago? Little 3 nodded and said, I wasn't sure at first, but now the more I think about it, the more I'm sure. Boy was far away that day and didn't see it clearly. This guy later entered the Rejuvenation Valley and didn't even attend the banquet, so Boy's memory isn't very accurate. Didn't old Nya later call him Run something? Ren Xiaoyao. Yes, he said that Ren Xiaoyao was still young, just 14 years old. It would be a few years before he could marry his third brother. How could this be? Could it be that he was sent to the incense cult as a medicine boy? But what about his third brother? What about the martial arts competition for a spouse? Mao Qi nodded thoughtfully and said, I don't know what old Nye's plan is to tie the Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult closer together. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I'd better discuss it with old Sun and the others. Little 3 also nodded and said, Father's idea is the best. Although the Falling Star Alliance is not strong, after all, there are many sects and they are well informed. They are the most suitable to find them. Okay, everyone, let's go home. There are ready-made food and wine here. Others don't want to eat it, but we can enjoy it. Many disciples behind him shouted loudly, instantly sweeping away their previous dejection. The caravan of the incense cult continued to move forward for nearly 20 days. During this time there were countless sects waiting by the roadside like the Heaven's Dock, wanting to serve the incense cult. However, the disciples leading the way had learned from their previous experience. When they saw the leaders of these sects, they were not polite and directly scolded them. The caravan did not stop at all and directly sped past in front of them. At first, Zhang Xiaohua was wondering if the incense cult's way of doing things was appropriate, and whether it would offend them. However, what he saw in front of him showed him the grandeur of the super sects in Jianghu. Those rejected sects were all submissive and apologized loudly. Many of them even bowed deeply. They did not dare to get up even when the caravan was far away. Where was the anger of being rejected? Every time he saw this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking at the back, secretly shook his head. Servility, this is servility. If such a sect only wants to find a solid backer and does not consider its own strength, how can it stand tall in Jianghu? Not to mention 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Alas, this guy is standing, oh no, sitting on the David's deer talking is easy. How would he know the difficulty of establishing a sect? If they did not flatter each other, these sects might not be able to hold on for even 10 years. After traveling for nearly a month, the weather gradually became humid, and the surrounding environment also changed. The number of mountains gradually increased, and the number of forests on the mountains also gradually increased. Moreover, there were many low and bare small stone peaks appearing from time to time, as if the forest was made of stone. Of course, the food also became spicy and sour. However, Zhang Xiaohua usually did not eat much, so he did not care. On this day, after passing through the dense forest, there was another lush forest in front of them. Sitting on Huan's back, Zhang Xiaohua, who had a breakthrough in the incantation of God traction, suddenly released his divine sense and looked forward. A few miles away there was a ropeway in the air. A man in green stood steadily on the ropeway with his hands clasped behind his back, moving with the wind. Chapter 5:14. This was the gap between the two mountains. The mountains were not very high, but the distance between the two mountains was very far, and the mountain stream was even more frighteningly deep. A rope bridge was placed between the two mountains. It was like a black line that swayed in the wind. The man in black stood leisurely in the middle of the cable bridge, with his hands behind his back, facing the direction of the fragrant religion's convoy, and quietly waiting. From time to time, the mountain wind would blow, causing the man's hair and clothes to flutter, but the man's eyes did not blink as he stared straight ahead. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense shrouded over, but the man did not notice. It was only when Zhang Xiaohua carefully sized him up that he slightly frowned and raised his chin slightly, a little surprised in his heart. But when he used his qi to examine carefully, Zhang Xiaohua had already moved far away from him. Could this be some kind of welcoming gimmick from some sect? Zhang Xiaohua secretly muttered. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to categorize the man blocking their way as a threat, but along the way, the cult of fragrance had been very brazen, and did not hide their itinerary at all. The various sects had also been waiting for them on the road in advance, but they had not seen anything that was disadvantageous to the cult of fragrance. Gradually, Zhang Xiaohua began to understand why the disciples of the cult of fragrance had said that his escort was just for show. That was because wherever they went, people would welcome them with open arms, so who would have evil intentions? But at this time, the convoy was still very far from the cable bridge, and the man in black did not notice the arrival of the convoy. His body did not reveal any killing intent, so he could not tell whether he was a friend or foe. After the time it took to eat a meal, the cable bridge was close. The man in black suddenly raised the corner of his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. His body moved slightly, and in an instant, an invisible killing intent immediately spread out from his body, and rushed straight towards the fragrant religion's convoy. Zhang Xiaohua was riding the David's deer at the very back of the group. When he saw the blue-robed man move and release an imposing aura, he knew in his heart that this guy was here to cause trouble. He was not angry but happy. To be honest, he had been tired of traveling for a while. If someone wanted to challenge the prestige of the fragrant religion, he would be happy to watch. At this moment, the disciple leading the way had already realized that there was a suspension bridge up ahead. Just as he was about to warn the group, a low harumph suddenly sounded, "Halt the convoy." It was Lord Peacock Kong's order. No one dared to dawdle. They immediately stopped the carriages and Peacock ordered, "Go and see if there's any movement on the suspension bridge." She did not call out his name directly. The disciple who was leading the way immediately obeyed the order, and urged his horse forward a few steps to the side of the mountain. When he saw the green-robed man on the rope bridge clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted, "That man, you, who are you? Why are you blocking my path? Why are you blocking my incense cult's advance?" The green-robed man's pale face was filled with contempt. He whispered, "You're just an outer disciple and yet you're so arrogant. What makes you think you have the right to ask for my name? Go and tell your Lord Kong that I don't welcome you. Tell your Lord Kong to come and face her death. After she dies, I'll throw you off this cliff one by one." The disciple of the incense cult had never been humiliated like this before. He was about to jump down from his horse when he heard an angry shout, "Come back, don't you know what you're worth?" After that, a white figure flew out from the middle of the carriage and headed straight for the side of the mountain. Seeing his lord coming down, the disciple did not dare to make a move. He quickly bowed and retreated. Peacock looked at the figure on the suspension bridge and then looked around. She ordered, "Protect the carriages carefully. Do not let this man's accomplice take advantage of the chaos to rob us. The goods in the convoy are worthless but they care about the reputation of the incense cult." "I understand." After that, he ran back to the carriages and rearranged the guards to protect them. Zhang Xiaohua, the fake bodyguard, was relieved of his duties. A disciple of the incense cult stood not far from him with a long sword in hand. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from his David's deer and sat in the carriage. Forceful poked his head out of the carriage and asked in fear, "Uncle, what's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned, "Why are you shouting again?" It's nothing. Seems like someone is blocking our way." "Another offering of food and wine?" Forceful shook his head. "We meet them every few days. Hide in the carriage and don't talk. Seems like they're looking for trouble." "What? Looking for trouble? How dare someone touch the tail of the incense cult? Oh no, this is bad. They wouldn't dare to go to Liangshan if they weren't confident. Since they dared to come, they must have some confidence. Uncle, we're just medicine apprentices. They won't kill us, right?" "Nonsense, they're going to kill us all. They're going to keep you alive to report to the incense cult." Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with contempt. A child who has never been in the martial arts world is so ignorant. As expected, Forceful's face turned pale and he said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, we're relatives. If you run, don't forget to take me with you." Zhang Xiaohua glared at him. "Even the disciples of the incense cult can't escape. Where can I go?" "You should pray for Master Kong." Only if she wins will we be safe. Forceful nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. I'll pray now. Uncle, are you not coming? Zhang Xiaohua was annoyed. I'm not sincere. You do it. Then he released his spiritual sense and admired from afar. He no longer cared about forceful. Peacock came to the end of the suspension bridge and looked at the surrounding terrain. The bridge was very long and connected the two places. It was the only way. Below the bridge was a deep mountain stream. Inside the stream were countless trees. Everything was green as far as the eye could see. With a plan in mind, Peacock asked calmly, "The heroes in front, why are you so unfamiliar? What's the matter with you stopping my convoy?" Although the voice was faint, it was transmitted directly into the ears of the man in green. Due to the wind, he could not hear it clearly. The man in green laughed coldly. "I'm Liang Songshu. I'm a nobody. Even if Master Kong knows my name, you won't know where I come from. Since I know you're Master Kong and I'm blocking your only way, what do you think I can do? I'll just take your life and kill everyone in the incense cult." You have a good plan. But just you alone? Don't you think that's wishful thinking? Lord Kong, you really live like a prince. Although there are many people in the aroma sect, the only one who can make me act is Lord Kong. I only need to kill you, and the others will be as easy as squashing ants, won't they? Peacock nodded. You're right. But I'm curious. Who in Jianghu wouldn't flatter the incense cult when they see them? Why do you have to go against the incense cult? Ha ha ha, Liang Songshu laughed. Master Kong, if you're trying to get information from me, Liang, then you're wrong. Come. Let me see what a disciple of the incense cult is capable of. After saying that, he raised his hands, which had been behind his back, in front of him, holding a steel knife in each hand. Not only was Zhang Xiaohua stunned, even Peacock frowned. As the saying goes, 10 days to practice the fist, 100 days to practice the blade, 1,000 days to practice the spear, 10,000 days to practice the sword. In this Jianghu, most of the people who were highly skilled in martial arts used swords. Only by using swords could they display their profound internal energy and superb moves. Of course, there were exceptions. Zhang Xiaohua's fist training was much more strenuous than her sword training. However, since this inexplicable Liang Songshu dared to stop the inner disciple of the incense cult, Peacock, no one would believe that he did not have some degree of confidence. This meant that his cultivation of the saber was not low, and he must have a unique skill. Moreover, he was wielding a pair of blades rarely seen in Jianghu. Flexible sword, another flexible sword. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She could not help but think of Qin Shirihua from the Tenryu sect. That person also wielded a flexible sword, but he was used to slashing and killing. Peacock was dressed in a snow-white robe, holding a flexible sword that swayed in the wind from time to time. The sword was slender and the beauty was graceful. It was a picture of beauty. Peacock stepped onto the suspension bridge and walked forward steadily. Even though she was slender, the bridge swayed with every step she took. However, Liang Songshu was standing very steadily. His body swayed along with the bridge as if he was one with the bridge. When Peacock saw this, she was not surprised. She waited for Liang Songshu to come closer before she swung her flexible sword. The flexible sword pointed diagonally towards the sky. Peacock laughed coldly and said, "Liang Songshu, I don't care who you are. If you stop now, it's not too late. Turn back now and I'll pretend that nothing happened. But if you wait for me to strike and chop off your head, it'll be too late for regrets." Liang Songshu crossed his blades and slashed them across the air. He laughed. "Until now you're still thinking of winning without a fight? Are the inner disciples of the incense cult also fond of using logic to convince others?" As he spoke, he stomped his foot and levitated into the air. He shouted, "Since you're not going to make a move, then I'll teach you what it means to strike first." Before he finished his sentence, the blade in his right hand was raised and slashed towards Peacock's head like a rainbow. Peacock did not back down. She laughed coldly. "I see that you don't know any etiquette. You don't look like a useless disciple from any sect. Let me teach you what it means to be a real master." Then, like a flash of lightning, Peacock charged forward. The flexible sword in her hand was aimed at Liang Songshu's throat. The speed of the flexible sword was faster than the steel blade. If Liang Songshu did not dodge, the flexible sword would have penetrated his vitals first. However, Liang Songshu did not pull back his saber to counter the attack. Instead, he made a circle with his left hand and flicked his wrist outwards. The other steel saber blocked the direction of the soft sword. Please vote. 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 Chapter 5:15. Peacock's flexible sword was about to be blocked by Liang Songshu's steel saber. But just as the two weapons clashed, the upper half of the flexible sword lifted up and dodged the steel saber. Like a snake, the flexible sword continued to stab towards Liang Songshu's face. This move was surprisingly similar to Zhang Xiaohua's dream-chasing sword. Liang Songshu dared not slow down. He quickly turned sideways and levitated into the air. His toes stood on the steel chain of the suspension bridge. The steel saber in his left hand continued to lift upwards in an attempt to deflect the flexible sword away. The steel saber in his right hand missed. While the saber in his right hand missed its target, Liang Songshu tightened his grip and thrust forward. It was a sword move. Peacock was also in mid-air. Seeing her flexible sword blocked and the other steel saber coming towards her abdomen, she took a deep breath and bent her flexible sword like an arm. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. It was the steel saber. Her body used the momentum to flip upwards. Just like Liang Songshu, she stood on the other steel chain of the suspension bridge. The exchange of moves between the two happened in the blink of an eye, so it was hard to tell who was better. However, both of them had a general understanding of each other. They held their breaths and secretly adjusted their internal breathing, looking at each other with caution. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to observe the battle from afar. He saw a chain bridge flying across the sky. The two of them stood on the iron chain that was trembling slightly in the mountain wind. Their bodies were suspended in the air, their clothes were fluttering in the wind, and their black hair was flowing elegantly. They really looked like two immortals riding the wind. Peacock and Liang Songshu stared at each other, waiting for the moment when the other would reveal an opening. But, after a moment, where would there be an opening to be found? Thus, one of them shouted and the other reprimanded. Both sabers and flexible swords danced in the air. Once again they were engaged in battle. Liang Songshu's twin sabers were like two dragons emerging from the sea, stirring up ripples of blue waves. His saber technique was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, airtight and threatening. Peacock's flexible sword was like a snake spitting out its tongue, nimble in its swiftness. It was nimble and flexible to the extreme, and the sword technique was also like lightning that swept across the sky, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Xiaohua observed the moves of martial arts with his divine sense. Generally speaking, he could easily see the flaws and the trajectory of the moves. He could predict the enemy's moves. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that he had the same feeling as the mysterious old man in the underground hall of the nameless villa. That battle was the most dangerous battle that Zhang Xiaohua had ever faced since she became a cultivator. That was why she could still remember it vividly. In that battle, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness could no longer detect the mysterious old man's moves. She lost the advantage of being the first to strike and fell into a difficult situation. And now, in her consciousness, the two saber and saber skills gave Zhang Xiaohua the same feeling. It was as if she could not see through their moves. Even though Peacock was wearing a veil, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had once penetrated the veil and saw her face. She was only a young girl in her early 20s. Liang Songshu was even more so. He looked like he was about 25 years old, slightly older than Peacock. This meant that they were young men about the same age as Zhang Xiaohua's second brother. Yet their martial arts were so good that they were almost as good as the mysterious old man. If they were in Jianghu, they would be considered to be very powerful. Peacock was easy to deal with. She was an outstanding inner disciple of the super big sect, Aroma cult. Which sect did Liang Songshu belong to? The Righteous Alliance? But if he was from the Righteous Alliance, how could he face the incense order without hiding? The Dalan Temple? Liang Songshu was not a monk. Of course, the people of the Dalan Temple were monks. Not being a monk did not mean that he was not from the Dalan Temple. But then again, if he was not a monk, he could not have received the true teachings of the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua began to understand. This guy was probably the same as Qin Shuriyue. Maybe he was from the Dragon God sect. But even Qin Shuriyue, the disciple of Garuda, did not seem to have such skills. Then which heavenly king's disciple was this Liang Songshu? Zhang Xiaohua did not know who the heavenly kings of the Dragon God sect were. But with such skills, he must be a disciple of someone of high status. Maybe, he was a disciple of the Dragon God sect's leader. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was making wild guesses, the battle became even more intense. But as the battle dragged on, it gradually became clear who had the upper hand. Both of them were using their superior qinggong. Their bodies flew back and forth on the iron chain, and the sound of swords clashing could be heard. Other people might not be able to see anything, except for the two who were fighting with their lives on the line. Perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching with his divine sense at the back of the caravan, could tell what was going on. Peacock's sword moves were often like a stroke of genius. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness struggled to capture them, but of course she could still see them clearly. On the other hand, Liang Songshu's sword moves were gradually becoming more obvious as time passed. Zhang Xiaohua did not have to spend too much effort to see the trajectory of the two swords. Although his sword skills were also very good, but it was already at a disadvantage. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, if there were no accidents, Peacock should be able to kill Liang Songshu with her flexible sword. Of course, the result of the battle did not necessarily determine this. At least, the depth and endurance of one's internal energy was a key factor. In this aspect, Peacock as a female was at a disadvantage. Sure enough, after a while, Peacock's movements slowed down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Peacock fainted and escaped from the battle. She stood at the side and smiled. "You are very skilled. Could it be that you are a master from the Tenryu sect?" Liang Songshu saw this and sheathed his swords. "Master Peacock, you have good taste. If I admit that I am a disciple of the Tenryu sect, I am sure you will not doubt me. But, do you think I am?" Peacock nodded. "Although there are many sects in Jianghu, other than the Tenryu sect, I can't think of any other sections. Even if you don't admit it, what can you do?" Liang Songshu laughed. "If you say I am, then I am. If you say I am not, then I am not." Peacock sneered. "As long as I capture you, who would not know who you are?" She then took out a jade bottle and crushed it. She tilted her head back and poured the contents into her mouth. She then threw the jade bottle into the endless forest below the suspension bridge. Liang Songshu was not surprised by Peacock's actions. He too handed his swords to his left hand and his right hand took out a pill. He popped it into his mouth and held his swords in alert. Haha, other than the Tenryu sect, who else in Jianghu can make the 7 returns pill that replenishes internal energy like the Tenryu sect? If I don't admit it, wouldn't it show that the Tenryu sect is ignorant? Haha, Liang Songshu retorted. When Peacock heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Then, she silently channeled her inner energy into the soft sword. Once the inner energy entered the soft sword, it immediately let out a dragon's roar. Then it trembled a little and the tip of the sword faintly emitted a light. "Sword ray?" Liang Songshu whispered. "I didn't expect Master Peacock's internal energy to reach such a level. The Tenryu sect, you really live up to your name. From your voice, you sound like a girl in her 20s. To have such achievements, you are worthy of respect." When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was also surprised. He had heard Valley Master Nya talk about this sword aura before and knew that it was a legendary thing in Jianghu. This girl who was younger than his second brother actually had this kind of skill. She really could not be underestimated. Of course, although Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. After all, this girl was wielding the jade water sword. She only used a fraction of her internal energy to create a sword ray that was a foot long. On the cable bridge, although Liang Songshu was astonished, the expression on his face was not too obvious. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Liang Songshu slowly raised his twin blades, as a faint red glow appeared on his face. Furthermore, the twin blades that were slanted towards the sky gradually emitted a red glow. The entire blade slowly grew larger, as a red glow flickered on the edges of the blades. "Sword ray!" Peacock couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The sword ray on the soft sword retracted. Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised. Liang Songshu's blades could produce something similar to a sword ray. Could it be a sword ray? But the sword ray came from the tip of the sword and this sword ray came from such a long blade. Was it not more powerful? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't hear Peacock's exclamation, so he didn't know the name of the sword ray. But when he saw the sword ray on Peacock's soft sword retreating, he knew that Peacock was surprised. He was also curious. So he said to Chong in the carriage, "What's going on in front? Why aren't we leaving? I need to pee." "Forget it, I'm going to relieve myself." Then he stood up. Chong was scared and quickly pulled on his sleeve. "Uncle, is the situation in front bad? Don't leave me behind. We're really relatives." Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. "How would I know the situation in front? Sit carefully. We're just medicine boys. If the situation in front is bad, we'll be the ones kowtowing and begging for mercy." "Uncle, didn't you say that they wanted to kill us?" It doesn't matter who we're going to be, we'll be their medicine boy. We're pill refinement professionals. Maybe they're here to rob us. Alright, I'm going to relieve myself." Then, without waiting for Chong to say anything, he lifted the curtain and poked his head out. Although the School of Fragrance disciples were on guard, their attention was focused in front of them. They wanted to know the outcome of their family's battle. Who would pay attention to Rejuvenation Valley's carriage? Therefore, no one noticed Zhang Xiaohua's appearance. Delighted, Zhang Xiaohua used his consciousness to scan the area. No one was paying attention to him. When he landed, he immediately made a hand seal and used the earth escape technique to reach the other end of the suspension bridge. However, the mountain stream between the two connected mountains was too deep. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't get too close. He could only hide at the top of the mountain and sneak his head out to watch the two people on the suspension bridge using their trump cards. Please vote, 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 vote. Chapter 5:16. On the bridge, Peacock asked, "Liang Songshu, which heavenly king of the Tenryu sect do you belong to?" "To be honest, I have never heard of any heavenly king who is proficient in sword chi. If I say I am the disciple of Sakura, would you believe me? What is there not to believe? Bakra. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques, mastering all techniques. Nothing is impossible. Don't you think so, Master Kong?" Peacock was helpless. She smiled and said, "Since you have said so, I cannot kill you. If Lord Sakura is angered, it is not something a small disciple of the incense cult like me can bear. Then I will take you and let my master deal with you." After that, the green sword radiance on the flexible sword became even brighter. Like before, she floated over and slashed at Liang Songshu. This was what Qin Shuriwa had done previously. Liang Songshu did not show any weakness. He swung his two swords and the red sword chi followed along with the swords to meet the attack. Thus, the green sword radiance and the red sword chi clashed together again. At this moment, the entire scene was even more beautiful. Not only were the green-clothed man and the white-clothed fairy flying back and forth above the suspension bridge, even the red blade aura and the green sword aura were radiating brilliance. They would occasionally collide with each other. However, at this moment there was no longer a ding-dang sound like before. Instead, there was a sigh sound. "Sword chi?" Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding in the valley, nodded his head. The longsword was called Sword Ray, and the steel blade was called Saber Aura. It was a fitting name. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua could tell with his divine sense that the power of the Sword Ray and Saber Aura was stronger than before. Even the sound of air being sliced could be heard. He could easily tell that the martial arts of these two people had reached a level rarely seen in Jianghu. Until now, although Zhang Xiaohua knew that the sword radiance and sword chi were extremely powerful skills, but as to how powerful they were, she was still confused. Although Nie Qinyu and Valley Master Nie had told her before, but it was all hearsay. She did not really understand. So, watching the two fight, she felt that it was much more powerful than before. But why would it become something that people in Jianghu would change their faces when talking about it? She could not figure it out. On the bridge, Peacock and Liang Songshu were evenly matched. After fighting for almost half a day, there was no clear winner. But in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, she could see that the sword chi on Liang Songshu's steel sword had dimmed, seemed to be fading away. Maybe it was because of the lack of internal energy. Although Liang Songshu had been trying to feign a way to escape from the battle and find an opportunity to consume the pill, Peacock was also scheming. She kept on fighting and did not give him the opportunity to do so. Therefore, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Liang Songshu was not paying attention and Peacock's soft sword pierced through his green robes, piercing a large hole in it. When Peacock was about to slash at his waist, Liang Songshu hurriedly raised his steel saber in an attempt to block it. At this time, the saber aura on the steel saber was already thin, and when the two weapons clashed, there was a crisp sound like a piece of paper being torn apart, and the steel saber was actually cut in two. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. In the fight just now, both of their swords had clashed several times and there was no damage. Even when the sword chi and sword chi were at their peak, it was not like this. Now that the sword chi was fading, it was broken by the sword chi. Could it be that the sword chi's power lay in its sharpness? Was it indestructible? Sure enough, Liang Songshu saw that the steel sword was destroyed and was shocked. With a wave of his hand, he threw the broken sword at Peacock like a hidden weapon. At the same time, he exerted force on his feet and flew towards the other end of the suspension bridge. Peacock saw the steel sword flying towards her and sneered. With a light wave of her soft sword, the steel sword was cut into two and fell into the empty valley. Then she, too, used the secret qinggong of the cult of incense and chased after him. Seeing the two of them gradually disappear into the distance, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He was willing to follow and watch the show, but between the two mountains, there was only a suspension bridge. If he went over, he would be seen by others. If he used the earth burrowing technique, the valley was very deep. If he went from the bottom of the valley to the top, it would take a lot of effort. Whether he should go or not, it was a very difficult question. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua released his consciousness to observe from afar. But when he swept his consciousness over the opposite cliff, he was stunned. It turned out that on the other side of the mountain, there were actually two young men dressed in green robes who were dressed similarly to Liang Songshu. They were also holding two sabers in their hands, and there was a faint red saber aura on the surface of the sabers. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua secretly groaned in his heart. Just now, he had only paid attention to the two people fighting on the cable bridge and had not paid attention to the other side. Moreover, looking at Liang Songshu's behavior, he had thought that he had come alone. He did not know that Liang Songshu had set up an ambush on the other side. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if it was one-on-one, the three of them would not be Peacock's match. If it was 2-on-1, Peacock might be able to escape. But if it was 3-on-1, Peacock would not even have the chance to escape. It must be said that the three of them were very clear about the strength of the cult of incense. Should he call Peacock back? Seeing that Peacock was about to reach the northern ocean, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. It was too late for him to go back and inform the cult of incense's disciples. Besides, how was he going to tell them? Even if he called Peacock back now, they might not listen. After all, he was just an apprentice of the cult of incense. Yes, an apprentice who got in through the back door. Sai, it can only be me. Oh, it's me, Xiaoxia. No, it's me, the apprentice. Zhang Xiaohua smacked his lips, a little proud. This inner disciple of the cult of incense needs the help of a little apprentice like me. How arrogant. With that thought, he formed a hand seal and burrowed into the depths of the cliff. Peacock and Liang Songshu took the shortcut by using a rope bridge. Zhang Xiaohua had to take the longer route to cover his tracks. He first burrowed from the peak to the bottom of the valley, then from one end of the valley to the other, then from the bottom of the valley to the peak. The whole process was to practice burrowing through the earth. Of course, he could also use the levitation technique at the bottom of the valley. But there was the danger of being discovered by the cult of incense's disciples at the peak. It was better to just burrow into the ground. The valley was unusually deep. Zhang Xiaohua took a long time to reach the bottom of the valley. Releasing his consciousness to determine the direction, Zhang Xiaohua continued burrowing towards the opposite side. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to reach the bottom of the valley, there was a sudden change. Zhang Xiaohua, who was burrowing through the earth, suddenly saw a bright light. He appeared in an extremely narrow cave. The cave was on the path of Zhang Xiaohua's earth burrowing, and Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness did not detect it. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the middle of the cave, was stunned. It was the first time he encountered someone burrowing into another person's cave. Naturally, he looked left and right. This was a small cave that could only fit 4 to 5 people. The cave was illuminated by several fist-sized luminous pearls, allowing him to see clearly. When he took a closer look, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not far from him, there was a skeleton that was twice as tall as him standing there. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He did not go forward. Instead, he used his consciousness to scan the skeleton. This should be a human skeleton. Well, Zhang Xiaohua had never seen a real human skeleton. But 2 arms, 2 legs and a head, it should be a human. There was a faint fluctuation of energy coming from the bare fingers of the arm. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua would have gone forward and taken it for himself without hesitation. But at this time he was somewhat hesitant, because the fluctuation of energy was somewhat obscure. It was not the frequency that he was used to. Moreover, on the skull of the skeleton, there was a black hole that was bigger than a fist. It was as if it was pulled out by a hand. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was such a big hand. Carefully observing the fluctuation in the skeleton's hand, one was a black jade slip and the other was a small red ring. Zhang Xiaohua had seen many jade slips, but it was the first time he saw a black jade slip. Moreover, the jade slip was faintly heart-shaped. Zhang Xiaohua had never seen the small ring. One side of the ring was a bright ring, and the other side was a ball-like thing. Upon closer inspection, it was somewhat in the shape of a flame. To take or not to take? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. But thinking of the anxious peacock above, there was not much time left for Zhang Xiaohua to hesitate. Moreover, if he saved the peacock, he would have to take the long way back to the carriage. He would definitely not have the time to come here to take these 2 items. Thus Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth, and with a wave of his hand, the pitch-black jade slip and fiery red ring flew directly into his hand. Just as the 2 items touched the skeleton's finger, the skeleton immediately collapsed and turned into ashes. However, just as the skeleton fell to the ground, a black gas spread out from the skeleton and floated directly into the soil on the top of the cave. The moment the gas touched the soil, it immediately seeped into it. Then the energy in the cave fluctuated greatly. The luminous pearl around the cave also flashed brilliantly. When Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully, he found that he was not standing in the previous cave that could only accommodate 4 or 5 people, but in a magnificent hall. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. First he thought for a while. Just now, he only held the jade slip and the ring in his hand. He did not feel his body move. It was only the black gas on the skeleton that caused this change. Then he looked at his hands. The jade slip and the ring were both in his hand. Could it be that he had encountered another array? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the 3 auspicious treasures array. He and Qin Shiriyue had been trapped in it before, and had experienced the changes in the array. They knew that what they saw in the array might not be real. So Zhang Xiaohua first put the 2 items into his arms, and then released his divine sense. As soon as he released his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua's face turned pale and he was shocked. Recommend me. Chapter 517. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were looking at a resplendent hall, while his divine sense was located in a space shrouded in pitch-black gas. When his divine sense came into contact with this gas, it was polluted and blocked, unable to extend even half an inch. Therefore, he did not know whether he was still in the original cave or not. The most terrifying thing was that when the pitch-black gas came into contact with his consciousness, it seemed to have a mind of its own. Not only did it pollute his consciousness, it also followed his consciousness and invaded Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. When had Zhang Xiaohua ever encountered such a situation? His face was already pale with fright and his heart was filled with regret. If he was just passing by, why did he have to be so greedy to take other people's things? Great, now he had brought trouble to his doorstep. In just a short moment, that pitch-black gas had already invaded Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace after he retracted his consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and immediately sat down cross-legged, activating the 2nd level of God's guidance to resist the black gas. But God's guidance was only a cultivation technique, used to forge the consciousness, and did not have any offensive capabilities. How could it resist an external attack? Zhang Xiaohua's God's guidance had just been activated when the black gas that had entered his Naiwen Palace immediately spread throughout the entire Naiwen Palace. Following that, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the Dan core floating in the middle of his Naiwen Palace. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua was at his wits' end. However, the moment the black gas touched the Dan core, the restriction covering the Dan core flashed with a golden light. It was as bright as the sun and immediately lit up the entire Naiwen Palace. The golden light was like a golden needle that pierced the black gas that had invaded the Naiwen Palace. The black gas that had invaded the Naiwan palace became much thinner. Then, the 365 talismans in the golden restriction appeared clearly and rotated like flowing lights. Then one of the talismans projected a huge shadow in the air. It was the image of a huge rooster. The golden rooster raised its head and crowed to the sky. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, actually heard the crisp sound of the rooster's crowing. The black gas that had been thinned by the golden light surged incessantly as if it was afraid of the rooster's crowing. After the golden rooster crowed, it opened its mouth and sucked the black gas in the distance. As if there was a great attraction force, the black gas that had coiled around the Naiwan palace was immediately sucked into the rooster's mouth. In a breath's time, the black gas that had been thinned by the golden light was swept away. The shadow of the rooster flapped its wings, as if it was not satisfied. Then with a flash of brilliance, it shrank back into the talisman. At this moment, the talisman that had swallowed the black gas was also flowing with brilliant colors. Not long after, it flashed its original form, which was a small rooster, quietly floating beside the rabbit talisman, motionless. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and she immersed her divine sense into the rooster talisman. She felt that it did not consume as much divine sense as last time, and she could clearly see the 365 incantations that formed the rooster talisman. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Although she had not completely comprehended the rabbit talisman, she had already completed more than half of it. It was just that she had encountered a bottleneck and could not continue. This time, by chance, she was able to profit from a disaster. Not only did she eliminate the black gas that had invaded her Naiwan palace, but she also activated another rooster talisman, which provided unexpected convenience for her to comprehend the innate divine restriction. However, thinking about the danger just now, Zhang Xiaohua had a lingering fear, and she did not dare to release her divine sense easily again. Yes, although she did not know what kind of destructive power the black gas had on her, and she did not know the consequences of the black gas invading her Dan core, but thinking that the black gas could enter her Dan core through her divine sense, she knew that this thing was definitely not easy to deal with. Standing in the hall, Zhang Xiaohua kept looking left and right, thinking of a way to escape. Her divine sense could not be outside, so she could only rely on her own eyes. However, she did not know whether everything in front of her was real or not, so how could she find the exit? However, based on the information that she had just explored with her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that she should still be in the cave just now. However, because she had taken the two items from the skeleton's hand, she had triggered the restriction, which released the unknown black gas and wrapped her in it. Everything in front of her should be the illusion of the restriction. If it was any other time, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua would have gone forward to explore and see what the hall in the illusion looked like. Perhaps she would have used her cultivation in array formations to break through the restriction using the normal method. After all, there were not many restrictions in this world, and every bit of practice was a little bit better. However, now that the peacock on the mountain top was facing an ambush from 3 masters, if Zhang Xiaohua did not go to help, then the entire convoy from the School of Fragrance would be annihilated today. The life and death of the School of Fragrance may have nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua, but in this way, Zhang Xiaohua's plan of staying in the Rejuvenation Valley for half a year to go to the School of Fragrance to inquire about Zhang Xiaohu's whereabouts would be completely destroyed. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua absolutely could not tolerate. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached into her money pouch and took out the chasing dream dagger that she had not used for a long time. With the dagger in her left hand, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal with her right hand, and with a shake of her body she directly dove downwards. However, just as her figure disappeared into the ground, she felt that her feet were as hard as a metal plate, and she could no longer move forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use her divine sense to investigate. She only swung the chasing dream dagger in her left hand and pierced it directly. Following the piercing of the dagger, a warm current from the nameless part of her left arm flowed along her left arm and into the dagger. She seemed to hear a light paw sound, and then a cool current flowed from the dagger. If Zhang Xiaohua dared to release her divine sense at this moment, she would be able to see that following the penetration of the dagger, the black gas that enveloped the area was violently tumbling. Countless dense black gas were sucked in by the dagger, and then flowed along the nameless meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's left arm into that mysterious place. In a moment, a rather large hole had been pierced through the black gas, and Zhang Xiaohua's figure could move again. She passed through the black gas and gradually dove downwards. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure completely disappeared, the tumbling black gas gradually filled up the hole. Not long after, it returned to a complete sphere. Zhang Xiaohua, who had dove underground, was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. She did not dare to stay any longer. She held the chasing dream dagger in her hand and dove downwards for another 100 feet. Only then did she follow her senses and move forward. When she felt that it was safe, she let out a sigh of relief and tried to release her divine sense. Fortunately, she had already left the black gas. At this moment, the cool current from Zhang Xiaohua's left arm had completely flowed into the nameless part, and there were no longer any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua waved the chasing dream dagger a few times in the air and felt that it was normal. Only then did she relax. Then she carefully released her divine sense upwards, afraid that it would come into contact with the black gas again. This time it was not a big deal. Unexpectedly, it was an unfamiliar place. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and did not dare to delay. She leaped up and used the earth escape technique to rush out of the ground. But because the earth escape technique was too deep, it took a long time for her head to emerge. Breathing in the fresh air from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to rest. She immediately released her divine sense in all directions to search for Peacock. Not long after, she found the injured Lord Peacock Kong at the right rear. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua was afraid just now and had actually dove a few li forward. At this moment, Peacock's situation was very critical. Fresh blood gushed out from her left arm, staining half of her arm. It seemed that the injury was not light. Her back was also injured by the blade and was dripping with blood. Her hair was disheveled and her forehead was covered in sweat. The light from the flexible sword in her right hand was only a little bit, as if it would disappear at any time. On the other hand, the three green-robed men, except for one of them who was wielding dual blades, Liang Songshu and the other man were also wielding a single blade. That man's steel blade was obviously cut in half by Peacock. Moreover, the two men's chest lapels were also bleeding. They must have been injured by Peacock's flexible sword. However, the steel blades in the three men's hands were still very strong. Presumably, the consumption of internal energy was limited. At this moment, the three men were in a triangle formation, surrounding Peacock and attacking fiercely. The four blades were like minced meat. Peacock stood in the middle, desperately defending against the enemies. She did not care about her back or her left and right. She was exhausted from defending. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she would die under the three men's blades. Unfortunately, she was surrounded in the middle and could not escape even if she wanted to. Even if she wanted to take a healing pill, it would be a pipe dream. However, even in this situation, Peacock's sword skills were swift and fierce, occasionally forcing one of the men to retreat. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had only been trapped for a short while, and the battle had turned into such a tragic situation. These three men really did not want to leave him alive. Therefore, he did not stay any longer. He held Chasing Dream in his hand and was about to release it. But at this moment his heart skipped a beat. These four men, one of them was from the Immortal Dao sect and the other three were from the Tenryu sect. For the time being, if he revealed the Immortal Dao sect's skills, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Forget about looking for second brother. Even he himself would not be able to escape the clutches of the Immortal Dao sect and the Tenryu sect. But this Peacock had to be saved. What should he do? Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua had a plan. He kept Chasing Dream in his arms and took out 3 small flags from his money pouch. They were the ones he had repaired in Rejuvenation Valley. With a twist of his body he used Earth Escape. Zhang Xiaohua's Earth Escape was swift. In a short while, he had already reached the vicinity of the battle. At this moment, Peacock's strength was not enough. Her right arm was cut by a blade and the light on her flexible sword immediately disappeared. She no longer dared to use her flexible sword to clash with the 3 men's blades. She could only dodge and look for opportunities to stab. Zhang Xiaohua did not show himself. He hid in the ground and quietly planted the 3 small flags far away in the surroundings of the battle. Then one by one he cast spells into the small flags. In his consciousness, the 3 small flags emitted a faint glow. A layer of invisible light gradually rose from the small flags. Slowly but quickly, it formed a large sphere and enveloped the 4 men in it. Peacock and Liang Songshu were in the midst of their battle. How would they notice Zhang Xiaohua's tricks from afar? Liang Songshu and the rest were just a few more moves away from injuring Peacock. By then, whether it was to kill, cut, or capture her alive, it would all be up to them. Peacock was also using up her last bit of inner energy. But at this moment, Peacock's inner energy was depleted. She could no longer raise her flexible sword. Her body swayed and fell to the ground. Peacock was shocked. She knew that her time was up. She did not get up. She closed her eyes and waited for the steel blades to reach her. Please give me your monthly vote, recommend me. Chapter 518. Peacock waited for a moment but did not see any steel blades coming at her. She understood and laughed coldly. Humph, if you want to capture me alive and interrogate me about the cult, then you are wasting your time. She opened her eyes, intending to look at them with contempt. However, the scene in front of her gave her a huge shock. The 3 men in green were not like what she expected, with steel blades in their hands, looking at her with menacing smiles. Instead, they were far away from her, each holding a different direction and performing different actions. Liang Songshu held the steel saber in his hand, and the saber aura on the saber flickered. From time to time, he would hack at something in the air with a terrified expression on his face. Then, he would put away the steel saber and spread out his body to perform lightness skill. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only move about 3 to 5 feet around him. The other 2 unknown men in green, although their actions were different, but they were also panicking. Occasionally they would fight with something in the air, dodging left and right, as if they were real. Peacock, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. Was this a ghost? At this time, Peacock was exhausted. She could only raise her head and look around. But the scorching sun was right above her head. The shadows of the 3 men were cast on the ground. Even she could feel the warmth of the sun. However, this warmth could not warm Peacock's cold heart. She still felt a chill run down her spine. But then, Peacock thought of another question. If Liang Songshu and the rest had encountered something inexplicable, what about her? Why didn't she think like them? Or what she was seeing now was not real? Peacock's lips trembled. Peacock touched the ground she was sitting on, then looked at the rope bridge in the distance. All of them were real. What the hell is going on? Did she fall into some kind of legendary formation? But, if it was a legendary immortal formation, why was she fine but the others encountered it? At that time he was surrounded by 3 people. Just as Peacock was panicking and did not know what to do, the scene in front of her changed again. Liang Songshu and the other 2 suddenly ran as fast as they could in 3 different directions. In the beginning, the 3 of them were still running in different directions. But after a while, the 3 of them shot out in 3 different directions at the same time. Then they stopped. The 3 of them looked shocked and angry, but the anger could not hide the deep fear in their eyes. The 3 of them stood in different directions and exchanged glances with each other. At the same time, they looked at Peacock, who was sitting on the ground. When they saw that Peacock was still in the same condition as before, they understood something, nodded at the same time and leaped up. Peacock was shocked, thinking that they were going to attack again. But, out of her expectations, the 3 of them actually chose a different direction, using their qinggong to fly away, not daring to turn back to look. What is going on? Peacock was even more depressed. While Peacock was depressed, Zhang Xiaohua was even more depressed. In his mind, he never intended to let the 3 of them leave. However, he wanted to hide it from Peacock. He isolated Peacock from the tripartite formation of the flag gate, and replaced it with the real world around her. Liang Songshu and the other 2 used illusions to confuse her. This increased the difficulty by quite a bit. Zhang Xiaohua had only seen the tripartite formation of the auspicious tripartite formation before, but he had never really used it himself. Even after the 3 small flags were repaired, he did not have the chance to use them. Today, he hastily used them, and when he was controlling the formation, it was inevitable that there would be mistakes. Furthermore, when the tripartite auspicious treasures was used by the 3 of them to inject vitality stones into the little flags, when Qin Shuriwei was trying to break the formation, she had affected the vitality of heaven and earth in the formation, causing one of the vitality stones to be depleted of vitality. This showed how much vitality the formation required. Zhang Xiaohua was all alone. He was relying on the vital energy in his meridians to sustain himself. The vitality of heaven and earth was not available for him to use. Hence, when he started to control the formation, Zhang Xiaohua felt his vital energy depleted, and had no choice but to take out vitality stones to replenish his vitality. He did not know how to inject his vitality directly into the little flags, so he could only absorb the vitality into his body, and then inject it into the little flags. During this process there were bound to be some difficulties in controlling the formation, and on top of that it was his first time controlling it, so mistakes were inevitable. Hence, when Liang Xiangxiu and the rest were trying their best to run in 3 different directions, Zhang Xiaohua finally could not hold on any longer, and the entire formation collapsed. The light screen from the little flags was broken, and in an instant, the 3 of them had rushed far away from their original spot, and saw the true scene at the top of the mountain. Liang Xiangxiu and the rest, who were scared out of their wits by the tripartite array, thought that this was the secret technique of the incense cult cast by the injured peacock, and naturally, they did not dare to take another step forward. Who knows if they could escape just now, and if Peacock were to use this technique again, would they be able to escape by luck? Hence, the 3 of them split up and retreated in 3 different directions. Seeing the silhouettes of Liang Xiangxiu and the rest disappear without a trace, Peacock let out a sigh of relief, and secretly thanked herself for escaping death, but at the same time, the pain from all over her body immediately overwhelmed her. Peacock had been fighting with all her might just now, and did not have time to tend to her injuries. She suddenly came to her senses, and quickly used her fingers to seal the acupuncture points on her arms to stop the bleeding, but when she wanted to get up, she found that she did not have the strength to do so. She sighed and took out a pill and put it into her mouth, and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua released his consciousness, and monitored Liang Xiangxiu and the rest from afar. Only when they were far away, did he retract his consciousness, and cast a spell, burrowed into the ground, and kept the little flags that were inserted into the ground. He looked at Peacock, who was adjusting her breathing, and did not stop, and went straight to the bottom of the mountain. This time Zhang Xiaohua was more careful, and kept a distance from the path that they had used to burrow into the ground, and did not release his consciousness. Only when they were far away, did he quietly poke his head out, and luckily returned safely. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and then released Chasing Dream, and quietly flew to the opposite mountain, and stopped in midair to protect Peacock, who was adjusting her breathing. Although this place was not far from where Peacock was adjusting her breathing, but Zhang Xiaohua would have to take a detour, right? It would be better to leave a backup plan, and not let Liang Xiangxiu catch her off guard, and he would not be able to save her in time. Looking at the disciples of the cult of fragrance, although they were still on guard, but they were already impatient, and stretched their necks to look at the suspension bridge. Even Manager Yang jumped onto the horse carriage, and shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked in that direction. While the disciples were unprepared, Zhang Xiaohua jumped out of the ground, and just as she was about to walk towards the horse carriage, her heart skipped a beat, and she steadily walked forward. When the disciple who was on guard heard the footsteps, he immediately raised his sword and looked back, and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua coming out, and his face was filled with displeasure. "Ren Xiaoyao, why did you get off the carriage? Quickly go back and stay there." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "This ma. Sir, may I ask what happened in front? Why did the horse carriage stop for so long without moving? Did the horse carriage break down? This little one has repaired horse carriages before. If there's a need, this little one can lend a hand." The disciple's face was filled with disdain, and he waved his hand disdainfully. "Don't worry so much, it's none of your business. You should obediently go back and sit down, and that will be helping us." This, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and raised her voice, "Manager Yang, Manager Yang." When the disciple saw that Zhang Xiaohua was shouting, his face was filled with anger, and he scolded, "What are you doing?" When Manager Yang heard Zhang Xiaohua's shout, he turned his head in astonishment, looked at her twice and frowned. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had no intention of letting her go over, she sighed in her heart, "I want to give you credit, but you're ignoring me." "Sigh, forget it, seeing that you've been nagging me earlier. I won't be calculative with you." Thus, she raised both her hands, waved, and pointed to her nose, indicating that she had something to say. Manager Yang was anxious, and when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was ignoring him, he was very unhappy, but Zhang Xiaohua persistently waved her hand, so he could only wave his hand at the disciple, indicating for Zhang Xiaohua to go over. When the disciple saw this, he snorted coldly, and hurriedly rushed to another place. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands at his back, and quickly ran to the front of Manager Yang's carriage, and with a lift of her leg, she got into the carriage. When Manager Yang saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so impetuous, he was even more displeased and snorted coldly, "Ren Xiaoyao, do you have something to say? If there's nothing important, then stay in the carriage, don't find trouble for yourself." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Manager Yang, this humble one just wants to ask, this carriage has already stopped for almost half a day. Why aren't they moving?" Manager Yang sneered. "This is none of your business, quickly go back." After saying that, he ignored Zhang Xiaohua, and raised his head to look around again. Zhang Xiaohua whispered at the side, "Is there someone blocking the way, and not allowing us to move forward? Lord Kong has already gone over." Manager Yang glanced at her and said, "How do you know?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "Just now Lord Kong's voice was so loud. This humble one's ears are not deaf, how can I not hear? Since you know that the situation is urgent, you should stay in the carriage, this is not a place you should be." Manager Yang was still dissatisfied. Zhang Xiaohua saw the worry in his eyes, and knew that he was extremely unsure. If Peacock was killed, then they would also die. So she said, "We have been cooped up in the carriage for so long, and we are scared to death. I wonder what happened to Lord Kong? Sai, who knows, I just hope that she is safe. It has already been almost half a day. There must be a result." Zhang Xiaohua probed. Manager Yang said disdainfully, "Lord Kong's martial arts is useless. The person who can hold her back must be a master in the martial arts world. How would we know about their battle?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. If Lord Kong failed, then the other party must have already killed their way here. But they still haven't come, maybe Lord Kong succeeded, and still hasn't returned. Zhang Xiaohua stopped talking. Manager Yang's eyes lit up. Please vote recommend. Chapter 519. Manager Yang's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, isn't that so? When experts fight, victory and defeat are usually decided within a few moves. Furthermore, Lord Kong hasn't returned for a long time and his opponent hasn't come either. The biggest possibility is that Lord Kong is injured and is currently recuperating. If I were to head over now, wouldn't I be able to gain some merit in front of Lord Kong? But what if he is still fighting? Manager Yang was a little hesitant. It's not a big deal. My martial arts is weak, even if I go, the opponent may not pay attention to me. Moreover, if Master Kong is no match for him, we will die anyway. Why should we be afraid of dying sooner or later? After making up his mind, the dissatisfaction in Manager Yang's eyes immediately turned into gratitude. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Ren Xiaoya, what you said makes sense. However, you are only a medicine boy now. It's best if you hide in the carriage and don't make things difficult for me." Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had understood and smiled. "I am also bored, so I came out for a walk. I will go back now, I will go back now." After she finished speaking, she jumped off the carriage and slowly walked back. Manager Yang got into the carriage and took out a sword. He used his qinggong to come to the front of the carriage and asked, "How is Master Kong?" The disciple at the front saw Manager Yang coming over and nodded slightly. "I don't know yet. Master Kong has chased across the suspension bridge, and there has been no movement for a long time. I wonder how is the situation?" Manager Yang said, "You all guard here. I will go and take a look." After he finished speaking, he waved his sword and was about to go over when the disciple stopped him. "Manager Yang, you should sit back in the carriage. Mingwu Hall will be responsible for the matters of the guards." Manager Yang was stunned and sneered. Although Wu Ming Hall is responsible for the safety of this journey, they should also listen to the orders of Pill Expansion Hall. "I want to go ahead and take a look. Are you going to stop me? Why don't you go ahead and take a look?" The disciple sighed and said, "Manager Yang, please don't blame me. It is very dangerous ahead. I am following Master Kong's orders to be careful and not to disobey orders. If Manager Yang goes ahead, please be careful." After saying that, he stepped aside. Manager Yang's words were extremely correct. Although they were sent by Lord Kong to Vow City this time, there were also matters regarding the pill expanding hall. Therefore, the Wooming Hall had to listen to some of Manager Yang's orders. Although the matter at Rejuvenation Valley was over, the order within the sect did not say to go to Chongting's pill expanding hall. They did not need to listen to the pill expanding hall on the way back. Anyway, they were only responsible for safety and ensuring that the convoy did not meet with any accidents. If Manager Yang went there without permission, it would be the pill expanding hall's fault if something happened. Seeing that the Wooming Hall's disciple had stepped aside, Manager Yang's spirit was lifted. He lifted his long sword and leaped onto the chain bridge. Seeing that Manager Yang's figure had disappeared at the other end of the chain bridge, the Wooming Hall's disciple sneered. He's just an ordinary disciple of the pill expanding hall. What's so great about him? How dare you meddle in Lord Kong's affairs? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the carriage, she was still afraid. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she immediately said, "Uncle, how is the situation outside? Do we have to die?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "I'm just going to relieve myself. How would I know? Let's just sit here and wait." After that, she ignored him and sat in the carriage. She released her divine sense and looked around carefully. At this moment, Manager Yang had already rushed across the chain bridge with his sword and was looking around. Following the destroyed flowers and plants by the roadside, Manager Yang effortlessly found Peacock, who was recuperating in the distance. He saw that Peacock was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed and there was no one else around. Naturally, he knew that the battle had ended and Lord Kong had won. It was just that he was injured and could not move. Manager Yang went forward, but he did not dare to speak. He was afraid that he would disturb Peacock's recuperation. He only raised his long sword and made a defensive posture, guarding not far away. Although Peacock was recuperating with her eyes closed, her attention was still on the outside. She was afraid that Liang Songshu and the rest would come back. When she heard that someone was using light body technique, she was first shocked. Then she heard the heavy footsteps and was delighted. It must be someone from her sect. When she saw that it was Manager Yang, she was surprised. Where did the disciples of Wooming Hall go? However, she was in the middle of recuperating. As long as it was her sect's disciples, she was not worried. She closed her eyes and focused on recuperating. After the time to drink a cup of tea, Peacock's recuperation came to an end. She opened her eyes and saw Manager Yang's loyal face. She was very happy and whispered, "Manager Yang." When he heard Lord Kong's words, Manager Yang's face showed a surprised expression. He turned around and bowed. "Lord Kong, how are your injuries?" Peacock smiled. "I'm fine now." "Oh right. Where are the disciples of Wooming Hall? Why did you come here alone?" Manager Yang said respectfully, "They are guarding the carriage. They have a mission and dare not leave their post. I am worried about your safety, so I came to take a look." Peacock nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I will remember it." Manager Yang was even more surprised. He bowed deeply. "I don't dare. Lord Kong was injured because of us. It is my duty." Peacock waved her hand and said, "All right, you go over to the suspension bridge and let them come over." Manager Yang came to the other end of the suspension bridge and waved his hand at the disciples who were looking over. The disciple understood and felt relieved. He shouted, "All right, brothers, the danger is over. Lord Kong has let us cross the bridge." When the voice was heard, everyone laughed. The gloomy clouds that shrouded them earlier were gone. Under the arrangement of the disciples of Wooming Hall, a few of them crossed the bridge first. Then, everyone got down from the carriage and covered the eyes of the horses. Following their own carriages, the carriages slowly crossed the suspension bridge one by one. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was at the back. Naturally, she was at the back. When they crossed the suspension bridge, Zhang Xiaohua's clothes fluttered in the wind. Zhang Xiaohua looked down at the mountain stream below her feet. She did not dare to look down with her spiritual perception. She had a different feeling in her heart. No wonder the people of the celestial path like to ride the wind and float in the air. The 5 elements escape technique is really uncomfortable. Elder Hua was right. As long as you can cross the sky, who would want to go underground? Not only is it dark underground, it is also very dangerous. When they crossed the suspension bridge, Zhang Xiaohua kept Zhu back into the money pouch when no one was paying attention. After crossing the suspension bridge, the people who came out of Wuming Hall all got back into their carriages and were ready to leave. When the disciples of Wuming Hall who crossed the bridge and the disciples who came with the carriages heard that Master Kong was seriously injured, they all went up to greet him. However, the greeting now was very different from the greeting from Steward Yang. Master Kong only nodded coldly and let the female disciple help him into the carriage. When the female disciple hurriedly applied medicine on Peacock's wounds and changed his clothes, Peacock pointed at a disciple of Wuming Hall and instructed, "You ride a fast horse and travel through the night. There is no need to stop on the way. Go to Lake Dianqi and inform the other envoys. If there is anyone who arrives first, report our situation to them and ask them to come to our rescue. I am afraid that the Tenryu sect will attack us again." When the disciple heard this, he did not dare to delay. He quickly packed his things, got on his horse and rode away. When the other disciples heard this, their faces changed. Peacock saw this and said with a smile, "This time the Tenryu sect sent 3 people to ambush me. They were all seriously injured by me and fled in panic. They are already scared out of their wits. Why would they come back? Moreover, the Tenryu sect is far away at the border. If they send someone else, they will not be able to make it in time. We are almost at Lake Dianqi now. Why should we be afraid of them? I am only making this arrangement to ensure that we are safe. There is no need to be afraid." When the crowd heard this, they calmed down a little. They set off again. Although it was the same as before, the atmosphere had changed. Zhang Xiaohua no longer had the chance to go on duty. She could only stay in the carriage. This day's journey was delayed. Moreover, Peacock was injured and could not rush. When night fell, they could only travel to a remote place and could only set up camp temporarily. Ever since they left Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua also noticed that there were very few towns in the southwest. It was different from the north. Most of the towns were villages. The people who lived in these villages were the natives. Almost all of them did not welcome outsiders. Therefore, if the Cult of Fragrance's convoy could not make it to the prearranged location, they could only camp out in the wild. This was the first time the Cult of Fragrance had set up camp. However, from the skillful movements of these people, they were all professionally trained. They were much better than the people in Huanxi Manor. The Rejuvenation Valley's medicine boys' tents were of course taken care of by themselves. The others did not care. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was strong. He had done this before. Most importantly, he was the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. These 10-years-old medicine boys were very obedient to him. Under his arrangements, the tents were quickly taken care of. This made Manager Yang, who had come over, very surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in a different light. Of course, if not for Zhang Xiaohua's reminder, he wouldn't have thought of taking a step forward to protect Lord Kong. What kind of person was Peacock? She was an outstanding disciple of the inner sect. If she said that she would remember it, then she would really remember it. In the future, his benefits would be endless. This was all thanks to Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, Steward Yang did not think that Zhang Xiaohua knew the situation. She was just smart and had a strong ability to make logical deductions. Therefore, after arranging his own affairs, he specially came over to express his concern for Rejuvenation Valley. At the same time, he also expressed his concern for Zhang Xiaohua. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't admit that he knew anything and could only respond vaguely. Seeing this, Manager Yang didn't say anything and only said worriedly, "I don't know how many times I've been to Rejuvenation Valley, but I've never encountered such a situation. This is my last mission, so I hope there won't be any problems. I hope it's as Lord Kong said, that my future is safe." Zhang Xiaohua comforted him. "Steward Yang, you are overthinking. If the sky falls, there will naturally be someone tall to hold it up. We are only small pawns. Our lives are worthless. How can they take us seriously?" Steward Yang did not listen. He only shook his head and left worriedly. The next morning, before the incense cult's caravan set off, some people rushed over from the front. It was the place where they were supposed to stay last night. When they did not see the messenger, they received the message from the messenger disciple and hurried over to help. Vote for me. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 520. There were not many people who came, but it was very encouraging. Even Zhang Xiaohua felt that the morale today was much higher than yesterday. Smiling in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua continued to be his medicine boy, hiding in the carriage with his eyes closed, comprehending the heavenly Tao and the incantation. The incantation of God guidance to conceal his cultivation level had reached the final stage. As long as he could achieve a breakthrough, he was confident that he could hide it from the incense cult's fiery golden eyes. If he could not achieve a breakthrough before reaching Lake Dianqi, he might have to think of another way. In the following days, the Dragon God sect, which Lord Peacock suspected, did not send anyone to attack them. The incense cult disciples along the way, in order to ensure the safety of the convoy, escorted them safely out of their area of control. Some of the disciples with high martial arts skills were even specially selected by Peacock to participate in the escort team. With more escorts, Zhang Xiaohua left the carriage less. Occasionally, Manager Yang would come over to take a look, but he did not say much. Seeing the worry on Manager Yang's face gradually disappear, he knew that the convoy was getting safer. However, there was one thing that Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Lord Peacock was severely injured in the last battle. Her internal energy was depleted and her meridians were damaged. Her arms and back were severely injured by the steel knife. The knife not only caused her to lose a lot of blood, it also damaged the meridians in her arms and back. Normally, Peacock would find a quiet place to recuperate. However, every time Zhang Xiaohua used his consciousness to scan Peacock's carriage, he could see her pale cheeks and dispirited expression. She insisted on rushing until she could not take it anymore. She then took out a pill and consumed it. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and wanted to give her the bottle of Yuandan pill. However, he remembered that he had told Manager Yang that he had already given it to Valley Master Nya. If he took it out now, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? This was not the way to flatter someone. Thus, Peacock's injuries did not heal, and they continued to travel for almost a month. It was already the end of October, but the weather here did not feel like autumn in the north. There was no autumn wind, no fallen leaves, only green and full of vitality. Moreover, there were many times when they did not see tall mountains, but low and white stone peaks, just like the stone forest they saw before. Of course, this was the Real Stone Forest. Previously, there were only a few stone trees. The change in climate, the change in scenery. Perhaps to others it was just a touch of nostalgia, but to Zhang Xiaohua it had a different meaning. Inadvertently, it allowed Zhang Xiaohua to comprehend and understand the heavenly Tao. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua immersed his consciousness into the surrounding environment, wanting to gain a new understanding. The heavenly Tao in his heart seemed to have changed again, with a sliver of vitality. On this day, the caravan continued to travel. The sun was high up in the sky, but it did not feel hot. Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on his face. It was just yesterday that he finally broke through the bottleneck of the chant, completely comprehending the cryptic chant. He was now able to hide his cultivation of the immortal Tao, and even his consciousness at will, without leaving a single trace. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the chant, his heart skipped a beat. He released his consciousness in front of him. A few miles ahead, there were 4 or 5 white horses, galloping towards them. The riders were dressed like Peacock, with veils covering their faces. Needless to say, they must be the fellow apprentices that Peacock mentioned. Sure enough, when the horses came closer, one of the women was already on top of the horse. She called out, "Senior Kong, are you all right?" Her voice came from afar, causing pain in everyone's ears. Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and thought, "This woman looks like a straightforward person. She's almost here, won't you be able to see her soon? Moreover, why don't you learn from Lord Kong and lower your voice a little?" Hearing her junior's call, Peacock immediately came out of the carriage and stood at the front of the carriage. She had not yet recovered her powers, so she could not use her powers to echo. She could only wave her hand to signal that she heard. When the women saw this, they all cheered. They did not even ride their horses, but leaped from their horses and galloped towards the carriage. It did not take them long to reach Peacock's carriage. It was the female disciple at the front who asked loudly, "Senior Kong, how are your injuries? Why didn't you respond just now?" Peacock laughed. "Junior Chun Chun, why are you still so impatient? Master let you go out to gain experience this time precisely because he wanted to sharpen your temperament. But now it seems that the results are very little. Junior Chan laughed. A leopard cannot change its spots. Master, you know that. I've been like this since I was young, how can I change? Let's not talk about me. How are your injuries? Peacock did not want to go into detail, but when she saw her junior apprentice sister pestering her and the others staring at her, she had no choice but to tell them everything. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They knew Peacock's cultivation base. She was considered to be one of the best among the inner disciples. That was why she was sent to Vow City. Even she was defeated and almost lost her life. If they were to encounter her, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, a petite female disciple who had been listening to the conversation said in a low voice, "Senior Sister Kong, what you said at the end seems to be a legendary illusion formation. I heard that the Righteous Tao Alliance's auspicious 3 treasures has such an effect. Moreover, the auspicious 3 treasures were killed by the heavenly dragon sect's Qin Shuriwe. And the 3 flags fell into the hands of the heavenly dragon sect. But if the Chiman 3 talents formation was used by the Tenryu sect, the one trap should be Senior Kong, not Liang Songshu and the others from the Tenryu sect, right?" Peacock nodded. "Junior Xiaoqing is right, I thought so too at the time. But if it was really an illusion array, I should have fallen into it as well. So why was I able to see the real scene outside the array?" Xiaoqing laughed. "That's because you didn't enter the formation." Peacock shook her head and told them about the danger. This time the juniors were speechless. Peacock was in the middle of the 3 of them. If the 3 of them were trapped in the illusion, there was no way Peacock would not be trapped. Peacock laughed lightly. "Forget it, as long as we are out of danger. Let's tell Master about this and let her think about it. They are experienced and knowledgeable, they should be able to find some clues." Then she said, "Thank you for taking the time to come and pick me up. I am very grateful." Chun waved his hand and said, "Senior Kong, you are too kind. We have completed our mission and our teams are approaching Dianchi Lake. No matter how bold the Tenryu sect is, I don't think they would dare to cause trouble under the nose of the Fragrance sect. Let them go slowly. On the other hand, Senior Kong has been seriously injured, and it seems that she will not be able to recover. If we don't come and help her, where else can we go?" "Oh right, Senior Kong. I don't think I have heard of any heavenly kings in the Tenryu sect who are proficient in the sword." Peacock still shook her head. "I tried to sound them out several times, but that Liang Songshu did not reveal anything. He just followed my tone and did not admit or deny it. I can't be sure. Maybe they are the young masters secretly trained by the Tenryu sect." Chun scratched his head and said, "Let Master and the others worry about this kind of troublesome matter. We only need to wave our swords and kill the demons." At this time, Xiaoqing took out a jade bottle and said, "Senior Kong, you must have used up all your pills. This is the Yuhuandan pill that I always carry with me. Senior Kong, please take it." Peacock did not hesitate and reached out to take it. She said, "This sword is really powerful. Can even hurt the meridians. Although the Yuhuandan pill of the Fragrance sect has miraculous healing properties, it is still not enough to deal with the power of the sword. It can only maintain its power. I have used up all my pills and that's why I asked you to come." When the Junior Kong sisters heard this, they all took out their pills. Peacock picked a few and put them in her clothes. She smiled and said, "I am relieved that you are all here. Even if that Liang Songshu comes again, he will be defeated by us sisters." "That's right, Senior Kong. The Tenryu sect is too despicable. They used one person as bait while the other 2 lay in ambush. They are so shameless. Sai, what kind of tricks are there in Jianghu? This is just a simple ambush. You don't know, but this time we encountered something interesting in Don't Worry City." Peacock then told them about how Valley Master Nya of the Rejuvenation Valley used the joust for marriage as a cover for Nya Qinyu in order to attract the enemy's attention. She also told them about how Zhang Xiaohua escorted Nya Qinyu from thousands of miles away. The few female disciples who had never been through the trials of Jianghu listened to the story as if they were listening to a story. They were all stunned. After a while they asked, "Senior Kong, are you telling a story? How can a 15-year-old child be so kind? And this old Nya is really despicable. How could he come up with such a terrible idea?" Peacock smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Even if you want me to make it up, how could I? Besides, this Ren Xiaoyao is in our convoy. What? Right here. Quick, quick, let us see, let us see. Chen Chan could not wait any longer. Xia Qing, on the other hand, was attentive and asked, this Ren Xiaoyao is not staying at the Rejuvenation Valley to be his son-in-law. Why is he here at the fragrance cult? Peacock heard this and knew that it was not good. After all, this was against the rules of the fragrance cult, and it was also a matter of the pill repository hall. Although her senior sister was an inner disciple, it was not convenient for her to interfere. Manager Yang had told her to keep it a secret. She was happy to see her junior sister and accidentally revealed everything. This was against the rules of Jianghu. Chen Chan did not know what she was thinking and kept urging her. The others also clapped and cheered. Peacock was helpless and could only say, you can meet him, but you must swear that this matter is only known to you. You must not tell anyone else, not even Master. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Please vote recommend. Chapter 521. Xia Qing smiled and said, there must be a reason for Senior Sister Kong to say this. Little sister will naturally agree, but it's not good to hide it from Master, don't you think? Peacock said, of course I will report this to my master. All you need to do is listen and not say anything. When everyone heard this, they thought that there was no harm in it and all of them nodded in agreement. Peacock then told Chan Chan about how Zhang Xiaohua had joined the fragrance cult as a medicine boy. Chan Chan clapped his hands and said, such a loyal and righteous kid. Of course he will join the fragrance cult. Oh right, Senior Peacock, you must put in a good word for him in front of Master. Let him become an inner disciple and our junior. What do you think? Before Peacock could say anything, Xia Qing interjected. Senior Sister Chan is wrong. This Ren Xiaoyao may be brave and loyal, but he is only 15 years old. Our inner sanctum will definitely not accept him. Furthermore, he is only an alchemy boy from the Dan Sprouting Hall. He is far from the standard of an outer sanctum disciple. Why would Master agree? Senior apprentice Sister Kong only said it for Master to hear. Why would Master care about this kind of thing? Chun Chan couldn't help but pout when he heard this, and he felt extremely regretful that he couldn't have such a little junior brother. She then went on to talk about Nie Qianyu's loss of composure during their parting, and made the girls hush. She kept urging Zhang Xiaohua to come over and meet them. Peacock lifted the curtains and ordered the disciples outside to call Zhang Xiaohua over. The few female disciples from the inner sanctum were all giggling as they peeked their heads out to watch. She really doesn't look like anything at all. Peacock nodded, that should be it. Even though Valley Master Nye didn't mention it, he looks like it. Senior Sister Kong, this is Rejuvenation Valley's spirit beast. Valley Head Nye is willing to give it away? Also, you shouldn't let it accompany you. Xia Qing was a little puzzled. Other than the people and things involved in this mission that could be brought back to the fragrant religion, other unrelated things could not be brought along. This was the tacit rule of the fragrant religion, and also the reason why the medicine boy of Rejuvenation Valley had nothing on him. But looking at the sword embryo on the back of the David's deer, there were two bags, one big and one small. Yes, there was also the David's deer itself. Seemed to be against the rules. Hearing that, Peacock blushed and thought to herself, that's right, who knows what's wrong with me? As long as it involves this Ren Xiaoyao, I will always be merciful and let him off the hook. Is it because of the feeling of meeting for the first time? However, her heart skipped a beat. My fellow junior sisters are all here today, and it just so happens that it's their first time meeting Ren Xiaoyao. Let's see if they feel the same way as me. Therefore, she smiled and said, after hearing about this young man, perhaps I'm a little protective of Nie Qianyu. I always feel that as a woman, if I can help that little girl when she was in danger and this young man was able to help her out, it can be considered as helping us women return a point or two to men. Xia Qing said softly, Senior Sister Kong is right. Everyone has the heart to help others. As they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua was led over by the Wuming clan's disciple. Peacock saw her and frowned. It seems that only the first time was clear to me. After that, it became fainter and fainter. Now he looks like a normal person. I don't feel anything at all. She then glanced at the other junior sisters. Although they were all wearing veils, they were used to interacting with each other and could almost ignore them. Peacock did not notice anything strange about them. They did not lose their composure like the first time she met Zhang Xiaohua. Could it be my imagination? Could it be, that feeling is the legendary love at first sight? It's gone when we meet again? Peacock was confused. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the horse carriage. Although he had already seen them with his consciousness, he pretended not to know. He bowed to Peacock and said, Master Kong, why have you called for me? Peacock smiled and said, Rensha, these are my junior sisters. They heard about your story and were very curious. They wanted to meet you. Zhang Xiaohua heard and his face was full of fear. He said carefully, so it's you masters. Greetings. Chun Chun was impatient when he heard this. He waved his hand and said, What master? I just don't like it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm new here and don't know the rules. A few days ago, I called the guard's disciple my senior brother and was scolded. So I couldn't think of anything to call you, so I just called you masters. Am I right? Master Kong. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly pleased that he had changed the word, little one, to this humble one without leaving a trace. Then, he complained about someone else. Chun Chun did not wait for Peacock to speak and asked, Let me ask you, Ren Xiao, are you really only 15 years old? How did you grow so tall? Zhang Xiaohua had a fearless look on his face. He rubbed his chin and said, Sir, do I look like I'm 18 years old? Well, this guy pushed the question back. I didn't say I wasn't 18 years old. You insist that I'm 15 years old. I can't do anything about it. Chun Chun smiled and said, Your face looks like a 15-year-old outer disciple. But your body is similar to a 20-year-old disciple. It's hard to tell, Master. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something. Chun Chun waved his hand and said, Don't call me master. I've been out of Dianqi Lake for a few months and I'm sick of being called master. Then he rolled his eyes and smiled. I'm Chun Chun. You can call me Sister Chun. How about that? Chun Chun. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately thought of the round-faced girl he met 4 or 5 years ago at the martial arts hall of Misty Heights. She was Sister Changa's little tail. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He didn't know why Peacock lost her composure when she saw him. Was it because she met the people from Misty School? She met his second brother? Was that why she recognized him? However, he immediately dismissed this idea. After all, although Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were biological brothers, the two of them did not look alike. One had a long face like his mother, Guo Sufei. The other had a round face like his father, Zhang Kai, and Zhang Xiaohua looked like his elder brother, Zhang Xiaolong, but was quite a bit different from Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not answer, Chun Chun was unhappy and said, What? Am I not worthy? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, It's not that I don't dare, it's just that. Then he looked at Peacock and said, Master Kong, you see. Peacock also had a headache when it came to this junior of hers. She thought for a moment and said, You're just a medicine boy from Tuidan Hall. You have nothing to do with us inner disciples. I can't control how you address each other. Moreover, I can control you along the way, but when we get on the boat, it has nothing to do with me. Even if you call me master, I may not respond. Chun Chun heard this and laughed and said, See, even Master Kong has acquiesced. Why don't you call me master? Zhang Xiaohua was amused and could only go forward and bow. Greetings, Sister Chun. Ha ha. Chun Chun laughed again and said, Finally, there's a boy taller than me who calls me sister, ha ha. Looking at Chun Chun's extreme lack of care, Zhang Xiaohua's body swayed a few times, and she barely steadied herself. She thought to herself, Wow, do you really have to do this? You're a disciple of the inner sect. If you go up and shout, who knows how many male disciples will flatter you and call you sister. Xiaqing saw Chun Chun laughing and quickly said, Senior, calm down, calm down. Peacock also waved her hand and said, Junior, you're a lady, a lady. The other three also showed a look of disdain. When Chen Chun was done laughing, she saw that she was up to no good. She winked and said, Little brother Run, since you're my brother, you can't hide anything from me. Tell me how you met your Nieqianyu and how you sent her back to Rejuvenation Valley. Oh right, since I'm your sister, this. Chen Chun pointed at Peacock and the rest and said, Of course, these are your sisters as well. You can't lie to them. Tell us everything that happened along the way. Remember, don't leave out any details, especially if you held the girl's hand or kissed her on the cheek. After that she fainted. Zhang Xiaohua immediately fell to the ground with a thud. The consequences of calling someone's sister were so serious. Peacock and the rest were stunned at first. Then they all laughed. When Zhang Xiaohua patted the dust off her body and stood up with a bitter face, Peacock stopped laughing and said, Ren Xiaoyao, please don't blame us. We've been practicing in the sect all this time and rarely go out in the martial arts world. Everything we know about the martial arts world is from hearsay. I've already told them a little about you and Ye Qinyu. Junior Chan saw that you have a chivalrous heart and was very happy, so she asked you to call her sister. This will only be good for you and no harm, so don't feel burdened. Actually, I've always wanted to hear from you personally. If you have time, can you tell me in detail? Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why Chen Chen, whom she had never met, asked her to call her sister. So that was why. Women in this world really needed to be coaxed and pampered. Who knew when it would pay off? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Master Kong. Chen Chen immediately stopped her. Master Kong, call me Sister Kong. After a few days I won't be a master anymore. Just call me that for now. This. Zhang Xiaohua dared not make the decision without permission. Peacock smiled and said, this title is only used in private. It has nothing to do with seniority in the sect, but it doesn't matter. Yes, Sister Kong. Zhang Xiaohua replied. When Peacock heard this, her heart skipped a beat, but she felt very comfortable. It seemed that only when Zhang Xiaohua was of the same status as her, she felt natural. Even a simple title was the same. After that, naturally the rest of them also called her sister. However, Zhang Xiaohua clearly felt that although the other four were curious, their tone was indifferent. It was just for show and could not be taken seriously. Please vote recommend. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 522. Chen Chen urged Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to clear her throat and tell them how she met Nye Qinyu and Little Orange, how she was in danger, how she was sent to Rejuvenation Valley, how she went on the stage to compete in martial arts, and so on. She exaggerated all the things that should be said and made up all the things that should not be said. Hearing this, they were very happy as if they had experienced it themselves, which greatly satisfied their curiosity. In the end, Chun Chun still refused to believe it. Little brother Ren, you really didn't even touch Nye Qinyu's hand? Don't lie to me, really. If you didn't touch it, how could she think of asking you to fight in the arena? It's obvious that she wants to marry you. Silly big sister. Zhang Xiaohua directly defined Chan Chan and laughed in her heart. She can only think of marrying someone after touching someone's hand? She doesn't know as much as I do. It seems that Li Jinfeng should enlighten her. Peacock also laughed out loud and complained, she's just a kid. How can she say this in front of you? You don't know, if it weren't for this, would the girl have fallen into his arms and cried when he left Rejuvenation Valley? Don't you have a brain? I say no wonder. You're not honest hiding this from me. If senior sister Kong hadn't told me just now, I would have been kept in the dark. Chun Chun pretended to be angry, and then winked. How does it feel to have a soft fragrance in your arms? Zhang Xiaohua covered her forehead with her hand and almost asked, Big sister, are you 20 or 30 years old? Can you ask someone else about this? When Chun Chun saw Zhang Xiaohua blushing and mumbling without saying anything, he felt even more enlightened. He had hit the nail on the head and his interest was piqued. Peacock stared and waved her hand. Junior sister Chun, what should I say? Although the male disciples in the sect are like mice in front of a cat when they see us, they don't dare to make a sound, and no one dares to talk to you face to face. But you can't just grab hold of this Ren Xiaoyao and interrogate him. If you don't let him have some privacy, how will he dare to see you in the future? Chun Chun smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands. Senior sister Kong really knows me too well. Those little bastards are so boring. They are either trembling in fear or shamelessly trying to get close to you. It's not easy to meet someone with a story. How can I let it go so easily? I'm gonna faint. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down again. She had risked her life to save people and escorted them for thousands of miles, but it turned out to be a relaxing story. Sigh, these girls are really blessed by the heavens. Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained. There were too many unfairness in this world. Xia Qing laughed. Many people in the sect have stories. It's just that you don't want to hear them. TSK. What kind of story is there? They were all brought into the sect when they were 4 or 5 years old. What kind of story is there? They're just making up stories behind closed doors. That's all. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to hear that. As the ancients said, if a lie is 70% true and 30% false, it's the most difficult to distinguish. Just now I was splitting it in half. This cheap sister that I just got to know actually believed me. Then, Chun looked at him like a weasel looking at a chick. Junior brother Ren, what other good stories do you have? How about revealing them together? Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly. I'm young and haven't been in the martial arts world for long. I don't have much experience. There's really nothing to say. You're young? Chun looked disdainful and said, look at your body. You can definitely fool the little girl. Well, you even hugged Nie Qianyu. How dare you say you don't have much experience? Then she winked and said, is there any other romance? We'll keep it a secret for you. We won't tell Rejuvenation Valley. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua blushing and not saying anything, she said, forget it. I heard from Sister Kong that Nie Qianyu isn't pretty and she's small. If you tell me all your secrets, I'll find you a peerless beauty in Chuanxiang cult. You don't have to go back. Anyway, you haven't gotten married yet. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed. How could he let down Chan Chen's good intentions? How could he not contribute anything to romance? Zhang Xiaohua was about to say something when a disciple came over and bowed. Master Kong, the carriage has been waiting for a long time. If we don't move now, we won't be able to reach the destination by tonight. Peacock nodded and said, okay, we'll set off now. Go and inform them. Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, Renshao, you should go back. If you don't want to stay in the carriage, you can ride your David's deer to get some fresh air. I heard you say that you were the one who drove the carriage to deliver beauties from 1,000 miles away. It's not bad. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. Thank you, Lord Kong. After saying that, she cupped her hands to the few older sisters and turned to leave. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua left, a female disciple scolded, Junior Sister Chun, what are you doing? He was just an alchemy boy from the Pill Tower Hall with an ordinary appearance. Why did she ask him to call her sister? That's too much nonsense. Another person also said angrily, that's right, it's just listening to a story. You even got a cheap brother for no reason. If this guy uses the tiger's skin to carry a banner in the future, I'll see what you're going to do. Xia Qing did not say anything. She listened quietly and did not express her opinion. Chun looked at Peacock alone. Both of them practiced the same skill, but they were much more familiar with it than the others. Seeing that senior sister did not seem to blame him, Chan smiled and said, didn't you see how timid he was? How could he have the guts to do that? Moreover, according to senior sister Kong, he's a rare chivalrous person in the martial arts world. He wouldn't do something like that. Besides, he's just an ant in our hands now that he's in the fragrance cult. If he dares to do anything, we'll crush him with a finger. Hearing this, it was a far cry from her earlier attitude of wanting to hear the gossip. The other disciples also felt the same and did not pursue the matter. At this time, Xia Qing asked Senior Sister Kong, you went to Macho City and saw Macho Lake, right? Tell us about the scenery there. And that damn frowning tower, it's still in good condition? Peacock smiled. I know you guys are jealous of me. You guys even brought the local specialties of Macho City. When we reach the sect, I'll give it to you guys. After that, Peacock told them everything she saw on her way to Macho City. After she finished, each of them also told them about the places they went and the local customs. They had already put aside the matter of sisters and brothers. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the carriage, Chang was curious and asked about the trip. Zhang Xiaohua did not hide anything and told Chang a little. Chang was envious. He had not even entered the fragrance cult and already had a few inner disciples as his sisters. This was something he had never dreamed of. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was not as handsome as himself, Chang would have thought that the disciples of the fragrance cult judged people by their appearance. Seeing the jealousy in Chang's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua secretly shook his head. This is just a casual title, who would take it seriously? If you took it seriously, you'd be a fool. In any case, Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to call the fragrance cult elder sister. This was different from when Zhang Xiaohua met Qiu Tong and Ou Yan when she was 11 or 12 years old. Firstly, Zhang Xiaohua was young at that time and didn't know anything. Seeing that Qiu Tong and Ou Yan were amiable, she casually called them sisters. Fortunately, they didn't mind. Secondly, Zhang Xiaohua and Qiu Tong's status was similar. There wasn't much of a conflict of interest. Although Ou Yan was a little high and mighty, she and Qiu Tong called each other sisters. Moreover, they lived in the small misty mountain villa together. The fragrance cult, on the other hand, was very different and could not be called casually. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's indifference, Chong secretly gave her a thumbs up. As expected of an uncle, you're amazing. After a few more days, more people came. Not only were there masked female inner disciples, but there were also many male disciples who were not masked. However, no matter how old these male disciples were, they all called Peacock and the other female disciples senior sister. Seeing a few male disciples with beards on their faces respectfully calling Xiaqing senior sister, Zhang Xiaohua laughed so hard that she almost fell off the carriage. I didn't expect the fragrance cult to be so biased towards women and ignore men. In fact, since Chun and the others came that day, Zhang Xiaohua had not sat on the back of the odd beast. On one hand, he had to cultivate the formula and always sat on Huan's back, which was easy to attract attention. On the other hand, his current role was just a medicine boy. It was better to keep a low profile and calm. If he attracted the attention of people with ulterior motives, it would not be good for anyone. Moreover, after seeing Chen and the others, Manager Yang also received the news that he had been with the inner disciples for a long time. He had come over quietly to ask about it and whispered to him to avoid dealing with the inner disciples, so as not to bring trouble to the pill-expanding hall and rejuvenation valley. Zhang Xiaohua understood this very well. She lowered her head and agreed obediently, so she stayed in the carriage. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so sensible, Manager Yang left with peace of mind and continued to serve the inner disciples who came one after another. However, Chong was very tired of it. He thought that by staying with this uncle, he could get close to him and build a relationship, but he was either riding the odd beast outside or sitting cross-legged in the carriage, ignoring him. If he had known this, he would have gone to the front to find other children. At least they could talk, right? The team moved forward for a long time. On this day, they bypassed a majestic mountain and passed through a narrow plank road, arriving at a huge lake. Seeing the lake in front of them, not only Zhang Xiaohua, but all the children who had just got off the carriage were fascinated by the scene in front of them. This was a place with rippling blue waves and beautiful scenery. There were majestic mountains on all sides and dense forests on the mountains. Right in the middle was the lake. The huge lake was like a piece of emerald gem embedded among the mountains, making people reluctant to leave at a glance. After looking at the lake for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked elsewhere. Needless to say, this was the door to the fragrance cult. However, looking at the surrounding mountains, there was no obvious way to go up the mountain. How was she going to get there? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on the lake that was as round as the full moon. Could it be? Chapter 523. Above the moon, above the moon. Zhang Xiaohua mumbled to herself as she looked at Dianqi Lake, which was shaped like a full moon, deep in thought. At this time, many tents had been set up around Dianqi Lake, and many carriages were parked at the foot of the mountain. Many disciples were dressed like the disciples of Wuming Hall. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua's team coming in, many disciples came to greet them. They were all very familiar with each other. Before Zhang Xiaohua and the rest could react, a middle-aged man came over and bowed to Peacock, who had just alighted from the carriage. Master Kong, you're back. Thank you for your hard work. Peacock smiled and bowed slightly as well. Servant Lu, thank you for your hard work. There are so many disciples waiting for you. Deacon Lu waved his hand. It's my honor to be able to serve the hard-working and meritorious inner sect disciples. Master Kong was able to thwart the Tenryu sect's conspiracy, and this has greatly increased the prestige of the incense order. I admire you even more. Peacock knew her own situation and smiled. Servant Lu continued. Thank goodness Master Kong was able to make it back in time. If he wasn't back by tomorrow, we would have to wait for another 2 years. Peacock waved her hand. As long as he's back, it's better than being killed. Don't you think so? Servant Lu shook his head. How could Master Kong be defeated with his martial arts? If it wasn't for the Heavenly Dragon sect fighting 3 against 1, you wouldn't have been injured. Oh, that's right, Abbess Qinglong is waiting for you over there. Lord Kong should go to her first. He turned and pointed in a direction. Peacock nodded. Yang Yao is in the carriage behind us. Please arrange a place for us to rest. Servant Lu said. Master Kong's carriage was the last to arrive. I'll help Yang Yao clean up the place. He cupped his hands and left to look for Butler Yang. Peacock turned around and looked at Chan Chan and Xia Qing. Let's go. Junior sisters, let's go greet Master Fu. Abbess Qinglong's tent was conspicuous. It was right beside Lake Dianqi and it was all alone. There were very few disciples around it. Before Peacock and the rest got close, they heard a slightly aged voice asking, "Is that Peacock?" Peacock shouted from afar, "Yes, it's your disciple, I'm here to greet you." Before he could finish his words, a white-haired woman in a palace dress with a veil over her face appeared in front of the tent. Peacock did not dare to delay. She quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Disciple greets Uncle Master. I dare not trouble Uncle Master to welcome me." Chen Chan, Xia Qing, and the others also followed suit. Nun Qingling reached out to support Peacock and said kindly, "You were the only one who was attacked when you left the valley this time, and the situation was very serious. You fought against 3 people and didn't lose. As your martial aunt, if I didn't come out to greet you, I would be letting you down. Chun Chun, you should all get up." Peacock said shamefully, "It's not what Uncle Master thinks. I was no match for the 3 men in green." Nun Qingling was stunned for a moment before she understood. "You've improved a lot. This is your first time out of the valley and you already know how to calm people down. You've really lived up to your master's teachings. Come, let's talk inside. I can see that your meridians are badly injured. Why haven't you recovered after such a long time?" With that, she led the disciples into the tent. Everyone sat down and took off their veils, revealing their true faces. Chun Chun mumbled, "Uncle Master, what kind of rules do we have in the incense cult? Even the inner disciples have to wear veils. They're even worse than the outer disciples. Don't you find it tiring to bring them back and forth every day?" Peacock scolded, "Chen Chan, the rules of the cult don't allow you to speak like that. Luckily, Uncle Master Fu has always been nice to us. She wouldn't mention this to Master. Otherwise Master would have to punish you again." Chun Chun stuck out his tongue, coupled with his fair oval face. He looked very playful. "It's because I know Uncle Master Fu is nice to us, that's why I mentioned it. I'm too lazy to mention it in front of others. Don't you think so, Uncle Master Fu?" The kind-looking Fu Qing laughed coldly. "This rule was set by the founder. Since you've joined the incense cult and become an inner disciple, just accept it. Outer disciples can't wear it even if they want to." Then, Abbess Qingling looked at Peacock's face and frowned. "Peacock, tell me what happened that day. Your injuries were much more serious than I thought." Peacock cleared her throat and recounted in detail how Liang Tsongshu and the others ambushed her. "Sword energy." Abbess Qingling's frown deepened. "It's the sword energy. Other than the incense cult, there aren't many masters in Jianghu who know how to use it, let alone the sword energy. According to the sect's records, only the Shindao sect from thousands of years ago was proficient in this technique. But the Shindao sect was destroyed thousands of years ago. Its legacy is long gone. But if it's the Tenryu sect, just as you said, we don't know which heavenly king is proficient in the sword energy." Peacock probed. "The Tenryu sect has dominated Jianghu for thousands of years. There are many masters in the sect. It's hard to say if there isn't someone who is proficient in the sword energy." Abbess Qingling nodded. "Peacock is right. It's better to report this to the Tenryu sect. The Tenryu sect hasn't harassed our sect for many years. This time they suddenly attacked us, we don't know what they're plotting." Chun Chun interrupted, "Who cares what they're plotting? After tomorrow, our passage will open again in 2 years. What can they do to us?" Abbess Qingling laughed. "You little girl, your thinking is so simple. What about 2 years later? When the passage opens, the Tenryu sect will come and we won't be prepared. Won't we be at a great disadvantage? Also, haven't you thought about the possibility of our passage opening every month? Opening every month. The other disciples exclaimed, Master, don't underestimate us. We've only read about it in the ancient records. Thousands of years ago, our door could be opened every month. Later on, the interval between opening became longer and longer. In the last 1,000 years, it's been opening every 2 years. Don't tell me it can be opened every month? Abbess Qingling said, didn't it open every 5 years? Before I came out this time, I heard from the elders that the passage is becoming more and more stable. In another 1,000 years, it might be able to open every month. 1,000 years, the disciples immediately lost interest. Seeing this, Abbess Qingling said, this is just a normal deduction. If there's any abnormality, it might be possible to open in 10 years. Sai, that's still more than 10 years. Chan Chan and the others were still not interested. Seeing the disciples like this, Abbess Qingling was not surprised. Although these girls were talented in martial arts, they were still young girls. 10 years was not within their scope of consideration. Therefore, Abbess Qingling took out a small jade bottle and passed it to Peacock. This is a minor meridian nourishing pill that I've collected. It's very effective in nourishing the meridians. Your meridians were injured by the internal energy of the saber. Normal pills might not be effective. Take this and see the effect. I'll heal you later. Minor meridian nourishing pill? Peacock and the others were surprised, Master. How come we've never heard of this pill? And it's called minor? Is it related to the Dalan Temple's minor recovery pill? Abbess Qingling laughed. This is an ancient pill that has been lost for a long time. If you've heard of it, then it's strange. As for why it's called minor, it's because this pill was created by the elders of the Pill Expanding Hall. It has nothing to do with the Dalan Temple's minor recovery pill. The Dalan Temple's minor recovery pill is similar to the Dahuan pill and the Yuhuandan pill. It's a far cry from this minor meridian nourishing pill. Ah, it's so precious. Peacock heard this and quickly declined. I don't dare to use it. Abbess Qingling shook her head. I'm not giving it to you for free. I just want you to try it out and see how effective it is on the meridians injured by the saber. If it's possible, I'll have to ask the Pill Expanding Hall to refine the minor meridian nourishing pill so that we can deal with the Tenryu sect in the future. After hearing this, Peacock took it and smiled, Master. You're using me as a test subject. I'll have to taste it carefully so that I can tell the Pill Expanding Hall about it in the future. After saying this, she was about to take the pill. Abbess Qingling stopped her. Peacock, don't be anxious. Take it at night when you're practicing martial arts. Circulate your inner breath for 36 cycles, and maybe there'll be a special surprise waiting for you. Peacock was curious. Surprise? Can you explain it clearly? Abbess Qingling shook her head. I don't know if there'll be a surprise. Even if I tell you now, I might not be able to fulfill it. You'll know tomorrow. Peacock nodded. However, Chan Chan asked, if it's refined by the Pill Expanding Hall, why don't we know about it? Abbess Qingling sighed. It's not easy to refine this pill. Even if the Pill Expanding Hall still has the recipe, they've never been able to refine it successfully. These few pills were refined by the internal alchemists by chance. How can the Pill Expanding Hall refine it successfully? After hearing this, Peacock was a little hesitant about whether she should take the pill or not. After asking about Peacock's injury, Abbess Qingling asked about Peacock's escape in detail. However, even though she had more experience than Chan Chan and the others, she couldn't give any useful advice when it came to matters related to formations. She only frowned and said, if what Peacock said is true, then there's only one possibility. Someone helped you. Peacock nodded and said, I think so too. But I was seriously injured at that time and couldn't trace it. Also, I've asked the disciples of the Wuming Hall to check the place where Liang Tsongshu and the others were trapped. They didn't find anything unusual. Abbess Qingling smiled bitterly and said, these people can make the 4 of you fall into the formation unknowingly. Well, even if they set up the formation in advance, they had to hide it from the other 2 people in the Tenryu sect. These people are naturally rare masters in Jianghu. You're seriously injured. Even if they put away the formation, you may not know. Fortunately, these people only have good intentions towards the fragrance cult. They'll be a great help, but I don't know which sect they're from. Xia Qing, who had been silent all this time, asked curiously, Abbess Qingling, from your tone, There should be several people who save Sister Kong? Abish Qingling nodded. Please give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. Chapter 524. Qinglong Shirtai nodded and said, You sisters are all outstanding inner sect disciples of our fragrant religion. Although this is your first time taking on such an important task, and you haven't traveled much in Jianghu before, Martial Uncle is well aware of your martial arts. In the entire Jianghu, aside from those sect leaders and elders who founded their own sects, you are the only ones. The 3 people sent by the Tenryu sect must have been secretly trained by them. With just the 4 of you, it can be said that even the sect leaders of the middle-rank sects in Jianghu may not be your match. How could 1 or 2 ordinary people dare to scheme against you? You must be the elite disciples of some sect who are used to working together. You must have known about the Tenryu sect's ambush plan and planned this beforehand. Moreover, thinking for a moment, he continued, moreover, the art of array formations has been gradually annihilated since 10,000 years ago. Although our fragrant religion is blessed by the heavens and has managed to preserve a blessed land, all of our inheritances regarding array formations have been sealed away and cannot be used. We only keep the most basic knowledge for our disciples to use as reference. Therefore, you have only heard of array formations and do not truly understand them. If the fragrant order is like this, then the other sects in Jianghu are even worse. They have long become legends. Formations were used a lot in ancient times, but now they only appear occasionally. This shows how difficult it is to use formations. A few years ago, the Righteous Tao Alliance obtained the Chiman 3 Talents formation from somewhere, and found 3 extremely powerful triplets with similar inner strength, the auspicious 3 treasures, to be able to use them together. This 3 Talents formation is just a basic formation and it is already so difficult. If what Peacock encountered was a formation, even if it was the 3 Talents formation, it should have required at least 3 people to set it up. Otherwise, it would have been the same as the 3 Talents formation. Qin Shuriwe would have forcefully broken the formation and died under his sword. Peacock frowned and said, But I was also in the formation at that time. Why didn't I feel like I was trapped? Moreover, the 3 people from the Tenryu sect seem to have forcefully broken the formation in the end? Priestess Qinglong smiled and said, I was just casually looking at it. I don't really understand formations. Everything I said was just a guess. If you are interested, wait for 20 years and your skills have improved, then you can apply to the Elder Pavilion to understand formations. 20 years? The female disciples were disappointed. What? It's only been 20 years and you think it's too long? Nun Qingling said, The way of immortality is a long journey. 20 years is just a snap of the fingers. Although you are now specializing in martial arts, these are all the modifications of the incense cult that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. They are inextricably linked to the way of immortality. I think you also know that the environment of heaven and earth has gradually changed a few years ago. If nothing unexpected happens, the way of immortality will gradually flourish. In a few decades you may be able to touch the edge of the way of immortality. Chun Chen's face was full of longing as he said, Martial Uncle, Master has already said this 7 or 8 years ago. But after so long, isn't the world still the same? Maybe in another 20 years it will still be the same. Xia Qing also asked softly, Martial Uncle, is what Master said true? Can we really fly in the sky in the future? Just like in the story? Cold Nun laughed. Where did the story come from? If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, who would imagine it to be so perfect? Now, the Qinggong of the incense cult is already very magical. But this is only derived from the Imperial Wind technique. Just think about it and you will know how powerful the lost Imperial Wind technique is. Imperial Wind, riding the breeze, flying in the 9 heavens, this is not nonsense. Then she said to Chan Chan earnestly, The most important thing to avoid in cultivation is to be impetuous. 1 step at a time is the right way to go. How about 7 years? How about 20 years? Even if it's 50 years, as long as you step into the way of immortality, time will not leave a mark on your face. Cultivating the way of immortality can preserve one's youth forever? Peacock also exclaimed, Master didn't say this before. Please tell me, Martial Uncle. Cold Nun said awkwardly, This, Martial Uncle, only read about it from the books in the sect, you can't take it seriously. It is said that cultivating the way of immortality has the effect of prolonging one's life. Living up to 200 or 300 years is not a problem. As for preserving one's youth, haha, look at your master, me, and many other elders. Although we are so old, don't we look much younger than ordinary people? Chun Chun pouted and said, that's still because we are old. If we look like this forever, then that's what we call eternal youth. Haha, we are now cultivating the way of martial arts. The effect of prolonging one's life has been greatly reduced. Who knows how the way of immortality is like? Moreover, legend has it that there are many elixirs in the way of immortality. As long as one consumes it, some will be forever beautiful, some will live longer than the heavens, and one will look exactly the same as when one was young. Peacock's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Xiaohua's face suddenly appeared in her mind. But then she laughed. How could this be? The female apprentices beside them were envious and disappointed. Chun Chun said, forget it, our pill repository hall definitely doesn't have it, or else Hall Master Ziguang wouldn't look like that. The few of them pursed their lips and laughed. Peacock asked curiously, Masters Jr., Master didn't tell us these things. Why are you interested in talking so much today? Abbess Qingling said, in these 7 or 8 years, it is not as Chun Chun said. Everything is the same as before. Not to mention that the passage is gradually stabilizing. Even the forbidden areas in the sect are showing signs of recovery. The herbs in the pill repository hall are also growing well. As for the formation, didn't it appear in Jianghu? This shows that the revival of the way of immortality is imminent. If we don't prepare early, we may be left behind by the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect. The battle of the way of immortality is not comparable to the way of martial arts. It is definitely a supernatural power that can move mountains and seas. If they really cultivate disciples first, the incense sect will be in trouble. Therefore, the Elders' Cabinet has decided to gradually explain the way of immortality to the outstanding inner disciples. I'm just starting. When you return to the sect, you will know more. Peacock and the rest stood up and bowed. Thank you for teaching us, Masters Jr. Abbess Qingling nodded and said, however, these are the secrets of the incense sect. You can only understand but not speak of it. You can't tell anyone about it. The female disciples all nodded in agreement. Abbess Qingling was only sitting at the edge of Lake Dianqi. She did not care about the completion of their mission. She only asked carefully because Peacock was in danger, which was something she had not seen for many years. The rest of them were just asking casually and did not care. Finally, Abbess Qingling smiled and said, you all should return to your own carriages. Although the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Hall are in charge of chores, as long as you are not in the sect, you can't say that you have completed your mission. When Peacock and the rest heard this, they stood up and left. When the Rejuvenation Valley's carriages arrived at Lake Dianqi, everyone was present. The surroundings of Lake Dianqi were almost filled with people. Peacock's mission was to Carefree City, which was the most important mission among all the disciples. Therefore, her carriages were arranged to be closest to Abbess Qingling's tent. Rejuvenation Valley also benefited from this and did not have to travel far away. When Peacock was not around, all the chores were taken care of by Manager Yang. He discussed with Deacon Liu of the Heaven and Earth Hall and arranged for the tents and other things to be set up. After tidying up, he was about to leave when he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua. He saw that Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and asked Manager Yang, I have something to ask, but I don't know if I should say it. When Manager Yang saw that his last mission was completed successfully, he was very happy. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua was someone he would have to look after in the future. He smiled and said, what is it? Feel free to say it. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at a few children not far away and asked, Manager Yang, that carriage seems to have more than 10 children. Are they also from our pill expansion hall? Manager Yang said with a smile, of course, our pill expansion hall needs a lot of medicine boys. There are those who plant medicinal herbs, those who refine medicinal pills, and those who make medicine for injuries. If we only find 10 from your Rejuvenation Valley every 2 years, how would it be enough? You specialize in growing herbs, they might be the ones who make medicine. Haha, as for which sect they are from, I can't tell you. Look over there. Manager Yang seemed to be in a good mood and actually answered 3 questions. He pointed at a few tents not far away and said, those are the tents of the Weapon Refining Hall. They are the same as our pill expansion hall. They also need to search for children in Jianghu. What they need are children who specialize in making weapons. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, if that's the case, the surrounding area is probably filled with the children that our incense cult is looking for. Manager Yang nodded and said, it's more or less like that. There are also some with good aptitude who directly join the incense cult. There are also some who go to Jianghu to handle other affairs. In short, they need to finish what they haven't done for 2 years in a few months. 2 years? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, Manager Yang did not continue the topic and said, don't ask too much about this. You will know in the future. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, then this is the incense cult? Manager Yang smiled mysteriously and said, of course not. This is not the incense cult. You just wait. You will know tomorrow night. Damn, we are already here and you still want to keep it a secret? Zhang Xiaohua criticized for a while. If you don't say, do you think I won't know? Hehe. However, even if Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she still could not find any clues from the surrounding mountains and the gem-like Lake Dianqi. Everything was very normal. The last night at the edge of Lake Dianqi was also very normal. However, when the sun rose from the east, Peacock, who was healing her injuries, came out from her tent. Her face was rosy and her complexion was much better. There was a hint of joy between her brows. She excitedly went to find Cold Abyss to thank her. Not only could she heal her injuries, she could also improve her skills. It would be strange if she was not happy. She could improve her skills by 7 to 8 years for no reason. After dinner at night, the disciples of Qianquan Hall came to supervise them to pack up. The disciples of the incense cult looked indifferent. Zhang Xiaohua and the others who were here for the first time were naturally very puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to explore the surroundings again. Only then did she discover that within a day, there was a fluctuation of chi of vitality on the emerald green lake. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 525. Moreover, the fluctuation of primordial chi on the surface of the lake became more intense as time passed. Zhang Xiaohua, like the other children, stood there quietly and looked at Dianqi Lake under the moonlight. The emerald green waves of Dianqi Lake had already disappeared during the night. Only the pure white moonlight shone down, shining brightly. After a long time, the full moon rose even higher. Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes to look at the slanted moon, thinking to himself, unknowingly, it's another full moon night. Could it be that the path to the incense cult is related to the moon? While looking with his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense also covered the entire Dianqi Lake. He wanted to see what mysteries there were. As time passed, the full moon was about to rise into the sky, and the reflection on the lake was blown to pieces by the breeze. Although there were countless people standing at the edge of Dianqi Lake, they all stood quietly. They did not even dare to breathe. Suddenly, all the disciples of the cult of incense made a very strange movement. They crossed their fingers on their left and right hands and placed them flat on their chests. They closed their eyes and lowered their heads slightly. At this time, the full moon had moved to the middle of the night sky. At the same time, the sky above Dianqi Lake, which was still breezing a moment ago, was silent. There was not even a trace of wind. The strangest thing was that Zhang Xiaohua could see everything in Dianqi Lake with his spiritual sense, but at this moment the entire lake seemed to be blank and disappeared from his spiritual sense. Zhang Xiaohua immediately retracted his spiritual sense and looked at everything in front of him in amazement. At this time, in the reflection of the full moon in Dianqi Lake, a few black dots suddenly appeared on the white disk of the moon. Yes, black dots. Although they were very small, they were unusually clear. Moreover, the black dots were getting bigger and bigger. In just a few breaths, they were dozens of times bigger, and they were still getting bigger. After only half a cup of tea's time, the black dots were clearly visible. Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but the other children also opened their eyes wide and their jaws almost fell to the ground. There were a few who could not bear it and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The last outline of the black dots was actually a huge wooden ship. Above the moon. On the moon. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why there was a rumor in Jianghu that the incense cult was on the moon. Wasn't it because they came out from the reflection of the moon? Wasn't it on the moon? At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua had a different feeling. What the hell? Zhang Xiaohua almost shouted in her heart, Old Man Long, Elder Hua. Didn't they all say that the Tao of immortality has been destroyed for 10,000 years? I thought I was the only inheritor of the Tao of immortality, the only Qi practitioner in this world. But look, this door to the incense religion is truly an unparalleled method of the Tao of immortality. The aroma cult is still passing down the cultivation methods and array formations of the immortal Tao. If I enter the aroma cult, won't I be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? AI poor Misty School. Don't even mention the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Heavenly Tao Union. Just the incense cult alone would be enough to destroy them. It's just a pity that their sect protection formation is just as powerful, isn't it? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately activated the spirit guidance. She had made up her mind that from now on, unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not reveal her identity as a Qi practitioner. The incense cult was really too dangerous. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the disciples of the incense cult also raised their heads. The dozen or so huge wooden ships were completely revealed. They were actually not any smaller than the riverboats of the Southern Sea Serpent Palace. The dozen or so wooden ships filled the entire shore of Lake Dianqi. Although it was already night time, the people at the shore of Lake Dianqi were all lit by torches. Under the moonlight, the wooden ships actually emitted a pale white glow, allowing people to see them clearly. They really were small boats from the Moon Palace. A resonant voice rang out from one of the wooden ships. Junior Sister Qing Lung, it's been hard on you. Have there been any abnormalities in the past few months? When everyone raised their heads, they saw a nun dressed in dark robes standing at the front of the huge wooden ship. She was also wearing a veil, and she was currently speaking to the shore. Nun Qinglong stepped out from the crowd and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister Shuezhen. Everything has been normal here at Lake Dianqi. There have been no special movements. I've only stayed by the shore of Lake Dianqi for a few months. How could it be hard on me? The disciples have all completed their missions perfectly. We'll talk about the details when we reach the lingering fragrance peak. Nun Shuezhen nodded and smiled. Everything is normal. Junior Sister, please make the preparations and arrange for the disciples to board the ships in an orderly manner. We don't have much time. Nun Qinglong said. I've already made the arrangements. Please lead the way, Senior Sister. When Nun Shuezhen heard this, she waved her hand. It was unknown whether it was her or the disciples on the wooden ships who did it, but from the dozens of wooden ships, a few flashing steps immediately stretched out and directly reached the shore. The disciples of Qiankuan Hall who had been waiting on the shore for a long time did not dare to be negligent. They arranged for the nearest people to board the ships according to their positions on the shore of Lake Dianqi. Zhang Xiaohua's team was originally arranged next to Nun Qinglong, with Peacock as the leader. When the wooden ships appeared, the disciples of Qiankuan Hall began to prepare to board the ships. Peacock left the team and went straight to Nun Qinglong. Chen Chan, Xiaoqing, and the other inner disciples also immediately gathered in their teams and gathered with Nun Qinglong. Then, under the guidance of Nun Qinglong, they walked to the steps in front of them and went straight to the big ship where Nun Shuezhen was. When they got on the ship, the real and illusory steps also faded like the brilliance and gradually returned to the big ship. It was a little troublesome for Zhang Xiaohua and the others to get on the ship, because not only were there people, there were also carriages and horses. Yes, there was also Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer that was holding the Prajna sword. In fact, when he saw the wooden ships, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely worried. There was no problem for him to get on the ship, but what about his Prajna sword? However, when he saw the steps that were like the path of immortals, he was relieved. The supernatural powers of immortals were unpredictable. If it could not even withstand the weight, could it still be called a supernatural power? As expected, the disciples of Qiankuan Hall covered the eyes of all the horses and led them to pull the carriages directly onto the steps. The David's deer also followed behind them. When Huan stepped on the steps, the brilliance seemed to tremble for a moment, then it became stable. When Huan walked to the big ship, the ship did not even sway. Zhang Xiaohua was finally relieved. Not long after, when the disciples of Wuming Hall boarded the wooden ships, it was Zhang Xiaohua and the others' turn. Zhang Xiaohua deliberately walked to the back and used his feet to kick the steps under his feet. He felt that it was no different from a normal wooden board. He then carefully released a strand of divine sense, but the steps actually bounced off the divine sense and could not penetrate it. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua completely gave up. This formation seemed to be not something that he could pry into at his level. There were many people and horses beside Dianqi Lake, but there were also many wooden ships. The disciples of Qingkuan Hall seemed to be familiar with this place. Everything was done in an orderly manner, and there was no mistake at all. Not long after, everyone boarded the big ship and the entire shore was empty. Nun Shuizhen had been standing at the bow of her big ship, quietly watching the whole scene. Nun Qingling, Peacock, Chun Chun and the others were beside her. Seeing that everyone had boarded the big ship, Nun Shuizhen shouted again, "Are all the people on the ships on board?" At this time, from one side of the fleet, there was a strange sound of music, one ship after another. At the end, Nun Shuizhen heard it and said to Qingling with a smile, "Junior sister, I'm so happy to have completed it again this year." Nun Qingling was a little worried and said, "This year is different from the previous years. There are some differences. Senior sister, don't be careless. It's better to be careful and alert." Nun Shuizhen was stunned and became more alert. She looked at the surrounding mountains that were as bright as day under the moonlight and said, "Why? Is there something strange?" Nun Qingling said, "It's getting late. It's not too late to go back to the sect first." Nun Shuizhen nodded and stretched out her hand. Almost at the same time, all the steps on the other big ships quickly retreated to the big ship. Until they completely retreated, there was no abnormality. Only then did Nun Qingling on the wooden ship breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, Nun Qingling was too worried. Zhang Xiaohua had used his divine sense to scan the surroundings as early as the night had fallen. He was afraid that there would be some Jianghu people who would spoil his beautiful plan of entering the fragrance cult. He even looked at the wooden ship one last time before it came out. Only when he confirmed that there was no abnormality did he focus his attention on Dianqi Lake. Alas, poor Zhang Xiaohua. He hadn't even set foot on the steps of the fragrance cult and had already started to work hard for others. After the steps were retracted, Nun Shuizhen smiled and said, "There shouldn't be any problems. Junior sister, let's go into the cabin first." Then she led the crowd into the cabin first. The people on the other big ships also entered the cabin one by one under the guidance of the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Hall. At this time, the full moon in the sky was already slanting. Nun Shuizhen's big ship was the first to set off. The other ships followed and went straight to the reflection of the full moon in Dianqi Lake. Just like how it came out, the more the huge wooden ship sailed, the more it shrank. Gradually, it shrank into a black dot and entered the disc-like reflection. Gradually, it disappeared. Finally, it could not be seen at all. Then, seemingly all of a sudden, there was a breeze in the sky above Dianqi Lake. Then, the breeze gradually grew stronger and returned to its original state. On the surface of Dianqi Lake, blue waves rippled and the reflection of the full moon shattered again. The full moon in the sky also slanted a lot and dimmed a lot. Then the entire Dianqi Lake became incomparably quiet. Even the mountains around it were the same. It was as if there had never been so many people. There was only the wind, the shadow of the moon, and the chirping of insects in the cabin of the wooden ship. The children were all sitting. However, their faces flashed with surprise, uneasiness, and excitement. Only Xiaohua sat quietly in the cabin with a slight frown on his face. He was carefully savoring the difference between the ship and the one he used to sail on. This wooden ship seemed to be moving too quietly. There was no jolting or shaking at all. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but release his divine sense. However, just as his divine sense came out of the ship, his face changed involuntarily. "Please vote for me, recommend me." Chapter 526. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to release her divine sense when a bitter smile appeared on her face. Since the aroma cult had restricted the use of divine sense, it must be due to the aroma cult's formation. Presumably, the aroma cult also had qi refining experts. She was only at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining. Counting with her fingers, she had barely reached the middle stage of qi refining. In other words, she could only pretend to be an expert in front of martial Dao experts. If she really encountered an immortal Dao expert, wouldn't she be played in the palm of their hands? Humans, whether it was immortal Dao or martial Dao, had to be low-key. Only by being low-key and doing things low-key could one succeed in a high-profile manner. And even if one succeeded, one still had to be low-key. It was fine to be secretly happy. Why would one have to share the joy of success with others? Did they want to share it with you? My divine sense being restricted is also a good thing, Zhang Xiaohua thought. Originally, there was no change in the first layer of God's guidance. Previously, I was comprehending the incantations, comprehending the heavenly Tao, and refining pills. I didn't have much time to cultivate my divine sense. Although I am cultivating God's guidance bit by bit, there are no signs of improvement. That day, when I was attracted by the book Refining the World, I don't know how I managed to cultivate it. Just a simple strand of divine sense is comparable to all of my divine sense. If I can cultivate to a certain level of God's guidance, the quality of my divine sense will be the same as that strand of divine sense, then I will be amazing. This divine sense being restricted is an opportunity for me to cultivate God's guidance again. If I cultivate my divine sense from the beginning, maybe there will be a completely new change. Fainting, this guy is really open-minded. He actually used the restriction on others' divine sense as a way to hone his own divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua's way of thinking was also very reasonable. As the ancients said, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the edge of a precious sword is sharpened. Only in adversity can one find opportunities that cannot be found in prosperity. Having a divine sense of over 10 zhang is better than having no divine sense at all, Zhang Xiaohua thought as she walked out of the tent. In front of him was a round, emerald green lake the size of Dianqi Lake. The golden sunlight had not yet shone on the lake, and only the gentle breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. The lake was also surrounded by tall mountains on all sides. It was verdant and lush, almost exactly the same as the surroundings of Dianqi Lake yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. If his divine sense had not been suppressed, he would naturally have thought that this was Dianqi Lake. It was no wonder that Manager Yang said yesterday that all the medicine apprentices from Rejuvenation Valley would ask the same question. It was still early. Perhaps it was because they had been busy until late last night. But at this moment the lakeside was quiet and there was no one walking around. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that behind the tent was a forest. She walked over and casually found an open space and started practicing the Fist of the North Star. This fist technique was not afraid of being seen by others. She did not need to hide her martial arts. If she did not practice it, then it would be abnormal. Practicing 11 times of the Fist of the North Star was refreshing. The 10 times of circulation had tempered all the bones in her body. She did not welcome the 11th time of circulation. However, this was normal. Zhang Xiaohua had only advanced the Fist of the North Star for a few months. How could she advance it again so quickly? After practicing the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was still early and did not rush to return to the tent. She listened to the clear chirping of birds in the forest and her mood became better. She walked into the depths of the forest. This forest was lush with vegetation. Walking in it and smelling the faint smell of soil, it could make countless troubles to the back of her mind. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had unknowingly walked far away. As she walked, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes casually glanced to the side. Immediately, she could not move her feet. She saw that under a tree to the side, there was a brown plant growing. It was about half a foot tall and its leaves were like duck's feet. In the middle of the leaves that were shaped like duck's feet, a perfectly straight stem slightly stretched out. At the top of the stem was an oval fruit that was somewhat light green in color. Although this plant was about half a foot tall, the surrounding weeds were more than a foot tall, covering it extremely well. If Zhang Xiaohua had not casually walked to the side, she would not have been able to see it at all. Staring at the light green fruit, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat happy but also somewhat puzzled. This plant was called duck's paw grass in Rejuvenation Valley scrolls, and was called dragon scale fruit in jade slips. The different names, the parts used to make medicine were also different. This duck's paw-shaped leaf was one of the main ingredients used to refine the poison cleansing pill. It had the most miraculous effect of detoxifying and clearing the fire. As for the dragon scale fruit, it was one of the main ingredients used to refine the azure rain pill. It was used to concentrate the mind and sort out the true qi. This medicinal plant had long been lost in the Jianghu. Even Rejuvenation Valley only had records of it and did not have a real medicinal plant. This precious medicinal plant was actually growing just like this under the tree. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be shocked? However, looking at the oval shape of the fruit, it had not yet grown into a perfectly round shape. Moreover, its color was also light green and had not yet turned dark. It was still young and its medicinal power was still insufficient to be used to refine pills. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front and was about to squat down to take a closer look. Suddenly, he frowned and his body paused for a moment. Then he squatted down again. Zhang Xiaohua looked for a while and a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and pretended to pick it. At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind him. "Senior fellow apprentice, please wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. He quickly got up and looked back. Not far from where he stood, a disciple in green was standing there with a long sword in his hand. When the disciple saw Zhang Xiaohua turn around and saw his face, he was also stunned. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior fellow apprentice, you seem to be unfamiliar. May I ask which mountain you are from?" "Which mountain?" This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be stunned. He quickly returned the greeting and said, "I am Ren Xiaoya. I just came to the fragrance cult last night." When the disciple heard this, he smiled and said, "Oh, I know. It seems that junior fellow apprentice is an apprentice of the weapon refining hall. I am a disciple of the Wuming Hall. Junior fellow apprentice, you are too far away from the encampment. You'd better go back quickly." After that, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the duck's palm grass. Zhang Xiaohua wondered why he was so sure that he was an apprentice of the weapon refining hall. He smiled and said, "Thank you, senior fellow apprentice, for reminding me. I woke up early in the morning and walked around. Then I came here. I will go back now." Then he pointed to the duck's palm grass and said, "I will pick this strange grass and leave." After that he squatted down again. Seeing this, the disciple panicked and stopped him. "Junior brother, please stop. I found this lotus leaf grass a long time ago, but because it is still young I haven't picked it yet. Please stop, junior brother." Lotus leaf grass was a plant similar to the duck's palm grass. It was just that the lotus leaf grass was very common and had nothing precious. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were full of ridicule. This disciple in cyan clothes obviously went in another direction just now. He didn't know that there were duck's palm grass and dragon scale fruit here. He just came here because he heard her movement. Now he actually said that she was the owner of the duck's palm grass. Moreover, he even called a deer a horse. It was really ridiculous that he was afraid that she knew the preciousness of this herb. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands. "It turns out that it has an owner. Senior fellow apprentice, please forgive me. Fortunately, I didn't pick it and didn't make a big mistake." Then she pointed to the surrounding weeds and said, "Senior fellow apprentice, you should make a sign. Otherwise, it will be picked by others rashly one day." That person heard and said coldly, "Junior fellow apprentice, don't meddle in other people's business. This is the route that I have to take every day when I patrol the mountain. You are new here. If Jinghai Lake didn't open last night, where would there be traces of people here? You should go. If you are late, I will take you to the law enforcement hall." Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of panic. She cupped her hands again and again, turned around and walked back the way she came. In her spiritual sense, that disciple's face was slightly angry. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, his eyes were full of surprise. Then he carefully looked around and took out a small shovel from his chest. He skillfully dug out the duck's palm grass from the ground and hugged the soil and roots together. He didn't even patrol the mountain and used his lightness skill to run back. Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking in front, couldn't help but be stunned. This person's skill in transplanting the herbs was close to that of the Rejuvenation Valley's disciples. And his lightness skill was really unworthy of the title of Mountain Patrol. The disciples of Wuming Hall didn't seem to be so bad. However, this guy didn't even tell me his name. He must have had the idea of deceiving me. Moreover, he said that I am a boy of the weapon refining hall and didn't ask me to explain. He must be a headstrong and self-opinionated person. The cult of fragrance is just SOSO. I overestimated the cult of fragrance. The ancients said, when the forest is big, there will be all kinds of birds. It is indeed true. Forget it, forget it. The dragon scale fruit is too young to be used. Moreover, I am already in the cult of fragrance and have to work in the pill-expanding hall. How can such precious herbs be rare? Let this guy be complacent. Zhang Xiaohua comforted himself as he walked back. His divine sense was suppressed and he couldn't see the person's whereabouts. Moreover, he searched carefully along the way, hoping to find something. Unfortunately, he could only take it as drawing water with a bamboo basket. Coming out of the forest, the campsite was already bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was packing up. Even Chong Chong, who was sleeping soundly just now, was actively running around. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear, Chong Chong immediately went forward with a smile and whispered, "Uncle, where have you been? Just now Manager Yang came to find you. He was a little angry that you weren't here." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and used his divine sense to scan. Fortunately, Manager Yang was within the range of a few dozen feet. He was found by Zhang Xiaohua from the crowd. He was also pointing and painting, with the demeanor of a leader. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Chong Chong, "You pack up first. Can I trouble you to take a look at my David's deer and see if the bag on its back is still there? I will go and see what Manager Yang wants." Chong Chong smiled and said, "What is there to pack up? Coming to the cult of fragrance, you are not allowed to bring anything. Only Uncle can bring some small bags. Just now I saw my David's deer. It is just next to you. Uncle, don't worry, no one dares to steal." "No one." Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. No one steals in secret, but there are people who rob in broad daylight. Please vote monthly. Recommend vote. Chapter 527. Of course Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't say it out loud. She only said, "Then forget it. There isn't anything valuable anyway. I'm just used to it." "Don't, Uncle. How can I ignore your instructions? Look at the surrounding kids. They're all looking at you. If you say a word, they'll run away much faster than me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's right. The other 8 children who came with him to preach the incense order were all clever characters. Although they did not know who Zhang Xiaohua was before, when they saw him off at Rejuvenation Valley, he was so affectionate with their young mistress. Needless to say, he was an important figure in Rejuvenation Valley. This kind of person who came to preach the incense order would definitely be taken special care of. If they came with him, if they did not get close to him and unite around the new batch of Rejuvenation Valley's medicine apprentices, how would they benefit in the future? Therefore, along the way, these children tried their best to get close to Zhang Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was either riding on the David's deer or hiding in the carriage to practice with her eyes closed. She never gave them any face. Moreover, these children didn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's temperament, so no one dared to rashly approach her. Zhang Xiaohua saw a few pairs of eyes looking at her and didn't care. She went straight to find Manager Yang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so nonchalantly looking for the manager in their hearts, the children were even more certain that they must hug this thigh. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come over, Manager Yang looked around and asked in a low voice, "Where did you go so early in the morning?" "This is the fragrance sect. If you cause trouble, don't blame this old man for not giving face to Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You worry too much. Did you see me make any mistakes along the way? I just woke up early in the morning and practiced a few rounds of fist techniques in the forest." When Manager Yang heard this, his expression softened slightly and said, "Practicing martial arts is a good thing. It's only right that your fists don't leave your hands. However, you also need to pick the right time. We haven't reached our pill expansion hall yet. It's inevitable that other disciples will find fault with you. If something really goes wrong, even this old man won't be able to protect you. Sai, forget it, we're about to set off. Let's wait until we reach White Mountain Peak." Bai Yefeng? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Just as she was about to ask where this Bai Yefeng was, Manager Yang had already turned his head to greet the others. Perhaps the White Mountain Peak is the mountain where the fragrant religion is located. Zhang Xiaohua thought. The caravan was quickly organized and lined up in a straight line, heading towards a valley in order. The Pill Sprouting Hall's caravan didn't receive any special treatment this time. Presumably, Lord Peacock Kong had already left the caravan. Coming out of the valley, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. This was an emerald green place. In the distance there were several mountains so high that the peak couldn't be seen. The highest point was shrouded in a thick white fog, making it impossible to see clearly. The mountains were covered in green forests. Nearby, there was a mountain stream with gurgling water. The water was lush and many unknown weeds swayed in the breeze. The climate was abnormally mild. Even the spring scenery of Dianqi Lake couldn't compare to here. Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. Quietly releasing a trace of her spiritual awareness, she suddenly discovered that the heaven and earth Yuanqi here was actually several times richer than beside Dianqi Lake. It was much richer than the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat happy, but also somewhat frowned. She was happy because the heaven and earth Yuanqi was so rich that there must be a lot of spiritual herbs growing. She didn't have to worry about refining pills in the future. She frowned because where in Dianqi Lake was this by Yefeng? She remembered that the huge wooden ship hadn't sailed for long. How could the Yuanqi change so much? Oh, perhaps it's because of the array that goes in and out of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua could only think like this. The caravan moved forward for the time of 2 meals. In front of them was a mountain so high that the peak couldn't be seen. The dozens of carriages in front of the caravan, driven by the disciples, went straight up the wide mountain path, while the other carriages turned and went in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Isn't this by Yefeng? However, at this time Zhang Xiaohua was still at the back of the caravan, and Manager Yang had already walked to the front of the caravan. Even if he wanted to ask, he couldn't. Then they passed by 3 similarly high mountains. Dozens of carriages in front or behind the caravan of the Pill Expanding Hall left the group and went up the mountain. Until the sun shone overhead, under the leadership of Manager Yang, the caravan of the Pill Expanding Hall also left the group and went up the mountain. In front of them, there were other carriages of the Pill Expanding Hall. At this time Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. It seems that the fragrance religion was not located on a single mountain peak, but each hall had its own mountain peak. This mountain peak in front of him was the white mountain peak that the Pill Sprouting Hall wanted to go to. Sure enough, not long after they went up the mountain, Manager Yang said loudly, "Brothers, a little more effort. We've already reached the Bai Yefeng. If we walk a little more, we'll reach the Pill Expanding Hall. If we hurry up, we can still eat lunch in the hall." Everyone roared with laughter. The food in the hall has been eaten for dozens of years, and there hasn't been any change. It's better to go out and eat. Who would miss the lunch in the hall? Manager Yang also laughed. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat a meal, you'll be hungry. In a while, if anyone thinks that the food isn't good, then try starving for 2 days. Saying that, Manager Yang stopped and let the carriage pass. Walking to the back of the caravan, he smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, can you sit still in the carriage?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she jumped down from the carriage and said, "I've long wanted to come down for a walk, but without your order, I didn't dare to come out." Manager Yang said, "Since we've already reached the Bai Yefeng, that's good. Our Pill Expanding Hall's world doesn't have so many rules. There's no harm in coming down." Zhang Xiaohua curiously said, "Manager Yang, when you mentioned the Bai Yefeng, I thought that our fragrant religion was at the Bai Yefeng. But just now, many carriages went to different mountains, so I know that each hall is on a different mountain peak." Manager Yang smiled and said, "Then, before you came to the fragrant religion, what did you imagine the fragrant religion would be like?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and described the Misty School's image. Manager Yang nodded. "You're right. Most Jianghu sects are like this. However, our fragrant religion is blessed by the heavens. We've occupied this paradise for thousands of years. How can a single mountain hold our entire fragrant religion?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. "I'll listen to Manager Yang. Simply put, our fragrant religion has Lingering Fragrance Peak, Shixin Peak, Bai Yefeng Peak, Kuanglu Peak, Zhohua Peak, Fuqiu Peak, Longshou Peak, Chonglong Peak, Xianmu Peak, Dongting Peak, Three Reeds Peak, Tianmu Peak, Xiling Peak, Wanwei Peak, Tiantai Peak, Yanluo Peak, Luofu Peak, Huayu Peak and 19 other main peaks. Among them, Lingering Fragrance Peak is the most important and is located right in the middle." Subsequently, Manager Yang's face was filled with envy. The Lingering Fragrance Peak is where the head of the fragrant religion resides. Lord Leader, various elders, numerous consecrators, and inner sect disciples all reside and cultivate there. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Master Kong, Master Chun and the others also went there. That's right, Master Kong arrived at Jinghai Lake last night, and directly returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak with Abbess Shuezhen and the others. Only we are still resting on the shore. Oh, that's right, that lake is Jinghai Lake. It's usually deserted and only guarded by patrolling disciples. In the future, if you don't have any urgent matters, don't go there. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and secretly said, Isn't this nonsense? Why would I go there if I have nothing to do? Oh, that's right, I have to go there. Otherwise, how am I going to find the way out? Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and secretly looked at Manager Yang. He did not seem to have any suspicion and was just a routine reminder. She relaxed and asked, That White U Peak is naturally the residence of our pill expanding hall. What about the other peaks? Manager Yang said with a smile, The White Mountain Peak is naturally the residence of our pill budding hall, but it is mainly where our pill budding hall is located. The hall master and the other branches of the pill budding hall are all located on the White Mountain Peak. However, our pill budding hall mainly focuses on medicinal herbs, and we need a large amount of places to grow spiritual herbs. Therefore, we have a few more peaks than the other halls. For example, the Tianmu Peak, Jing Peak and Sanmao Peak are all located in our pill budding hall. After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua had a little impression. Of course, he wanted to know more about the Misty School, so he asked tentatively, If it's possible, can Manager Yang tell me which peaks the other halls are on? It's not a secret. It's not a secret. If you stay here for a long time, you'll naturally know about it. I'll tell you a little about it. Of the several peaks we just passed, the closest one is Kuanglu Peak, which is the territory of the refining hall. Just like our White U Peak, there's also the Black Tomb Peak and the Dragon Head Peak, which is where the Wuming Hall is located. And it's also where the outer disciples of the School of Fragrance practice. Xiao Yao, if you want to leave the School of Fragrance, the first step is to enter the Wuming Hall and practice martial arts. Only then will you have a chance to pass the test. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Then I'll have to rely on Manager Yang's guidance in the future. Manager Yang looked up at the White U Peak, which was high in the clouds, and smiled bitterly. This old man and Commander Nia have been friends for decades. Of course, I'll help you with this little favor. It's just that, alas, you'll know when you get to the Tuodan Hall. This old man's position in the Tuodan Hall is limited, and I don't have many opportunities to speak. Of course, nephew, rest assured that if I can help you, this old man will definitely help. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't called him worthy nephew. Now that he had called him worthy nephew, Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He immediately smiled and said, Uncle Yang is too modest. No matter what, I will remember your kindness. Haha, that's good, that's good. Your alchemy skills are not bad, and your martial arts are not bad. Compared to the little medicine boys in front, you're different. Maybe this old man will need your help in the future. Zhang Xiaohua quickly said modestly, You're too kind. This one's martial arts skills are not good enough. Then Zhang Xiaohua asked again, Outer sect disciples should have a high status in our fragrant religion. Why did it seem like there were many disciples setting up tents and doing some rough work last night? Vote for me. Chapter 528. Manager Yang stared blankly for a moment before he understood. He smiled and said, Don't think that the outer disciples are more skilled than us. But in the eyes of the inner disciples, they are no different from us. You don't have to care too much about your outer disciple status. Sooner or later, you will become an outer disciple. Then, he added, moreover, the disciples who did the work are not outer sect disciples of Wuming Hall. They are disciples of Qiankuan Hall. Heaven and Earth Hall? Haha, don't think that the name Heaven and Earth Hall sounds scary. In fact, it is a hall that is responsible for the chores of our incense religion. Because they are responsible for too many things covering almost everything, they were given a famous name, Heaven and Earth Hall. Oh, I see. Then which mountain peak are they at? Manager Yang pointed to the left and said, About 10 miles ahead. And it is that low mountain peak. It is theirs, called Chonglong Peak. Then Manager Yang said a few things that should be paid attention to in the incense religion. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask several times which mountain peak the Misty Hall was at, but every time the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. He was afraid that if he asked in such a hurry, it would arouse Manager Yang's suspicions. Anyway, He had already entered the incense religion. If there were no accidents, the earliest he would have the chance to go out was 2 years later. There was still plenty of time to inquire. There was no need to rush. As he spoke, the carriage continued to move upwards. The mountain path of the White Mountain peak was very wide. It did not seem very steep. After a long time, after turning a mountain ridge, an extremely wide flatland appeared in front of him. That flatland was halfway up the White Mountain peak, where it was connected to a mountain range. On the flatland there was a continuous stretch of buildings. Those buildings were not only built on the flatland, but also on the White Mountain peak and the mountain range next to it. Looking at everything in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua was almost dumbfounded. There were too many houses here. The flowers and plants were too bright. The buildings were too gorgeous. Moreover, just as Zhang Xiaohua was looking around, a few clear cries of cranes could be heard. Dozens of red-crowned cranes rushed out from somewhere on the mountain ridge. They circled in the air a few times and then soared into the sky, heading straight for the thick fog at the top of the mountain. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression of a country bumpkin entering the city, Manager Yang smiled and said, "It's not just you." All the medicine apprentices were shocked when they saw this kind of grandeur for the first time. Think about it, our pill-expanding hall has been operating here for thousands of years. How can we not rack our brains? You haven't seen the imposing manner of lingering fragrance peak yet. Compared to that place, this place is simply the countryside. Thinking about what Steward Yang said, it was also very true. Outside the fragrant religion was Dianqi Lake. Ordinary people of Jianghu could not casually enter. The people of the fragrant religion were developing blindly in their own territory. The inheritance of the way of the immortals for 10,000 years was not a joke. If it was still like an ordinary sect, it really could not be justified. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the Misty School again. Both were large sects with the inheritance of the way of the immortals. How could the Misty School be so shabby? Of course, this question should be asked to Openg. Perhaps only he would know the reason. At this time the carriages stopped. The disciples of the pill-expanding hall alighted and dismounted. Manager Yang also called for the medicine apprentices of Rejuvenation Valley to come down. Those medicine apprentices were like Zhang Xiaohua, standing foolishly and staring blankly. Fortunately, this building was only halfway up the mountain and did not have the thick fog at the top of the mountain. If there was white fog lingering around, perhaps it would be like a fairyland. Seeing that they had arrived at the pill-expanding hall, the originally orderly carriages dispersed. The other carriages also went to the pill-expanding hall under the leadership of their respective stewards. The entrance of the pill-expanding hall was an extremely imposing archway. It was even taller than the one in the Misty School. However, the two words, pill-expanding, written on it were far inferior to Misty. Zhang Xiaohua could already tell this from her eyes. After passing through the archway, there was a row of unusually tall gatehouses. Many disciples were entering and exiting. When they saw the carriages coming, they all stopped and pointed at them with smiling faces, as if they had seen something new. The medicine apprentices following the carriages were still very young. When they saw so many people staring at them, they all felt a little embarrassed. They also quietly whispered to each other and whispered something. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua, who led the four odd beasts and walked at the back with Manager Yang, also received a lot of stares. When they arrived in front of a gatehouse, the disciples of the pill-expanding hall led their respective carriages in familiarly. The other carriages also entered different gatehouses. At this time, a disciple just happened to come out in a hurry. When Manager Yang saw him, he immediately called out, "Zhu Qin, where are you going?" When Zhu Qin saw Manager Yang, he was also happy and said, "Brother Yang is back. You've been gone for several months. How is the outside world?" Manager Yang smiled and said, "Whether the outside world is good or bad, won't you know when you go? Once I hand over the task this time, won't it be your turn?" Zhu Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, you must be joking. I'm willing to go, but the hall master might not let me go." Then he looked around and said in a low voice, "Your brother hasn't been here for the past few months, so I don't know. The hall master and vice hall master Su are increasingly at odds. Even if I asked the hall master for permission, vice hall master Su might not let me go." At this time, Zhu Qin also saw Zhang Xiaohua and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, this little brother looks very unfamiliar. Which hall is he from? Manager Yang looked at Zhang Xiaohua's height, which didn't look like a medicine apprentice at all. He said in a low voice, "This little brother isn't a disciple of our fragrant cult." Zhu Qin said in surprise, "Could he be from the Rejuvenation Valley?" Without waiting for Zhu Qin to finish speaking, Manager Yang cut him off and said, "I'll tell Brother Zhu the details later. In any case, you'll be going to the Rejuvenation Valley in the future. You'll need to know these things anyway." Then he turned around and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, come and pay your respects to Manager Zhu. He might be the manager who will be going to the Rejuvenation Valley in the year after next. If you remember Valley Master Nie's kindness, you should build a good relationship with Manager Zhu." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she muttered in her heart, "I might not go to the Rejuvenation Valley in the future. Is there any use in building a good relationship with him?" However, when she thought of Nie Qinyu, yes, it was better to give her some impression points first. Zhang Xiaohua immediately went forward and bowed in greeting. "Greetings to Manager Zhu." Manager Zhu didn't know Zhang Xiaohua's true identity and could only return the greeting. "Don't listen to Brother Yang's jokes. This matter isn't set in stone yet. No matter what, we'll talk about it in the year after next." Manager Yang smiled again and said, "Brother Zhu should go busy yourself. This time, I've returned with the 100-flower wine from the Rejuvenation Valley. You must come to Brother's place for a gathering tonight." "Oh right, is the hall master at the 100-herb hall?" Zhu Qin hurriedly said, Of course. I haven't seen Brother for several months. I'll definitely go tonight." Then he smiled wryly. The hall master went to the Lingering Fragrance Peak early in the morning. It's said that he has important matters to discuss. Right now Vice Hall Master Su is there. "Io, why is the Hall Master going to the Lingering Fragrance Peak at this time? Isn't he always at the White Mountain Peak?" Zhu Qin smiled and said, "Who knows? Maybe something suddenly came up in the sect. Alright Brother Yang, I'll go first. You must prepare well tonight." Manager Yang cupped his hands and said, "No problem. Go there early." After the two said their goodbyes, they looked at the others who had already walked far away. Manager Yang urged Zhang Xiaohua, "Let's go quickly. This Vice Hall Master Su isn't easy to get along with. Don't delay." After catching up with everyone, he passed through a few spacious halls and arrived at a huge courtyard. Everyone stood in the middle of the courtyard. Manager Yang tidied up his appearance and quickly walked in. There were 3 big words written on the hall, 100-herb hall. In the hall, a tall and thin, hale and hearty old man with a short beard was leisurely sipping tea. When he saw Manager Yang quickly walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. He continued to hold his teacup and slowly drink. Manager Yang walked to the front of the hall and deeply bowed. "Disciple Yang Yao greets Vice Hall Master Su." Vice Hall Master Su didn't seem to hear him. He continued to drink his tea and unconsciously looked at Yang Yao from the corner of his eyes. Yang Yao bowed, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. After a while, Vice Hall Master Su finally put down his teacup and snorted, "Rise. This trip will take several months. It must be hard outside." Yang Yao straightened his back and said carefully, "I dare not. I serve the hall and dare not complain of hard work." That's good. You won't be going in the future. You can enjoy life in the hall. This lowly one dares not. I am willing to devote myself to the Pill Expansion Hall until my death." Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "I am not a hall master. Why are you expressing your loyalty in front of me? Oh right, you won't be going to Rejuvenation Valley. Who will take over?" Yang Yao sweated profusely and said, "This lowly one dares not speak carelessly. These are the decisions of the hall masters." "Humph." Vice Hall Master Su snorted again, then looked outside and said, "In the past, it was always the hall master who looked after these apprentices. Today the hall master isn't here. He has gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak and we don't know when he will return. We can't delay this matter. I will take a look for him. It's just a formality." Yang Yao's face was a bit sweaty when he saw Vice Hall Master Su stand up. He hurried forward and said, "Vice Hall Master Su, this lowly one has some inside information to report." Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, "What inside information? Wait until you see the apprentices." Then he took the lead and walked out. Yang Yao hurriedly followed behind him and ran out. Zhang Xiaohua, Chang Chang, and the others were standing in a row in front of the hall. Vice Hall Master Su didn't need to look carefully to know that Zhang Xiaohua was more than a head taller than the others. Vice Hall Master Su started and counted the number of apprentices. A smile rose on his face as he turned his head and asked, Yang Yao, these are the apprentices you chose? He emphasized the last two words, apprentice. Yang Yao inwardly cursed and said carefully, yes, but this lowly one. This is the inside information you wanted to report. Vice Hall Master Su asked. Yes, please listen carefully, Vice Hall Master Su. Vice Hall Master Su was furious. Yang Yao, how dare you? Please vote monthly and recommend. Chapter 529. Yang Yao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly smiled and said, Vice Hall Master Su, please listen to my explanation. Explanation? You failed to live up to Hall Master's expectations of you. You even cheated for personal gain. What kind of medicine boy did you choose? You still dare to defend yourself? How could I have the courage to cheat for personal gain? However, there are indeed some hidden reasons. You will understand my difficulties after listening to me. Oh, is that so? Vice Hall Master Su glanced at Yang Yao from the corner of his eyes. He turned around and walked into the 100 Herb Hall. He sat down firmly on a chair and picked up a teacup. After taking a sip of tea, he said, Now tell me the details. Yang Yao wiped the sweat off his face and went forward to explain the reason in detail. However, he was a little cautious and didn't say that he was overbearing. In the end, he didn't forget to add, let's not talk about the friendship between Rejuvenation Valley and our fragrant cult. Even Commander Nye has been in contact with our Pill Tower Hall for several decades. He's quite reliable in his work and gives us a lot of filial piety every year. This little one has seen for many years that he's worried sick about his youngest daughter. This son-in-law's future is more important than anything else. Can't we help if we can? Anyway, the future is Run Xiaoyao's business. Wherever he goes, it is his own effort. Moreover, he has some martial arts. Our Pill Tower Hall has always been bullied by other halls. Isn't it because our disciples' martial arts are not good enough? If this boy has any future, won't it be the glory of our Pill Tower Hall? TSK, so you are thinking for our Pill Tower Hall? Vice Hall Master Su sneered. I don't dare. Hall Master Su is wise. I also have some selfish motives. Commander Nye gives me a lot of 100 flower wine every time. I can't always drink it for free. Moreover, I won't be able to see him in the future. I always feel that I owe him if I don't do this. Humph, you are a good schemer. Vice Hall Master Su put down the teacup and said, You helped Commander Nye fulfill his wish, and you think that 100 flowers wine is enough to send you away? Yang Yao chuckled, gritted his teeth, and took out the short sword from his bosom. He presented it with both hands and said, I won't hide it from you, Hall Master. This is a treasured sword that Commander Nye found in Jianghu. Can cut through iron like mud. I was just about to take it out, but you were in a hurry and went out to check on the medicine boy. That's why I didn't have the chance to tell you. Vice Hall Master Su took the short sword and pulled it out of the scabbard. A cold light flashed from the short sword. Vice Hall Master Su narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. He then threw the short sword on the table and said with a smile, Although I didn't know that you, Manager Yang Yao, like treasured swords and sharp weapons, how could you give this short sword to me? Don't deceive me. Yang Yao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, What do you mean by manage? It's just the Hall Master giving me face. How could I dare to take it seriously? This short sword is indeed a gift from Commander Nye to you. I was just admiring it. Seeing that Yang Yao didn't admit it, Vice Hall Master Su rolled his eyes and said, Then what about Commander Nye's gift for Hall Master? This? Yang Yao hesitated. What? Vice Hall Master Su was unhappy. Could it be that he only prepared a gift for me, the Vice Hall Master, and didn't prepare a gift for our Hall Master? Yang Yao was really complaining in his heart this time. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and took out the jade box from his bosom. He said, This is something that Hall Master has been thinking about. You, Vice Hall Master Su became interested and said, It can't be that 300-year-old daylily, right? Yang Yao smiled bitterly and said, Hall Master Su is wise. It is indeed the daylily. Then he handed over the jade box with both hands. Yang Yao looked at the jade box and didn't take it. He sneered and said, This is Commander Nie's favorite. Even Hall Master Su hinted to him before, but he didn't give it to him. Now he took it out. You should keep it. It's not for me, so why should I look at it? Seeing this, Yang Yao could only take it. He didn't know whether to accept it or not. He said in a low voice, Commander Nie also knows that Hall Master Su is a person who loves grass. But how can Rejuvenation Valley compare to our pill repository hall? That's why Commander Nie asked me to tell Hall Master Su that it would be disrespectful to Hall Master Su if he took the herb to deceive Hall Master Su. It would be better to find another way. Although Hall Master Su doesn't like divine weapons, this is after all a powerful weapon in Jianghu. Moreover, it's not famous. It's said that it's a legacy of several generations in the weapon refining sect. Hall Master Su will have some face if he keeps it in his bag. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Su's face relaxed a little. However, he was still cold. Your words are better than singing. It's as if Commander Nie really said that. Yang Yao smiled bitterly. Hall Master Su, please don't blame me. Commander Nie really said that. I'm just passing it on. Vice Hall Master Su looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing outside the hall, and then at the short sword on the table. He reached out and picked it up, taking a closer look at it. Yang Yao carefully accompanied him, occasionally peeking at Vice Hall Master Su's expression. After a while, Vice Hall Master Su slowly said, Since Commander Nie is so fond of his son-in-law, we can't let him down. This old man will accept his gift of filial piety, but only this time. Oh, I forgot, there won't be a next time. Haha, by the way, I think Chang Qianshui is a good person. He's very loyal and capable. He's a good seedling worth nurturing. You should pay more attention in the future. You should pay more attention to him. Hearing this, Yang Yao finally felt relieved. He immediately nodded and said, I understand. If he goes to Rejuvenation Valley to do things, he will definitely be impartial. Unlike me, who always has a little selfish motives. Vice Hall Master Su nodded and waved his hand. That's all for the medicine boys. Quickly arrange for them to leave. They can be considered as some fresh blood in our pill-expanding hall. Training them can also alleviate the shortage of manpower in our pill-expanding hall. Yang Yao bowed and said, I'll go arrange it now. It can also be considered as putting an end to my errand. Then he put the jade box into his arms and turned to leave. At this moment, Vice Hall Master Su's gaze swept over the jade box. His eyes were still unwilling. He rolled his eyes and said loudly, Yang Yao, wait. Yang Yao's heart thumped. He immediately turned around and said, Is there anything else, Hall Master Su? Vice Hall Master Su said with a smile, You just said that this Ren Xiaoyao knows martial arts and is much stronger than ordinary Jianghu disciples? A bad premonition arose in Yang Yao's heart. He said, Yes, Hall Master Su. This Ren Xiaoyao has defeated many people in the Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts competition. Haha, Vice Hall Master Su laughed. He is indeed a good talent. Our pill-expanding hall is lacking such a young talent. He knows how to plant herbs and also knows martial arts. He is really a rare talent. If we don't put him in an important position, we will be letting down Commander Nie's good intentions. Yang Yao frowned and said, Then Hall Master Su means. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, Let him go to Tianmu Peak. The Pill Division's Wu Zhouxiu and your Grass Division's Chen Fengxiao are fighting in full swing. Letting Ren Xiaoyao go will also boost your Grass Division's morale. Yang Yao's expression changed greatly. He said, Hall Master Su, this is not appropriate. What? Vice Hall Master Su frowned and said, You don't agree with my arrangement? Even if the Hall Master is here, he won't question me, right? I'm giving him a way out in order to sharpen Ren Xiaoyao. If you think it is inappropriate, why don't you arrange it? Yang Yao was shocked and hurriedly shook his head. He said, I don't dare. Hall Master Su is thinking for Ren Xiaoyao in his future. However, I feel that this Ren Xiaoyao is still young. How can he be a match for those fierce men? It is better to let him get used to other places and wait a few years before entrusting him with important tasks. Hearing you say this, it seems that you still don't trust my arrangement. When Yang Yao heard this, He knew that Vice Hall Master Su was deliberately making things difficult for him. He could only nod and say, I indeed don't dare, but I will listen to Hall Master's instructions. However, that Chun Fengxiao is also from Rejuvenation Valley, but Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, What Rejuvenation Valley? As long as he comes to our Pill Sprouting Hall, he is a disciple of our Pill Sprouting Hall. Chun Fengxiao absolutely won't treat Ren Xiaoyao favorably just because he is from Rejuvenation Valley. Don't worry. Yang Yao had a helpless expression on his face. He said, I know. Alright, it's good that you know. Vice Hall Master Su said with a fake smile. There is a severe shortage of people over there. Send someone to send Ren Xiaoyao over right now. What? You're sending him over right now? Yang Yao was shocked and begged. Let Ren Xiaoyao rest for the night and go over first thing tomorrow morning. Are you the Hall Master, or am I? Vice Hall Master Su was extremely displeased. Yang Yao sighed inwardly. He bowed and said, I don't dare offend Hall Master Su. I will go and give the orders right now. However, how do you think we should distribute the other alchemy apprentices? Vice Hall Master Su's face was filled with displeasure again. Yang Yao, this isn't your first day doing this. Why do you only let me say one sentence after another? It's not like you've only done alchemy apprentices for a day or two. Isn't it the Hall Master who assigns them to you every time? Why are you asking me when the Hall Master isn't here? Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su was blaming him again, Yang Yao could only be a yes man and say, All right, Hall Master Su. I understand. I will take care of it right away. After speaking, he bowed and left 100 Herb Hall. Vice Hall Master Su, who was behind him, coldly looked at his back. He picked up the short sword from the table and casually played with it. He snorted coldly. Yang Yao left 100 Herb Hall and called for a few disciples to lead Chong Chong and the others away. He personally led Zhang Xiaohua to a courtyard and said apologetically, Ren Xiaoyao, I've already done my best to keep you here. However, I've assigned you to Tianmu Peak. A subordinate named Chun Fengxiao will be going there today. This person is an alchemy apprentice that Rejuvenation Valley selected a long time ago. However, you must be careful when you go there. Zhang Xiaohua was startled and said, Since he's an old member of Rejuvenation Valley, why should I be careful? Please vote monthly and recommend. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 530. Yang Yao sighed. Time is of the essence. Vice Hall Master Su begs you to set off immediately, so I can't go into details. Let me tell you something briefly. Although Chun Fengxiao is a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley, and although he is intelligent, diligent, and superior in the cultivation of herbs, he was still young when he came to preach the incense cult. He was always envied and bullied by others. Valley Master Nya only imparted knowledge of herbs to them, so how could he care so much? Therefore, when he resented the other medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley, he also resented Rejuvenation Valley. After he came to preach the incense cult, he was given the opportunity to practice martial arts, so he practiced hard. Perhaps he really is a piece of good material, which allowed him to practice extraordinary martial arts and almost helped him to become an outer disciple. Of course, if not for his impatience, he might have become an outer disciple in a few years. However, there is only one chance to be promoted to an outer disciple. Although his martial arts are said to be better than the average outer disciple, he can only stay in the Pill Expanding Hall. It's also because of his success in martial arts that he became a little restless in the Pill Expanding Hall, especially when he often bullied the medicine boys of Rejuvenation Valley. The Hall Master wanted to punish him, but he was very diligent. It was just that he had a rough childhood, and there were very few people with outstanding martial arts in the Pill Expanding Hall. He was a very good seedling, so he threw him on Tianmu Peak and let him develop freely. Heaven's Eye Peak belongs to our Pill Expanding Hall. It is different from the other peaks such as Third Reed's Peak, which is purely under the jurisdiction of our Grass Department. Oh, speaking of the Grass Department, I have to tell you that our Pill Expanding Hall has two departments. One is the Pill Department, which is in charge of refining elixirs, and the other is the Grass Department, which is responsible for the management of herbs. We are considered the Grass Department. You will know this basic knowledge in the future, so I won't say much. This Tianmu Peak can draw out earth fire from the ground, so most of it is used by the pill department. However, the soil there is good, and there are many high-quality herbs growing there. It would be a waste to just use it for alchemy, so there are many medicinal fields. These medicinal fields are under Chen Fengxiao's management. Since the two divisions are used together, it is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. Wu Zhoushu of the pill division and this Chen Fengxiao are both competitive people, so there will always be friction between the two divisions. Fortunately, they are all from the pill expanding hall, so there is no danger to their lives. However, it is common for them to be injured. They can be considered the most restless among our pill expanding hall's peaks. However, the hall master considered that the pill sprouting hall was lacking in martial arts, and Tianmu Peak had set a good example. Perhaps there would be one or two capable figures in the future. What's more, the pill sprouting hall had plenty of medicines, and we were least afraid of injuries. Therefore, he turned a blind eye and let them do whatever they wanted. Usually, very few disciples are willing to be stationed at Tianmu Peak, so there is always a shortage of manpower. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there are Jianghu, there will be fighting. As expected, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It seems that Deputy Hall Master Su also needs to sharpen me." Yang Yao said embarrassedly, "It was also a moment of carelessness that I forgot about Deputy Hall Master Su. I thought that I only needed to see the Hall Master when I returned, which made him unhappy. It's all right, nephew, go ahead. When the Hall Master returns, I will immediately ask him to transfer you to another place." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. "Many thanks for Steward Yang's care." Yang Yao waved his hand and said, "When you return to the incense cult, don't mention this steward anymore. If you are close, call me uncle. If you don't want to, just call me by my name. My name is Yao." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How can that be? I'll just call you Uncle Yang." Yang Yao said happily, "That's easy. Nephew Run, go ahead for the time being. I will help you with everything. You have to be worthy of Brother Nya." Zhang Xiaohua felt grateful in her heart. Being related and not being related were two different worlds. She didn't necessarily say this to the other alchemists. She quickly bowed and thanked him again. At this time, a young disciple came over with a horse and handed a waste token to Yang Yao. Yang Yao took it and looked at it carefully. He then handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, this is the waste token of our pill repository hall. Proves your identity. Although there are no outsiders in the incense cult, there are still some. If the patrolling disciples see you, they will have to present the waste token to verify your identity. If you lose it, it will be very troublesome. You will need to apply for it from the hall master. You must keep it properly." Zhang Xiaohua took it and didn't look at it carefully. She put it in her pocket and said, "Please, Uncle Yang. You can rest assured that this little one will be careful." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua knew how to address others, Yang Yao knew when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't say anything else and said to the disciple, "Take this Ren Xiaoyao to Tianmu Peak. You must tell Chen Fengxiao not to go too far. The hall master will transfer Ren Xiaoyao to another place." The disciple was a little embarrassed and said, "I will definitely pass on your words. You also know that Chen Fengxiao has always been disrespectful to our hall master. Even Vice Hall Master Su is not very respectful. Your words may not be effective. It may even have some negative effects." Yang Yao thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded to the disciple and said, "You are right. It's better not to say anything. All right, you can go now. Come back quickly." Then, without looking at Zhang Xiaohua, he turned and left the small courtyard. Seeing Yang Yao leave, the disciple turned his head and asked curiously, "Little brother, what kind of relative are you to senior brother Yang? Why does senior brother treat you like this?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "It's nothing. I just have some friendship with the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. So that's how it is." The disciple smiled and said, "If that's the case, then you are unlucky. Senior brother Yang has some face in front of the hall master, but Vice Hall Master Su doesn't like it. Since the hall master isn't here today, you are the fish in the moat that has been implicated." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Yao's expression was so ugly. The disciple smiled and said, "How are you going to get there?" Why didn't senior brother Yang even give you a horse? Did he ask you to use your qinggong to get there? From his tone, he didn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua knew qinggong. Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, I have my own steed, so Yang. Senior brother Yang probably didn't prepare anything. The disciple didn't care about how Zhang Xiaohua addressed him. He slapped his forehead and said, It seems that your relationship with Valley Master Nie is not ordinary. Senior brother Yang actually let you bring your steed into the valley. When he led Zhang Xiaohua out of the courtyard and saw the odd beasts in front of the door, his gaze towards Zhang Xiaohua was even more different. Fortunately, this disciple wasn't an easy person to ask, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to make up a story. The disciple mounted his horse and led Zhang Xiaohua's odd beasts down White Mountain Peak. Heaven Eye Peak was very far from White Mountain Peak. The two only arrived when the sky was almost dark. When they reached the top of the mountain, it was already time to light the lanterns. At the same time, halfway up the mountain, in an open space, countless lights were scattered across the night sky like brilliant stars. The disciple was also familiar with this place and quickly led Zhang Xiaohua to a gatehouse. The gatehouse was empty and there was no one on duty. There was only a jade-like object hanging in the corner. The disciple walked forward, picked up a stone stick from the ground, and lightly tapped the jade board. A crisp dang sound spread far and wide in the silent night sky. Not long after, two figures came in one after another. The first was a tall and thin disciple. He glanced at them and sneered, "Io, another newcomer to the grass division. Congratulations." He didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this person was the pill division's disciple on duty. Sure enough, the somewhat fat and honest disciple came forward and saluted. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" The disciple didn't hold back and said, "Bai Huan, I haven't seen you for a few months. How come you've gained so much weight?" Bai Huan chuckled and didn't explain. The disciple who sent Zhang Xiaohua here explained the matter and said, "I'll leave this run Xiaoyao to you. I won't go in. Just tell Manager Chun." After saying that, he turned to leave. Bai Huan called out, "Senior brother, why don't you leave after eating? The food is just right." The disciple waved his hand. "Forget it, I'd better go back and eat. I don't have the fortune to enjoy the food on Heaven Eye Peak." Seeing that he couldn't keep him, Bai Huan cupped his hands and bid farewell. Zhang Xiaohua also thanked him repeatedly. He knew that this disciple would return to White Mountain Peak in the middle of the night. The disciple looked at him with even more pity and patted him on the shoulder, as if taking care of himself. After the White Mountain Peak disciple left, Bai Huan said with a smile, "Brother Ren, please take out your waist token. This is our pill division's rule and can't be broken." Zhang Xiaohua took it out and was about to give it to Bai Huan when Bai Huan glanced at it casually and didn't take it. He said with a smile, "All right, since you have it, it's fine. I heard from senior brother that you're from Rejuvenation Valley and just entered the pill division hall this year. You don't seem to be young anymore." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "This one is acquainted with the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley." So, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Bai Huan waved his hand and said, "Little brother, please don't blame me. I'm just asking casually. Your background has nothing to do with me. However, since you're here, especially at the Tianmu Peak, you should abide by the rules of the Tianmu Peak. If you abide by the rules, you're a good brother of the grass division of our pill repository hall." As he spoke, he glanced at the bundle on the back of the David's deer several times. Zhang Xiaohua sneered secretly in his heart, but said on the surface, "This one naturally knows. It's already late today, so I'll have to ask senior brother to explain the rules to me tomorrow." Bai Huan was very happy and said, "Well said, well said. Let's go. You've come at the right time. Dinner is just ready." Alas, this fat guy only knows how to say dinner is just ready. Otherwise, how could he be so fat? Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua through the mountain gate. After making several turns, they came to an extremely lively small courtyard. As soon as they approached, they heard the noise inside. There were even faint sounds of drinking and drinking. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought, "This is the place to eat at Heaven Eye Peak? Why is it so noisy? It's not even as good as Huanqi Villa. Please vote for me, recommend me." Chapter 531. Sure enough, Bai Huan said with a smile, brother Run, let's tie your mount here. After eating, I'll take you to see our head. Head? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did it sound like a bandit's name? However, he was too lazy to fuss over it and said, that's good. Bai Huan pushed the door open with Zhang Xiaohua and entered. This was a hall comparable to the dining hall of Huanxi Mountain Villa. There were dozens of round tables inside. At this time, many disciples were sitting around. None of them were eating properly, but many were eating and drinking. Even half of them were holding wine bowls in their hands, eating and drinking at the same time, filling the hall with the smell of wine. Smelling the wine, Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. This was far from the fragrance cult in his impression. More than half of the tables in the hall were already occupied. However, everyone was sitting very clearly. There were fewer people on the right and more people on the left. From time to time, they would shout something to the people on the right. Bai Huan let Zhang Xiaohua in. A sharp-eyed person on the left had already seen them and shouted, haha, look at the grass division. They really come from herbs. Another newcomer who looks like grass has come. There was nothing funny about this, but the people from the pill division on the left all roared with laughter. It seemed that they had not been so happy for a long time. The people from the grass division on the right also looked up and then lowered their heads to eat. Those who were drinking were still drinking and ignored them. Bai Huan was used to it. He took Zhang Xiaohua to an empty table and said with a smile, little brother, it's too messy over there. There's no seat for you. You can sit here first. I'll get you something to eat. How about it? Although Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed of him asking for benefits, he was somewhat protective of her at this time. Regardless of whether it was because of the benefits tomorrow, she felt grateful and quickly said, actually, I don't need to eat. I'm not hungry. How can that be? It's half a day's journey from Baiyue Peak to here. It would be strange if you're not hungry. Wait a moment. Then thank you, senior brother Bai. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be too different from others. Not long after, Bai Huan came over with a wooden tray with a few dishes and a bowl of rice on it. She placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, brother Ren, eat first. If it's not enough, let me know. After that, he returned to his table and began to eat and drink. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the food on the table and smelled the wine in the hall. How could she eat? Thus, he picked up his chopsticks and put a few pieces of vegetables into his mouth. While they were eating, they saw a few people drinking at a table in the grass division pointing at Zhang Xiaohua. Then, a tall and muscular man with a slightly tipsy face slowly stood up and said something to them. Then he walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. When Bai Huan saw the muscular man get up and walk towards Zhang Xiaohua, she hurriedly wanted to stop him. However, when she saw the gazes of the drinking people, she could only sit down slowly and eat with her head lowered as if nothing had happened. The hall was in a mess, and Zhang Xiaohua had already retracted her divine sense, so she didn't notice the arrival of the burly man. It wasn't until the burly man sat down on the stool next to Zhang Xiaohua that Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the drunk man. The man just sat there and stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. This person doesn't look familiar? Then her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that you've seen Second Brother? Do I look similar to Second Brother? Thus she cupped her hands and said, Senior brother, do you know me? Or have you seen someone who looks similar to me? The man smiled and said, who knows who you are? You only have one nose, one mouth, 2 eyes and 2 ears. There are many people who look similar to you. Zhang Xiaohua looked pensive and said faintly, then what advice does senior brother have for me? The man pointed his thumb at his nose and said, call me Brother Ma. I'm the right-hand man of our first master. As long as you get my Brother Ma's care, you can do whatever you want on Tianmu Peak. Brother Ma. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, a strange smile appeared on her face. She unconsciously thought of Ma Jing of Huanxi Manor. Yes, Brother Ma. Zhang Xiaohua said. May I ask what Brother Ma wants? Brother Ma squinted and said, Kid, you just arrived today, right? Yes, Bai Yefeng just arrived. Look at you, kid. Where did you come from? Rejuvenation Valley? How many years have I been in the Pill Tower Hall? Why haven't I seen you? Yes, Brother Ma is right. It's Rejuvenation Valley. I just arrived a few years ago. Brother Ma seemed to have drunk too much and didn't care about the just arrived at the end. He smiled and said, Since it's Rejuvenation Valley, it's easy. In the past few years, the people sent to our Tianmu Peak were basically all from Rejuvenation Valley. Hee, did you make a mistake somewhere else? You couldn't stay any longer and came here? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Brother Ma didn't care how she answered and just said, however, no matter how you were in other places before, when you come here, you have to listen to the first master. Yes, that means you have to listen to my brother Ma. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua still said faintly, that's what I should do. Good. Brother Ma raised his thumb and said, straightforward. Then, he reached out and picked up a dish in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, then I want to see if you're obedient. After that, he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the dish. Then he picked up Zhang Xiaohua's chopsticks and stirred the dish. Then, he did the same to the rest of the dishes. Then he rubbed the chopsticks under his feet and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a sinister smile, if you're obedient, eat this dish. Yes, eat it with this pair of chopsticks. Zhang Xiaohua's brows were already knitted into a knot. She looked up at Bai Huan, who was a distance away. Bai Huan was looking over. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at her, she immediately lowered her head and pretended to eat. The other disciples of the grass division were also looking at all this with excitement and anticipation. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She had just come to Pingyang City from the Guozhuang house. Even if she was a young lad who had never seen the world, being bullied by people like Ma Jing was just a trick to deceive her. She had never heard of people using force to humiliate her. Could it be that the more powerful one's force was, the more the good and evil in one's heart would expand? Could it be that Ma Jing would also force her like this when he had such force? Looking up at Brother Ma's bloodshot eyes, Zhang Xiaohua said, thank you for your concern, Brother Ma. I'm already full. Ha ha ha. Brother Ma laughed as if he had seen something very funny. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked a few people who were drinking in the distance, did you hear that? He said he's full. He's already full. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. It was a faint smile, as if she had also seen something funny. Brother Ma stopped laughing and said, little brother, don't be ungrateful. You still have a long time to stay on Tianmu Peak. If you refuse a toast now, do you want to be forced to drink a forfeit? Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and then at the rest of the people from the grass division. Bai Huan kept winking at him, as if urging him to quickly finish his food. The rest of the people from the pill division also seemed to have noticed the situation here. They all stopped eating and looked over, as if they were watching a big show. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Brother Ma and said, Brother Ma, you worry too much. I'm still young and can't drink. I can't even drink a toast or a forfeit. Ha ha. This time, not only the people from the grass division but also the people from the pill division laughed. Brother Ma even laughed until tears flowed out of his eyes. Brother Ma pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, little brother, you're really humorous. After laughing, Brother Ma looked at everyone proudly and said loudly, since little brother is young, then as his elder brother, I naturally have to help him. Let me feed this fellow. After saying that, he picked up the plate and was about to smash it on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Good, the entire hall was in an uproar, as if this was the beginning of the climax. Unfortunately, although the cheers were loud, there were no screams like they usually heard. After a while, everyone regained their senses. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They saw that Brother Ma's hand was on the table, grabbing the plate, but his face was flushed red. When they looked carefully, Zhang Xiaohua's hand was pressing on his wrist. No matter how hard Brother Ma tried, that arm and that hand did not move at all. Hearing that, everyone quietened down. Zhang Xiaohua said slowly, it seems that Brother Ma likes to eat very much. Then I'll learn from Brother Ma and treat Brother Ma to some dishes. After saying that, she reached out her other hand, picked up the plate, and slowly brought it to Brother Ma's mouth. Brother Ma looked at the vegetables that he had mixed with thick phlegm and panicked. His other hand also reached out, wanting to knock the plate down. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and grabbed Brother Ma's wrist. She grabbed his other hand with lightning speed and said with a smile, hoeing crops at noon, sweat dripping into the soil. You're not a good child who wastes food. Brother Ma used all the strength in his body to pull his hands out of Zhang Xiaohua's grasp. However, that hand seemed to be cast by iron and could not move at all. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke and laughed, the plate in her hand was already in front of Brother Ma. She smiled and said, Brother Ma, please open your mouth. Brother Ma looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a pleading tone, This brother, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended you. This dish is really... Zhang Xiaohua looked at him coldly and said, I seem to have said these words just now. You didn't give me any face at all. I don't care about anything else. I just want to ask you, are you going to eat or not? Brother Ma turned back to look at the few people who were eager to give it a try and the few who were sneaking out. He snorted and said, Little brother, if you want to continue living on Tianmu Peak, you should know the principle of being lenient wherever possible. When the first master, before he could finish his words, he heard Zhang Xiaohua laugh and say, You were so reasonable just now. Now you're actually fearless. You're really amazing. As they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua did not do anything. Instead, a pa sound was heard. The dish that Zhang Xiaohua was holding was slapped on Brother Ma's face. The vegetable soup and vegetables splattered all over Brother Ma's face and flowed down his face. Not only was there soup, there was also a patch of blood. It was the nosebleed caused by Zhang Xiaohua's slap. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 532. Brother Ma's hands were pinched by Zhang Xiaohua, and he couldn't move. Zhang Xiaohua slapped the dish so cleanly that he only had time to close his eyes. He felt his face heat up and then his nose hurt. Tears flowed down his face. He immediately cowered and said, Spare me, spare me, spare me. When the people who were drinking nearby saw this, they immediately left their seats and ran towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look in their direction. She only said indifferently, If it were me, I would sit there obediently and watch the show. I wouldn't take half a step forward and end up like this so-called Brother Ma. Those people were stunned and immediately stopped. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. In fact, it was natural. They were just stubborn people from the grass division. They didn't have any real skills. They could bully the newcomers, but other things were not worth mentioning. Moreover, their punches and kicks were similar to Brother Ma's. Seeing that Brother Ma couldn't move in the hands of others, even if they went forward, what could they gain? Someone had already gone to inform the boss. It was better for them to watch the show. At this time, the place was silent. The people of the pill department were watching the show from the side. Brother Ma had heard Zhang Xiaohua's words clearly. When the footsteps stopped, he naturally knew that his brothers did not dare to go forward. He could not help but scold, Old fan Little Chun, you bunch of pussies. Do you think you're afraid of this kid if you attack together? Ouch, spare me. Be gentle, be gentle. Zhang Xiaohua used more strength and said, You should take care of yourself. Are you going to eat or not? I'll eat, I'll eat. Sir, please let go of your hand first. I'll eat now. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and let go of her hand. Brother Ma's hands were free. He immediately used his clothes to wipe the soup and blood off his face. He smiled apologetically and said, Sir, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. You have also vented your anger. This dish, Zhang Xiaohua said faintly, Young master is the fairest. If you let me eat, I will let you eat. I won't give you more. Just eat. Don't be long-winded. Looking at the dishes on the table next to Zhang Xiaohua, Brother Ma's only thought was, Why did I spit so much? I know it's wrong to spit everywhere, but I still did it knowingly. Sigh, but fortunately it was his own spit. If it was someone else's spit, it would be really hard to swallow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Brother Ma frowned as he ate. He even glanced at the door, hoping that the door would be pushed open in time and the savior that he had been thinking about day and night would suddenly appear. Unfortunately, even after he forced himself to finish the food and burped, the door was still closed and there was no movement. Good, good, good. Wonderful. Very wonderful. The people from the pill division were boiling. They had never seen a newcomer from the grass division be so fierce. She actually forced someone to finish the food mixed with thick phlegm. Everyone from the grass division drooped their heads. The few people who had been drinking with Brother Ma also had some regret in their eyes. If they hadn't been frightened by this young man just now, it would have been better than being ridiculed at this moment. Brother Ma put down the plate pitifully and said, Young master, I have finished eating, Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. Then go back to where you came from. Brother Ma turned his head and burped. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he walked back. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Huan, who was now as her name suggested. Just as she was about to speak, the door that had been closed for a long time was finally pushed open. Brother Ma was delighted. He was about to speak, but when he saw the person who came in, he closed his mouth. Even the people from the grass division immediately lowered their heads. The person who came in was a tall and fat man. He was even stronger than Brother Ma. When the people from the pill division saw him, they all laughed and said, "Hello, Brother Cheng." Brother Cheng came late and didn't get to see the wonderful scene. Hey, what's that in Brother Cheng's hand? The valiant Brother Cheng carried a huge bag in his hand. He strode into the hall and said loudly, "Did we have a new brother? Why didn't I know? Who is it? Hurry up and come out." Everyone from the pill department was taken aback. Strange expressions appeared on their faces as they looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. She touched her nose and looked at the sky outside. Why didn't I ask Manager Yang, oh, Uncle Yang, to read my fortune when I went out? Why is there so much trouble once I reached Tianmu Peak? Zhang Xiaohua stood up. She still had a calm expression. She walked in front of Brother Cheng and pointed at the bag. This is Brother Cheng, right? This bag is mine. Yours. Brother Cheng looked at where Zhang Xiaohua came from and couldn't help but frown. You're new to the grass division? Zhang Xiaohua nodded slowly and said, It seems so. Damn it, why is it the grass division? That bunch of good-for-nothings got lucky. Brother Cheng cursed in his heart. Then he weighed the heavy bag in his hand. He wanted to throw it on the table next to him, but he couldn't bear to. Then he rolled his eyes and smiled. Little brother, you're new here. You probably don't know the rules here. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, At first I didn't know. But, under Brother Ma's education, I learned a little. Brother Cheng looked at Brother Ma, whose back was facing him. He smiled and said, That's good, that's good. Since you've been educated, you're a good brother. Then I'll be easier to talk to. The people from the grass division were a little regretful, but also a little excited. They looked at Brother Cheng strangely. The people from the pill division, on the other hand, were excited and surprised. Brother Cheng said arrogantly, I presume little brother came from another mountain and naturally knows the situation of our pill tower hall on Tianmu Peak. I'm not afraid of the brothers from the grass division scolding me. Your grass division has always lowered your heads on Tianmu Peak. If it wasn't for your head leader Chun, your grass division would have been suppressed by our pill division. Little brother. Now there's an excellent opportunity in front of you. Don't miss it. And if you give me the things in this bag that I like, I'll protect you in the future. You can do whatever you want on Tianmu Peak. Don't you think this rule is special? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Brother Ma said this to me just now. Him. Brother Cheng snorted and said, I can spit a hole in Tianmu Peak. That brat Ma Su can only be eaten by others. How can he compare to me? Ha ha. The people from the pill division laughed. Yes, he was eaten by others just now. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose as if thinking about something. Brother Cheng urged, Little brother, this is a benefit for newcomers. Don't say that I'm blackmailing you. If you miss this chance, you won't get it again. If you get bullied tomorrow, don't say that I didn't give you this chance. Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and said with a smile, Since Master Cheng values it so much, then please pick it yourself. As long as Master Cheng likes it, how can this little one not dare to agree? Brother Cheng was overjoyed and said, You're indeed a smart child. Sai, why did you go to the grass division? If you were in the pill division, Master Cheng would dote on you every day. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. The people from the pill division were puzzled. This was a far cry from the ferocious person just now. Could it be that she was frightened by Brother Cheng's might? Or was she frightened by the name of the pill division on Tianmu Peak? Several people were already whispering to each other. Brother Cheng saw that Zhang Xiaohua had agreed and didn't dare to delay. He immediately threw the bundle on the empty table next to him. A clang sound was heard, indicating that there were many loving things inside. Sure enough, when Brother Cheng opened the bundle, his eyes were already dazzled. That bundle was packed by Nie Qingyu for Zhang Xiaohua. She was afraid that she couldn't express her feelings and only wanted to give all the good things in Rejuvenation Valley to Zhang Xiaohua. Not to mention the bottles of elixirs. The clothes were also personally sewn by Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu knew what Zhang Xiaohua liked, so she gave a lot of gold leaves and banknotes. In the pill division hall of the incense cult, all kinds of elixirs and clothes were naturally common. Although banknotes couldn't be exchanged, they were still very rare things. The most precious thing was the gold leaves. Think about it, these ruffians on Tianmu Peak didn't have a chance to go out. They didn't even have a few copper coins on them. Now that they saw the gold leaves that they couldn't even dream of, they almost stretched out a hand from their throat. Brother Chung looked at the shining gold leaves in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and asked, This little brother, is this yours? It doesn't belong to our hall leader, right? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's right, this is mine. Master Chung, if you like anything, please take it. Really, this is what you said. When it was right in front of his eyes, Brother Chung didn't dare to reach out his hand. Think about it. Usually extortion was just small stuff. How could there be such a big deal? He hesitated and hesitated. He didn't dare to believe it. Then I'll take it. Brother Chung probed, If Headmaster Chung comes, you have to say that you're willing to take it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, the few people who had been whispering nearby ran over and recounted what had happened. Brother Cheng's eyes flickered a few times, but he was still captivated by the golden leaf. He glanced at Ma Su and harumphed coldly. Then he walked up to the bundle, reached in, and took out a handful of the golden leaf. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Brother Chung, wait a moment. Brother Chung was stunned and said, You're going back on your words? No, how can I go back on my words? I just want to ask, how much did you take? How much? Brother Chung was confused and said casually, It's only 50 taels. Brother Cheng's hands are really big. 50 taels in one go. Hee, the more I take, the more stable your life will be in the future. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. Then he looked up to the sky and said, The heavens have opened their eyes. This young master hasn't been robbed in a long time. It's really not easy to earn some gold. Everyone was shocked. Has this guy been bullied to the point of going crazy? Why would he say that? While they were surprised, they saw Zhang Xiaohua stand up. All the joints in his body made cracking sounds. Then Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and there was a loud slap. That hand actually slapped Brother Cheng's face. Vote for me. Chapter 533. Unlike Ma Su, Brother Chung was an expert in martial arts. Naturally, he was aware of Zhang Xiaohua's movements. Moreover, the people from the Dan department had already told him that Zhang Xiaohua had some strength. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand, he immediately reacted and raised his hand to block it. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not even care about his movements? Her palm continued to move forward. Brother Chung was overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua was tall and thin. How could she be stronger than him? Unfortunately, when his arm touched Zhang Xiaohua's hand, a huge force immediately pushed his arm to the side. Before he could do anything else, that hand had already reached his mouth. Ouch! Brother Chung was shocked. If this force hit him, wouldn't half of his face fly off? Just as he was panicking, Zhang Xiaohua's palm landed on his mouth. Brother Chung also heard a crisp sound. He did not feel any pain on his mouth. Involuntarily, he covered his mouth with his free hand. At this moment his mouth was numb. When he felt something in his mouth, he opened it and spat it out. Ding! Dang! A few dull sounds were heard. Several yellow and white teeth fell to the ground. Then, a stream of blood flowed out from Brother Cheng's hand that was covering his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and took the gold leaf back from Brother Cheng's hand. He weighed it in his hand and said, Brother Chung, you have good craftsmanship. This is called practice makes perfect. It should be around 50 gold taels. You heard the others say that I'm the fairest. If you let me eat it, I'll let you eat it. I won't let you eat more than half a tael. Since you took my gold, I'll let you pay me back. I won't let you pay me back even if you give me half a tael more. You said it yourself that you took 50 gold taels, then you have to pay me back 50 gold taels, not 1 tael less. Brother Chung covered his mouth. At this moment, the numbness had already passed. Gradually it began to hurt. Moreover, didn't he lose several teeth? Blood continued to flow down, and the front of his shirt was a little red. Brother Chung pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a leaking mouth, You dare to trick me? Do you want to die? Then, he looked at the timid and noisy members of the Dan department and shouted, Brothers, the young grass of the grass department is bullying us. When the members of the Dan department heard this, some of them stood up and wanted to walk over. Brother Chung wanted to say something. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and glanced at the door. She did not see him do anything. Her right leg flew up and kicked Brother Cheng's chest. Brother Cheng's fierce figure flew straight to the door not far away like a paper kite after Zhang Xiaohua's kick. Following the kick, Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently, This guy is really noisy. His teeth are gone, yet he's still so bored. Who doesn't want their teeth to stay in their mouth? As she spoke, her face was directed at the members of the Dan department. When the members of the Dan department saw the human-shaped kite fly up, those who were running stopped. Those who wanted to walk did not dare to. Those who had just stood up immediately sat back down. Brother Chung was not like Ma Su, who only bullied newcomers. His martial arts skills were well known in Tianmu Peak. At least in this dining hall no one could match up to him. This was also the reason why Brother Chung was so arrogant the moment he entered the hall. At this moment, the members of the grass department who were worried that the members of the Dan department would beat up Zhang Xiaohua and settle the score with them had their eyes lit up. Although this newcomer had no respect for his elders and forced Brother Ma to eat his phlegm, he was still a brother of the grass department. Instantly, they looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back view with a sense of familiarity. Brother Chung, who was flying towards the door, was about to hit the wooden door of the hall. The door that had been closed all this time opened with a swoosh. A tall figure walked in. Just as he was about to hit Brother Chung, the figure raised his hand and patted Brother Cheng's waist. The force of Zhang Xiaohua's kick dissipated, and Brother Chung landed on the ground. When Brother Chung landed, his face was already red. He let out a long breath and his expression eased. He turned around and looked at the man with a dark face and a beard. His expression was a little awkward. He cupped his hands and said, Leader Chan, thank you. It was the leader of Tianmu Peak's grass department, Chan Fengxiao. Chan Fengxiao looked at Brother Cheng's deflated appearance. His face was already swollen and his mouth was also swollen like a pig's mouth. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He frowned and said, Chung Shi, what happened to you? Seeing Chan Feng ask with a smile, Chung Shi rolled his eyes and said, Head Leader Chan, you came at the right time. Your grass clan has a person who doesn't follow the rules. I saw him bullying an old man, so I only said a few words and wanted to teach him how to behave. And especially the principles of being a grass clan member of Tianmu Peak, and he was beaten up like this. If Head Leader Chen doesn't help me, then I will have to ask my Wu Delong to stand up for me. As he said that, he gave a look to the members of the Dan department. That person understood and walked out. Chen Fengxiao knew that person was going to inform Wuzhou ruins. However, that person was a member of the Dan department and he might not be able to stop him. He could only pretend that he did not see anything. However, when he saw Chang Shi's appearance, he was both happy and surprised. To be honest, the grass department was at a disadvantage on Tianmu Peak. There were very few people in the grass department who could defeat Chang Shi. However, this new grass department disciple could easily injure Chang Shi. Naturally, he was a capable helper that he had been looking forward to for a long time. If he used him well in the future, he would definitely gain the upper hand in the future battles with the Dan department and he would no longer have to look at Wu Dalong's face. What surprised him was that he had never heard of such an expert in the Tuodan Hall. Moreover, he was suddenly sent to Tianmu Peak. This person's motive was very intriguing. Was he trying to replace him or was he trying to control him by the hall leader? It was easy to guess. It had to be said that if this was really the case, his authority on Tianmu Peak would be greatly reduced by this person. He had to be careful. The grass department disciple who went to report to Chan Fengxiao only ran out when he saw Ma Su being humiliated. He did not know what happened after that. When Chen Fengxiao heard the report, he only thought that Ma Su was bullying a newcomer and had encountered a thorn in his side. Anyway, Ma Su was used to being a scoundrel and always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Chen Fengxiao had always wanted to give him a warning, But he was his brother after all and had not done anything wrong. It was not good for him to say too much. If there was a newcomer who could teach him a lesson, it would also be a good thing. Therefore, he deliberately came later. Seeing that he was checkmated by Chang Shi the moment he entered the door and had thought so much in a flash, Chen Fengxiao could be considered as the leader of a peak. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing not far away with an indecipherable smile on her face, Chen Fengxiao was about to speak when Ma Su, who had just been bullied by Zhang Xiaohua, saw Chen Fengxiao walk in. It was as if he had seen the sun. He quickly stood up from the table and ran to Chen Fengxiao's side. With a plop, he threw himself on the ground and hugged Chen Fengxiao's thigh. Immediately, he started crying and complaining about his tragic life. Seeing that Ma Su did not know the gravity of the situation and did not know what was going on, Chen Fengxiao was furious. If you were beaten up, then so be it. If you did not beat up Chang Shi, then this was an internal matter of the grass department. You can do whatever you want. But now, this cute and hateful little brother had even beaten up Chang Shi from the pill department. His injuries were obviously more serious than yours. This showed that this brother still had a good sense of the big picture, and could clearly differentiate between internal and external matters. The current situation had escalated to a conflict between the pill department and the grass department. Then, Brother Ma, we have to deal with external matters before internal ones. Can't you spare a thought for the grass department? Spare a thought for my face? You're making things difficult for me by doing this. Thus Chen Fengxiao lowered his head and said, Ma Su, let go. Since I'm here, I naturally have to help you. Wait at the side and let me give the pill department an explanation first, okay? But big brother, I was beaten up first. Ma Su still did not give up. Chen Fengxiao held back his laughter and raised his leg again and again. He gave a look to the clever people beside him. A few sensible people came forward and coaxed that fellow. Brother Ma, you haven't finished your food. Eat first. Ma Su struggled and said, my stomach has already been stuffed full. How can I still eat? Before he could finish, he was dragged to the side. Chen Fengxiao stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a while without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything either. She just stood there with her hands behind her back and her eyes looking to the side. She did not have the slightest intention of flattering him. Thus Chen Fengxiao put on a smile and walked forward. Little brother, I am the steward of the grass department on Tianmu Peak. My name is Chen Fengxiao. How should I address you? Where did you work previously? What happened just now? Little brother, please tell us clearly. The brothers of the grass department have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her gaze from the corner of the wall and cupped her hands. I am Ren Xiaoyao. This is my first time at Tianmu Peak. As for the details and what happened as the person involved, I don't want to say anything. I don't want the people of the pill department to say that the people of the grass department only listen to one side. The words, people of the grass department, warmed Chen Fengxiao's heart. He immediately understood that she was expressing her stand. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and waved her hand, saying, Senior Bai, come over and tell Headmaster Chen. Bai Huan was a little panicked. Chen Fengxiao looked at her and said, Bai Huan, come over and tell me. Hearing this, Bai Huan stood up and walked over to Chen Fengxiao's ear. She told him about Zhang Xiaohua's background and what happened just now in full detail. Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. As he listened, his eyes unconsciously lit up. When Bai Huan finished, his gaze inadvertently swept across the gold leaves on the table. His eyes also flashed with greed. Chapter 534. However, Chen Fengxiao immediately retracted his gaze from the dazzling golden leaf because he felt the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Yes, it's sarcasm. This guy actually set a trap for himself. Do you think I'm an idiot like Cheng Shi reaching out for the golden leaf? Do you think I'm a pussy like Ma Su, who only knows how to spit at newcomers? If I want it, I'll make you offer it to me with both hands. Yes, you'll have to kneel on the ground and offer it to me with both hands. Otherwise, I won't even bother to accept it. Chen Fengxiao swallowed his saliva and looked up at Zhang Xiaohua, who was looking at me with extreme sarcasm. He gave him a thumbs up and said, Brother Ren, well done. As an elder brother, I have nothing to say. Well done. Then he looked at Ma Su and Chang Shi and said, "A true hero should clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Repay kindness with kindness and resentment with resentment. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. People don't respect me, why should I respect them?" Ma Su is a disciple of our grass division. We'll talk about you two later. However, this Chang Shi is a disciple of the pill division. We can't not give face to this good friend and brother of ours. Don't you think so? Brother Ren, I know this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak, and also your first time seeing our brothers from the grass division. Perhaps it's also your first time seeing our brothers from the pill expanding hall. The pill division is also a part of our pill expanding hall. Your slap just now can be considered as venting your anger. I know little brother is a hero, and every word you spit out is a pit, and every word you say is but 50 taels of gold. I'm not boasting, but there's really no one on Tianmu Peak who can afford it. Little brother, even if you chop off all of Chang Shi's flesh and sell it, it may not be worth so much gold. Why don't you take into account that this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak and entering the pill expanding hall, and give me some face and let Chang Shi off this time? How about this? Zhang Xiaohua grinned when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an explosion outside and someone shouted, "Head Chun, what are you talking about? Is there anything that my pill department can't take out? Even if Chang Shi can't take it out, can I take it out?" Wu Dalong. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and called out, "You came at the right time, Wu Dalong." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What a nice name. He then smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders at Chen Fengxiao, expressing his helplessness. But in his heart he was bursting with joy. It wasn't easy for him to find a chance to extort someone, and yet he had to give up just because of some headmaster Chan? He was truly indignant. This Wu Dalong was truly a cute character. But when Wu Dalong entered the hall, Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't restrain her laughter. When she heard this guy's shout, she thought he was a burly man who was even stronger than Chan Fengxiao. But when he entered the hall, it was a short man who was no more than 5 feet tall. Wu Dalong walked up to Chan Fengxiao and sneered. "Didn't you hear what Headmaster Chan said just now? What is it that my pill department can't take out? Wasn't it just 50 gold leaves? I can take it out." Chen Fengxiao looked at the arrogant Wu Dalong and his eyes shrunk. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Dalong can take it out, I'll pretend I didn't say anything." Then he said politely to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother, boss's face has been smashed to the ground. But brother, you don't have to be afraid. Since you've come to Tianmu Peak, you're my brother. If I don't protect you, who will?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Headmaster Chun. But you don't need me to eat anything, right?" Chen Fengxiao laughed loudly. "Little brother, you're really humorous. Come. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal situation. Since pill department's Wu Dalong is here, we can talk about the grass department and pill department later. Come, propose a toast to Brother Ma Su. The grudges between us can be written off. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. We're all brothers of the grass department. Little brother also made a mistake just now. I really have to apologize to Brother Ma." Chen Fengxiao was overjoyed. This was a person who went with the flow, a person with discerning eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Ma Su refused. He looked at Chen Fengxiao and said with a smile, "Headmaster Chen, my nose." At this time Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Ma Su and raised a cup of wine with a smile. He put one hand in front of Ma Su's mouth and said, "Brother Ma, do you want to drink this wine yourself? Or do you want little brother to feed you? Or should I say, do you want to drink a toast? Or do you want to drink a forfeit?" This was what Ma Su said to Zhang Xiaohua at the beginning. Now Zhang Xiaohua returned the same words. Ma Su wanted to refuse at first, but when he saw Chen Fengxiao, he was unwilling. Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Ma Su's legs almost went soft. He immediately caught the cup with both hands and said with a trembling voice, I'll drink. We're all brothers, how can I blame you?" After saying that, he raised his head and drank it. Then he coughed and choked. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Brother Ma is really an impatient person. Just now, you were in a hurry to educate little brother, and now you're in a hurry to drink. Haste makes waste." Under the gaze of the people from the grass division, Chen Fengxiao perfectly mediated the grudge between Zhang Xiaohua and Ma Su, completing the goal of pacifying the internal affairs. At this time he looked at Wu Dalong, who was listening to the people from the pill division in detail. As Wu Dalong listened, he cast his greedy eyes on the shiny golden leaves in the big bundle. When his disciple finished, Wu Dalong threw his head back and laughed. He pointed at Chang Shi and said, "You idiot, if you want to take it, why don't you take the whole bundle? If you only take 50 taels of gold, who can share it?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked to the bag and slowly closed it. She put away the golden leaf and was about to pick it up when Wu Dalong shouted, "Wait!" Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop and asked, "Is this your bag?" Wu Dalong was stunned. "No." Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Since it's not yours, I'll pack my own bag. What does it have to do with other people? If there's anything you want to say, just say it." After saying that, she ignored him and threw the bag in her hand on the table next to Chen Fengxiao. Wu Dalong's eyes followed the curve of the bag and he was very depressed. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "No matter who is right and who is wrong, little brother has hurt my brothers. If I don't take revenge for my brothers, how can I be the big brother of others in the future?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chen Fengxiao and said, "Well, that's great. However, before you take revenge, shouldn't you let me take revenge too? I still haven't found my 50 taels of gold." Then she changed the topic. "Unfortunately, I've already promised Headmaster Chen that I won't pursue the matter of the 50 taels of gold. If you do this, won't you make it difficult for me?" Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao thought, "Well, this guy is going to drag me into the water. It's really not easy to be the boss." Then he stepped out and said, "Wudong, my brother is right. If you want to take revenge for Chang Shi, you'd better take out the 50 taels of gold that my brother asked for." Wu Dalong was furious. He said, "My brother only touched the 50 taels of gold with his hand. He didn't even warm the gold before you took it back. Moreover, his teeth were knocked out and he was kicked out of the door. We haven't asked for any compensation yet, but you're the one who complained first, asking us for the 50 taels of gold. This is such a robber's logic. Can you still be reasonable?" Hearing Wu Dalong's reasoning, Chen Fengxiao was already laughing in his heart, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Chen Fengxiao said with a smile, "Chang Shi offended my little brother first, so he should do things according to my little brother's rules. When they understand, we'll move on to the next step. What do you think, Wu Dalong?" Wu Dalong raised his head and said, "Well, what can we do if we do as you say? If we don't do this, your grass division will say that our pill division is greedy. This has always been your trick." Zhang Xiaohua was happy to hear this. She stretched out her hand and said, "Then please give me the gold first." Wu Dalong waved his hand and said, "This little brother doesn't seem to be a disciple of our pill division. Is this your first time in our fragrant cult? Think so. These few days seem to be the biennial day to enter the mountain. Little brother, you must be from the outside." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to answer, he continued, "What's the use of gold in the fragrant cult? Who would want to take gold that was worthless and useless? Who would have gold in their purse?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Since you don't have the gold, how are you going to compensate me?" Wu Dalong said disdainfully, "This gold is what our pill division owes you. Remember, only if you let us owe you the gold, then we can compensate you. Only then can we move on to the next step of the discussion. Isn't this just trying to get something without risking anything?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. But what was he afraid of? He raised his hand and said, "I understand. I'll remember this debt. Next, I'll let Headmaster Chen talk to Wu Dalong. I think both of you are familiar with this." Chen Feng smiled. This was truly a wonderful person. He was also a smart person. Dealing with this kind of person was too worry-free. Therefore, he asked, "Brother Wu, you see, this little brother of mine has already handed this matter to me. Can I represent this little brother of mine?" Why would Wu Dalong care about who represented him? As long as there was a pile of gold leaves, even if he represented the grass division, what could he do? Sure enough, the two of them came to a conclusion after a short discussion. Chen Feng smiled and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He said with a smile, "Little brother, I made the decision for you just now. Actually, the key is to take down the arrogance of the pill division. Don't blame me." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Headmaster Chun, please say what you want to say." Chun Feng smiled and said, "There's nothing much to say. It's just that the pill division wants to regain their face. Just like before, they made a bet with our grass division. There are 10 matches, and the prize for each match is 50 taels of gold." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "But Wu Dalong seems to have said that they don't have any gold?" Chun Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "Although they don't have any gold, they have something that is equivalent to gold. Recommend me." Chapter 535. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Something of the same value as gold?" Then she immediately understood and pretended to be in disbelief. She said softly, "Headmaster Chun, are you talking about—" Zhang Xiaohua mouthed the word pill. Chun Feng laughed and said, "Little brother, you're really smart. No wonder you were chosen by Rejuvenation Valley to join the fragrance cult. You understood it immediately." Nonsense, Zhang Xiaohua had done this many times. Wasn't it the same in Rejuvenation Valley? However, at that time, he was the only one who had heard the alchemy and no one else knew about it. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley had also agreed to it, so there was nothing wrong with taking it. However, in the pill-expanding hall of the incense cult, there were hundreds of people refining pills together. Even the walls had ears. Whatever you did, it could be seen by others. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was slightly puzzled, Chan Fengxiao said in a low voice, "The medicinal pills refined by our pill expansion hall are all for the use of outer court disciples. The medicinal pills of inner court disciples are refined by the inner court disciples themselves. It has nothing to do with us. The outer disciples' pills are of average quality, so the inner disciples don't pay much attention to them. Moreover, who doesn't want to make some extra money in this era? Others say 100,000 snowflakes silver for 3 years. Our pill expansion hall doesn't understand the principle of, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, right? Moreover, there haven't been any fights for hundreds of years. The consumption of pills is small, but we have refined a lot. Who in the sect knows the exact number? Alas, it's a pity that our brothers in the grass division only know how to grow herbs and don't know how to refine pills. We can only give them the herbs. Which one of these bastards doesn't have a lot of private work in their pockets?" Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood. Everyone was stuffing things into their pockets. Then no one would criticize anyone. It was fine as long as the hall master and the rest felt that the quantity was appropriate. Moreover, according to Yang Yao's words, this Tianmu peak was difficult to manage. If you didn't ask them to make trouble, who would really come to see how many pills they refined? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about the pills of Rejuvenation Valley. Although the pills of the fragrance cult were better than those of Rejuvenation Valley, which one of the disciples of Tianmu Peak had good internal strength? How could they refine a pill that Zhang Xiaohua would like? Even if the aroma cult had the pills that Zhang Xiaohua needed, it would have been refined by the inner sanctum and would never appear in the Tianmu Peak. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely not agree to this condition. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said with a smile, "Boss Chun, to be honest, I'm not too interested in what you're talking about." Eh? Chun Fengxiao was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's words, but he immediately understood what Huang Xiaolong meant. He patted Huang Xiaolong's shoulder and said, "I saw some pills in your bag just now. They must be from the Rejuvenation Valley. But you have to believe me, the pills refined by the disciples of the pill department of our pill expansion hall may not be inferior to the pills refined by the Rejuvenation Valley. Moreover, our pill expansion hall has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. There are countless pill recipes. There are many pills that you can't even imagine." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "You've given me various pills of different quality, but I have no use for them. They are all for martial arts. The pills that I refine are better than yours. Why would I use the golden leaf to exchange for your useless pills for no reason?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to think for a while, but still shook her head. "Just as Boss Chan said, since I'm here in the aroma cult, what's the point of fighting? I'm not injured, why would I need those pills? Moreover, even if it's the pills that I want, such as those that can increase my power, it's impossible for our Tianmu Peak to have them, right?" Hearing this, Chun Fengxiao was a little anxious. On Tianmu Peak, pills were the hard currency. There was no one who didn't like them. Previously, when they gambled, they used pills as the wager. Moreover, He had always wanted to say in his heart, "Little brother, it's fine if you don't want the pills, but our grass department brothers are all crying piteously for food." Therefore, Chen Fengxiao asked with a smile, "Then little brother, what do you want the pill department to use as the wager?" "Yes, what do I need?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Actually, what he needed the most was information about the Misty School, but these things couldn't be said openly. Moreover, this information could be obtained privately, so why not use the golden leaf as the quota? If he could save, he would save. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Boss Chen, I'll take the liberty to ask." Chen Fengxiao was happy to hear her call herself a little brother. He said, "Little brother, there's no harm in asking. Once you're on Tianmu Peak, you're my brother." Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Then what did our grass department brothers use as the wager when they gambled with the pill department? What else could it be?" Chen Fengxiao said resentfully, "It's the pill department's pills. But we won against them before. If we lose, we'll return them to them." "Then what about the earliest times? When there weren't any pills or when there weren't any pills at all?" Zhang Xiaohua tried to tempt him further. "If there weren't any pills, then there wasn't any money to give them. They just took the herbs we grew. However, these bastards are really too greedy. They said that our herbs were half-finished products and weren't worth much. Only the pills were finished products and had high added value. A pile of herbs was only worth half a pill. Don't you think this is fair? Our grass department brothers worked so hard to grow herbs that weren't worth anything at all. They just spun them in the pill furnace and took out several times the value. This is really unfair." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Nonsense. You don't have any core skills, so you can only use resources to exchange for products. Even so, the pill department has to be willing." "I understand. Headmaster Chan, that is to say the disciples of the grass division also have some, personal goods?" "That's right." Chen Fengxiao didn't avoid the topic. He said, "We live off the mountain and we live off the water. If our grass department brothers don't eat herbs, what can we eat? Oh, if we don't rely on herbs, what do we rely on?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If I use the pills I won to exchange for herbs with the grass department brothers, they will definitely be happy?" "Exchange for herbs?" Chen Fengxiao was stunned, then laughed and said, "Little brother, these herbs are all over Tianmu Peak. What are you exchanging for? You are a grass department brother, who won't let you pick them. If anyone doesn't let you pick them, just tell me." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Boss Chen. Little brother's intention is not to exchange for ordinary herbs, but those that are more precious or have been around for a long time. I believe that with the tens of thousands of years of inheritance of the fragrance cult, there must be many good things that have not been discovered by others, or have been discovered by the professionals of our grass department." Chen Fengxiao heard and laughed even harder. Patting Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, he said, "Little brother has a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? However, I just thought that I don't know how to refine pills, so I would be wasting those things." "A little brother, that means you know how to refine pills?" Then, his face became even more joyful. He said, "I forgot that you came from Rejuvenation Valley and are not young. I think." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Boss Chen, let's talk about these things later. Let's talk about the battle first." Chen Fengxiao tried to hide his surprise and said, "We can talk about the battle later. Little brother, you have caused too much trouble here today. Let's get rid of this Wu Delong first." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "There is one more problem. Boss Chen, these 10 battles can't be arranged in one day, right? Even if this group of people is very weak, I will be very tired after a day. This is not good for health." Chen Fengxiao's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he did not know her. However, this was indeed the first time he had seen Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "Little brother, it seems that I have to call you big brother. Your words are too awesome. You want to take on the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department alone? 10 great guardian deities?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, Chen Fengxiao ignored Zhang Xiaohua's surprise and said, "Although I don't know how good little brother's martial arts are, I can confidently tell you that you will definitely not be able to defeat the 10 great guardian deities. If you can defeat them, how can my brothers of the grass department let you suffer for us alone?" Hee with little brother's help this time, our grass department will have to regain some face. Then he winked at Zhang Xiaohua with a knowing expression and whispered, you can't eat all the meat and let the other brothers drink only the soup. This is not good for the unity of our brothers of the Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and cupped his hands. He said, Boss Chen is so kind, as expected of a boss. This little brother will not meddle in this matter. You can arrange it, I will listen to you. Chen Fengxiao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, good brother, listen well. I will not let you fight for nothing. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. Anyway, it is not your golden leaf. Of course you won't care. I am not willing to lose money. But looking at you, these 10 great guardian deities are not that powerful. You want me to bleed? No way. I want to see what benefits I can get from Tianmu Peak. Dragon scale fruit. Maybe there is something better than you. Then Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Chen Fengxiao and said, Boss Chen, this one has eaten and drunk enough. After walking for a day I am tired. You see. Chen Fengxiao slapped his forehead and said, look at me. Seeing such a talent like little brother, I know how to be happy. I have completely forgotten about this matter. He raised his head and waved his hand. Bai Huan, come here. Bring this little brother to his residence. Find the most comfortable and luxurious room for him. Then he turned and said, little brother, don't blame me. It is already late. I will let them clean it up tomorrow. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, that is not necessary. Any room will do. As long as it is quiet and not disturbed. Oh, Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile. He looked at the big bag next to him and said, I understand what little brother means. Coincidentally, there is a small courtyard on the side of Tianmu Peak. It is very quiet and unoccupied. Little brother, how about staying there for now? Vote for me. Chapter 536. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's okay, as long as no one disturbs us. Chen Feng smiled and said, there are no buildings around the courtyard, so no one will disturb us. Oh right, little brother, I'll visit you in the courtyard later. Let's talk through the night. How could Zhang Xiaohua agree? He smiled and said, I'm indeed tired and will probably go to sleep when I get back. Headmaster Chan, if there's anything, can we talk about it tomorrow morning? There can't be a battle tomorrow morning, right? I see. Chen Feng smiled regretfully. He thought for a while and said, to tell you the truth, according to the previous rules, there will be a battle tomorrow morning. However, since it's your first time participating and coming to Tianmu Peak, let's postpone it to tomorrow afternoon. Alright, thank you Headmaster Chen. See you tomorrow. After that, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and followed Bai Huan out of the dining hall, where so many sorrows and joys had happened in one night. He waved his hand and took away the greedy gazes of the crowd. Only Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back and each had their own thoughts. This person's arrival would definitely affect the current situation of Tianmu Peak. The lights on Tianmu Peak were as bright as stars, but the courtyard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to was definitely not in this galaxy. After walking out of the dining hall, Bai Huan held a torch in his hand while Zhang Xiaohua held Huan's hand and walked behind him. After walking for a long time, they saw that it was pitch black in front of them. Many trees by the side of the courtyard were swaying in the wind, making continuous noises. Even the torches were flapping in the wind. There was a bamboo forest in front of them. As the wind blew, there were some whimpering sounds, scaring Bai Huan and causing him to walk even slower. Zhang Xiaohua had already sent out his divine sense. Although it was only a few hundred feet, it was more than enough. He had already searched the bamboo forest and did not find anything special. Moreover, he also saw a small courtyard in the bamboo forest with only a few rooms. Bai Huan took Zhang Xiaohua to the small courtyard, opened the door and lit the lamp. When she looked carefully, she found that everything in the house was ready, but no one had lived here for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Bai Huan looked around in horror and whispered, Brother Ran, are you really going to live here? No one has lived here for a long time. It's very quiet. Why don't you stay with us? Although it's a little crowded over there, it's very lively. Zhang Xiaohua had already checked it with her divine sense and found nothing wrong with it, so she asked, Why is no one living in this small courtyard? Is there anything wrong? Bai Huan waved her hand and said, there's nothing inappropriate, but it's too far away from everyone. In spring we often come here during the day. There's basically no one at night. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand what he meant by he, so she smiled and said, I like quietness the most. Let's stay here. It's just that I offended Brother Cheng of the pill department tonight. They won't play any tricks at night, right? Bai Huan smiled and said, Brother Ren, don't worry about this. After all, the pill department and our grass department are all brothers of the pill expanding hall. If we fight openly, we have to be careful not to be too heavy-handed. We can't lose an arm or break a leg, and we can't kill a person. If we fight secretly, we have to be more assured. The pill department will definitely not come at night. But what I have here is a golden leaf. Who knows how many of them are blind? Then you can rest assured, little brother. You're new here, so you don't know what our brothers of the pill expanding hall are thinking. Your gold is tempting, but you can't spend it in the fragrant religion. Even if someone stealthily took your gold, where could he run to? Even if you have gold, you still need to be alive to spend it. Moreover, they still have a chance to win the gold from you in the next few days. Why would they do something stupid? Oh, and even if they want to do something stupid, the 10 great guardian deities won't agree, right? After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua quite agreed. What he said was right, so she cupped her hands and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Bai, for sending me here. Be careful when you go back later. Don't trip in the bamboo forest. Bai Huan was timid. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, he would walk slowly by himself. Now, after hearing Zhang Xiaohua's nonsense, how could he move half a step? He looked outside, as if he had already seen the shadows in the bamboo forest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, If Senior Brother Bai thinks it's too far, I can send you there. However, I have something to ask you. Bai Huan said happily, What is it? Brother Ren, you can ask. Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth but didn't say a word. He smiled and said, Forget it, let's talk about it in a few days. I just want to know the situation of our fragrant cult. Bai Huan didn't doubt him and said, It's okay, Brother Ren. Anyone who comes here for the first time wants to know more. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. As he said, he looked at the darkness outside the door again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Let's go. As the host, I should also see the guest out. After seeing Bai Huan out of the bamboo forest and to a brighter place, Bai Huan left with gratitude. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, turned around and slowly walked into the darkness. Then, with a twist of his waist, his figure disappeared. Alas, fortunately, Bai Huan didn't dare to look back. Otherwise, wouldn't he be scared to the ground? When he came out of the ground, he was already in the small hut. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's divine awareness was suppressed, he couldn't escape far away. If he did, he would inevitably get lost. This short distance was still appropriate. No one had come to the small courtyard for a long time and a lot of weeds had grown. The qi of heaven and earth in the fragrant cult was more abundant than in other places. These weeds also grew crazily. The 4 odd beasts didn't hesitate and directly ate in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua took the 2 bags and Prajna heavy sword from Huan Huan's back, and casually threw them on the floor of the small hut. Then, he took out a dozen or so jade talismans from his money pouch and threw them in every corner of the small courtyard. Then, he formed a hand seal and cast out a seal that he had recently learned, enveloping the entire small courtyard. After everything was settled, Zhang Xiaohua took out the green cattail hassock and put it on the ground. He sat down cross-legged. There was a lot of dust in the house. He didn't learn any cleaning techniques. It was better to wait for Chan Fengxiao to find someone to clean up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and adjusted his breath for a moment. Then, he took out the small ring and the black jade slip from his arms. Since he got these 2 things in the cave in the mountain stream, he hadn't looked at them carefully. Along the way, he was in the carriage with strong people. If he suddenly took out a strange thing, wouldn't it attract attention? Moreover, Lord Peacock of the fragrant cult was also in front of him. It would be even more inappropriate if he was discovered. So, he only put the 2 things in his arms and didn't check them. Actually, he wanted to keep the 2 things in his money bag. However, the black jade slip was easily kept in his money bag. No matter how hard he tried to keep the small ring, there was no reaction. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade slip and the small ring in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua held the black jade slip in his hand and slowly immersed his divine sense into it. There was a fluctuation of energy from the jade slip, but this fluctuation was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. This jade slip seemed to have a restriction. When he used his divine sense to look at it, it was different from the restriction taught by Venerable Fire Dragon. There was a shadow of the rabbit talisman. But what if the thing in the rabbit talisman checked the restriction in the black jade slip? He was at a loss again. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua used a few common methods to break the restriction, but to no avail. Then he carefully placed the black jade slip into his coin pouch, and picked up the small fiery red ring. The ring was very small, only as thick as a finger. It looked like the shape of a flame. It seemed to have a magical power that could attract people's attention and spirit. Zhang Xiaohua continued to immerse his divine sense into it. This ring seemed to be different from the black jade slip. It seemed to have a very complicated restriction, but it also seemed to have no restriction at all. However, the fluctuation of energy that it emitted had a desolate and distant feeling. Anyone who used their divine sense to scan it would know that this was a very unusual item. However, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not know how to break the restriction or how to use this ring. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua hated this kind of thing the most. Yes, it was the feeling of being able to look at something but not be able to eat it. He almost wanted to throw the ring away. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the first ring that he got. Didn't he also not know what it was? But it brought about an incredible change to him. Therefore, he was reluctant to throw it away. There was no precedent for a bracelet. Do you think that Zhang Xiaohua would throw away something that he got? Putting the small ring on the ground first, Zhang Xiaohua took off the mysterious bracelet from his left arm for the first time. However, this time he clearly noticed that the bracelet that was attached to his arm could automatically change according to the thickness of his arm. It was very exaggerated to take off a fist that was much thicker than his arm. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head gently. Such an obvious anomaly, how could he not see it in the past? Fortunately, he only treated it as a treasure. If it was like what his mother said, he would not know where to throw it. Thinking of his discerning eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's little tail could not help but stick up again. Under the light, the bracelet was very dark. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be bits of starlight inside. This starlight was different from what he saw in the Meridian's nourishing pill. This starlight seemed to be little stars glowing naturally. Zhang Xiaohua could actually faintly see some heavenly Tao. However, when Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and released his divine sense, preparing to immerse it, he found that this bracelet did not even have the slightest fluctuation of primordial qi. It was completely no different from an ordinary object. What's going on here? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be surprised. Although the small bracelet did not let me understand it, it would at least give me some obscure and unfamiliar fluctuations. You, on the other hand, simply hid yourself and did not give me any thoughts. If I didn't know that all these years of encounters were related to this bracelet, oh, that's not right. I also don't know if it is related to it. It's just that after seeing it, everything slowly changed. How would I know that this bracelet is extraordinary? At this moment in his divine sense, the bracelet suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. It was different from the fluctuation of primordial qi. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 537. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was helplessly looking at the bracelet in his hand, the bracelet actually emitted a slight fluctuation. This fluctuation was different from the elemental energy fluctuation that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with previously. This kind of fluctuation was so still that it could be detected. Or rather, this was a real fluctuation, a kind of flickering that was similar to breathing, a kind of fluctuation that could be transmitted. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He was really a god, to be able to think of anything and everything would come to him. But immediately, he realized that it was already late at night and midnight was about to arrive. It was the time when he was about to fall asleep. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I don't wear the bracelet, will I still be able to fall asleep? Once this thought appeared, it was like a seed that had touched water, unable to be stopped. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua bit his lips and placed the bracelet in front of him, together with the small ring. Then he took out 2 small elemental stones from his pocket and sat with his eyes focused on his nose, and his nose focused on his heart, cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. At first, the bracelet placed on the ground didn't have any movements, but when midnight came, that faint fluctuation suddenly became stronger, like a fishing net enveloping Zhang Xiaohua within. And Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, immediately began to flicker. The frequency of the fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation on the bracelet. At the same time, endless starlight shone from the night sky, no different from Zhang Xiaohua's usual cultivation. The only difference was that in the instant when the starlight shone, the bracelet on the ground suddenly disappeared. When the bracelet reappeared, it was tightly attached to Zhang Xiaohua's left arm, as if it had never been removed at all. And the small ring that was originally beside the bracelet was still there, without the slightest change. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw the sunlight shining into the room. His heart skipped a beat, and when he hurriedly looked at the ground, there was nothing there. His heart couldn't help but thump. He touched it with his right hand, only then did he relax. But immediately he frowned. I remember clearly taking it off yesterday. It wasn't on my left arm. Then he rubbed his chin deep in thought. After a while, his brows relaxed and he raised his eyes to look at the small ring on the ground. Reaching out, he picked it up and looked left and right, then looked left and right. Even so, he felt that it was impossible to put it on his right arm, and this small ring didn't seem to shrink by itself. But looking at his finger, it seemed to fit. It was quite suitable. Zhang Xiaohua, wearing it on his left hand. And wearing it on the left hand, it was quite suitable. Thus Zhang Xiaohua raised his middle finger and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more it looked like a treasure. To wear, it was better to wear it. After dealing with the two things, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and put away the jade ingots placed around the praying mat in the courtyard. Cough cough, it was the ingot-shaped jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had refined. Only then did he walk out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Tianmu Peak was worthy of being one of the 19 peaks of Chuanxiang cult. The morning of Tianmu Peak was exceptionally beautiful. The green bamboo swayed, the green grass rose and fell, and the gentle breeze from the peak was incomparably fresh. The courtyard of Tuodan Hall was very close to the valley. It didn't take long to reach the edge of the mountain. Looking at the trees in the valley, and then looking at the distant white clouds and the dancing white cranes, it was almost as if he was in the realm of immortals. However, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at the towering peak above his head, he couldn't help but be a little expectant. How magnificent would the scenery above the sea of clouds be? Looking at the distant east where the sun was slowly rising, Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. 2 indistinct flames were quietly surging in his eyes. They seemed to be the reflection of the morning sun, but also seemed to be the real flame. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth. His stomach slightly deflated, and a little bit of fire-like essence came out and was directly sucked into his body. The flame in his eyes became clearer. In the mountain wind on the peak of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua smoothly finished practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did he leisurely return to the courtyard. It was still early. Presumably, even if Chen Fengxiao were to come, it would be late in the morning. Thus Zhang Xiaohua sat upright in the courtyard and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. On the way to the aroma cult, Zhang Xiaohua had been diligently practicing the cultivation concealment incantation of God Traction. Now she had mastered it. In the process of entering the aroma cult, no one noticed anything unusual. Presumably it was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua had been using this incantation since it didn't consume much vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended more than 10 rabbit talismans in the Mud Pill Palace. However, she still couldn't finish them in one go. She could only move forward step by step. Now, there was one more rooster talisman in the Mud Pill Palace. This was a talisman that could devour black gas. Needless to say, it was an extremely powerful talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy after comprehending only one talisman. She didn't dare to go deeper. It should be because her cultivation wasn't high enough. She had to wait until her cultivation was higher, then she could slowly start. The heavenly Tao was boundless. Zhang Xiaohua had only slightly comprehended it. Time flew by and unknowingly, it was late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the sun in the sky. She couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrongly? Did Headmaster Chan and Wu Delong have some changes last night? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have sensed something, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He stood up and walked to the door of the small courtyard. In the distance, wasn't Chan Fengxiao walking over with a middle-aged man in a white robe? When they got closer, Zhang Xiaohua went forward and cupped her hands. Headmaster Chan, I've been waiting for a long time. Chan Fengxiao smiled and returned the greeting. It's not that I didn't want to come. I wanted to visit you early in the morning and have a good chat with you. However, I couldn't come alone. I had to wait for an important person. As he spoke, he pointed and introduced, Come, Brother Ran. This is the think tank of our grass division. His surname is Chiu and his name is Wei Cheng. Don't be fooled by his name. Everything he does is successful. Zhang Xiaohua immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior Chiu. Chiu Wei Cheng went forward and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. Brother Run, don't be so courteous. Although it's the first time we've met, I've heard from Headmaster about what you did in the dining hall last night. It's really satisfying. Chan Fengxiao smiled. Junior Chiu wasn't at Tianmu Peak last night. I was waiting for him to come back and tell him about what happened. That's why I came to have a good chat with you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's exactly what I wanted. Then he looked at the small courtyard behind him and said, Headmaster Chan, I just came to this courtyard last night. I didn't plan to use it. There's a lot of dust inside and it's not suitable for guests. Chan Fengxiao slapped his forehead and blamed himself. Look at my head. I was so happy for little brother's arrival that I forgot about this matter. I presume little brother didn't have a good rest last night. I apologize to little brother here. After he finished, he bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to let him bow and hurriedly supported him. Chan Fengxiao used all his strength and couldn't lower his head. She was slightly surprised and quickly got up. Chiu Wei Cheng saw everything clearly. When he came back early in the morning, he was pulled aside by Chan Fengxiao and told him everything that happened last night. Chiu Wei Cheng didn't care too much about it. After all, Chang Shi was just a disciple with a little reputation in the Dan department. Masu was even worse. It wasn't that impressive to be able to deal with them. He thought that Chan Fengxiao was just coveting this kid's golden leaf. Now that he saw Chan Fengxiao's actions, it wasn't hypocritical at all. It was even more sincere than true feelings. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Headmaster Chan really values this young disciple? What's the background of this disciple? I've already sent people back to Bayou Peak to find out. I think there'll be news in the afternoon. Let's wait and see. Chiu Wei Cheng smiled and said, Headmaster Chan has a lot of things to do. I'm the one handling these trivial matters. It's no wonder he forgot. When we return, I'll ask them to come over. It won't take more than a moment to clean it up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's not Headmaster Chen's fault. I was reckless last night. I just wanted to find a quiet place. This place is quiet but not many people live here. Anyway, I won't be staying here for long. There's no need to clean it up. Not only Chiu Wei Cheng, but Chan Fengxiao was also stunned. He asked curiously, if you don't live here, where do you want to live? Don't tell me you want to go back to Bayou Peak? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Since the hall has assigned me to Tianmu Peak, I naturally want to stay here. But isn't this place too far from the herb farm? It's very inconvenient to stay here. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. After a while, Chiu Wei Cheng said, Little brother, you don't have to worry about the planting. Headmaster Chen will arrange it. You can just stay here with peace of mind. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Tianmu Peak was under the influence of Chan Fengxiao and Wuzhou ruins. As long as she was useful to them, who would care if she was planting herbs or sleeping? Following this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sea of clouds above her head. She pointed to the mountain peak that she could not see and asked, Headmaster Chan, do we have a herb farm at the mountain peak? Chan Fengxiao naturally raised his head and answered in confusion, Of course we do. The environment at the mountain peak is good and the herbs grow well. A few especially precious herbs can only grow at the mountain peak. Chiu Wei Cheng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, Little brother, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have always liked peace and quiet. I don't like to be disturbed. If I can find a place at the mountain peak where I can live and plant herbs, wouldn't that be like a celestial life? Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng looked at each other awkwardly and thought to themselves, little brother, we are not hall masters. You don't have to pretend in front of us. All the disciples who come to Tianmu Peak want to find a comfortable place to stay and live a carefree life. No one wants to do the tiring work of planting herbs. You, on the other hand, are good. We are giving you the leisure that others want and envy, but you still want to go to the mountain to plant herbs. Cough cough, it's the peak of Tianmu Peak. That is a place that no one wants to go. Just a round trip would take half a day. Recommend me. Chapter 538. Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng couldn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's true intentions. Just like how Valley Head Nie couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in the alchemy room and not the loft, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng couldn't say anything and just casually said, "These matters are easy to settle. Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? Now is the time for our grass division to turn the tables. As long as this matter is settled, everything can be discussed." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sat down on the grass beside the cliff and smiled. "Since this is the case, I will listen to your instructions." When Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng saw this, they laughed and sat on the floor. They said, "I like how straightforward you are. Since you mentioned it, let's listen to Senior Qiu's explanation." Qiu Weicheng looked at Chen Fengxiao and said, "Brother Ren should know that Tianmu Peak is different from other peaks. It is jointly managed by the two divisions of our Pill Expanding Hall, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division. Even though we belong to the same Pill Expanding Hall, we are not brothers of the same division, and it is inevitable that there will be disagreements. Furthermore, the Pill Expanding Hall doesn't particularly care about our Tianmu Peak, and they would throw those who are difficult to discipline, rebellious, or those who aren't very promising to Tianmu Peak." As time passed, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division were constantly in conflict. After Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong stood out from their respective divisions, they slowly restrained the various brothers and gradually became harmonious. However, Brother Ren should know that there are all kinds of birds in the forest, not to mention the many brothers in Tianmu Peak. There will be conflicts every day. Even though these conflicts are temporarily suppressed, if they are not vented after a long time, it will inevitably lead to a bigger disaster. Furthermore, our Pill Expanding Hall brothers don't have much to do on a daily basis. Farming, refining pills, and living a peaceful life on Tianmu Peak is difficult to satisfy the brothers' growing needs for entertainment. Thus, Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong represented the various brothers and started a gambling fight. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood and smiled. "So this gambling fight isn't just because of my rashness last night. I was thinking of apologizing to Headmaster Chen today for causing so much trouble for him." Chen Fengxiao waved his hand. "Brother Ren's matter is just a good catalyst. Even without this catalyst, the gambling fight would still continue." Qiu Weicheng smiled and looked at the two and said, "It's just a normal gambling fight. It can say that in all the previous fights the Alchemy Division was suppressed." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is that?" "Yesterday, I saw that although the people of the Pill Division are strong, they are not much stronger than our Grass Division. It's just that our brothers are a little less unyielding. Furthermore, I feel that Headmaster Chen's martial arts should be stronger than that Wu Dalong's." Qiu Weicheng smiled and said, "Brother Run, I can't win, head, but is this to be, s to fight 2 to 3. Oh right, Brother Ren only saw 2 normal people in the dining hall. The Alchemy Division's 10 Great Vajras and the Grass Division's 6 Great Luohans don't eat in the dining hall. Hee, with our status, how can we squeeze with them?" Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. There's a special class everywhere, even Tianmu Peak. Different statuses have different treatment. Chen Fengxiao smiled and added, "The key is that the Alchemy Division's medical apprentices specialize in planting herbs. They have nothing to do with martial arts. While the Alchemy Division's inner strength needs to be tested. At the very least, they need to have some strength. Hence, the Grass Division's foundation is weak and we don't have enough reserves. Even our 6 Great Luohans were recruited from other peaks with great effort. Now that Brother Run has joined us, I think Headmaster Chen won't have to worry about manpower anymore." Qiu Weicheng smiled and said, "Oh right, Brother Ren, let me ask you in more detail. How many opponents like Cheng Shi can you handle?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked, last night, Headmaster Chan said that Changshi was the weakest of the 10 great Vajras. If it's like him, I can handle 3. What? 3? Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Ren, last night was an accident. Changshi didn't think that you would really make a move, so he didn't take any precautions. If it was a real battle, it wouldn't be so easy to get close to him. Although Changshi is the weakest of the 10 great Vajras, he still experienced many battles and can't be underestimated. Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. With such an opponent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take care of 10 of them. He thought for a while and said hesitantly, oh, since Headmaster Chan said so, I feel that I won't lose even if I manage to take on 3 of them. Oh right, will there be a one-on-one battle? Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, unless there's a special request, there definitely won't be. Qiu Weicheng looked at Chen Fengxiao and asked, since Brother Ren can take on 3 Changshi without losing, then your martial arts must be very high. It should be comparable to Headmaster Chan. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, if I were to take on 3 Changshi, I might lose. Junior Qiu thinks too highly of me. Then he thought for a while and said, since little brother Ren's martial arts are so high, then we have to change our plan slightly. Qiu Weicheng nodded and turned his head to ask, Brother Ren, there's something I have to ask you. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Senior Qiu, what's the matter? Brother Ren's martial arts are so high and you're so young. Why did you come to the fragrant religion to be a medicine boy? Oh right, Brother Ren seems to have been chosen by the Rejuvenation Valley. You should have some relationship with Valley Head Nya? I've already told Brother Ren about this. When we came here just now, we had already sent people back to Bayou Peak. As Qiu Weicheng spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Chen Fengxiao. Before Zhang Xiaohua came to Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao had already told him that Chen Fengxiao had a lot of opinions about the Rejuvenation Valley, and warned him to be careful. Now that Qiu Weicheng asked about this, he must want to tell him everything. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said to Chen Fengxiao, before I answer your question, I would like to ask Headmaster Chan, why do you hate the Rejuvenation Valley so much? Is it because you were bullied in the Rejuvenation Valley that year? Based on my understanding of Valley Head Nya, he may not know about this. Qiu Weicheng was shocked. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the pill-expanding hall yesterday, and came to Tianmu Peak last night. He actually knew so much about Chen Fengxiao's hatred of the Rejuvenation Valley. There must be a reason behind this. To put it bluntly, it was a conspiracy. Chen Fengxiao snorted and said, in your mouth, he's Valley Head Nya, but in my mouth, he's ignorant Nya. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he snorted and narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, Headmaster Chan, no matter how Valley Head Nya treats you, that's your business. How you talk about him or scold him elsewhere is also your business. But Valley Head Nya treats me well. If you speak rudely in front of me, then it's my business. I don't need to listen anymore. Chen Fengxiao was taken aback. This was truly the first time in many years that someone had spoken in such a manner in front of him. Moreover, it was the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley whom he hated the most. His expression involuntarily changed and his eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of him and did not retreat. She only looked at him indifferently without any expression in her eyes. When Qiu Weicheng saw this, he secretly complained in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua's background was unknown. Perhaps it was a trap waiting for Chen Fengxiao to step into it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua did not have any ill intentions, yes, that was all the more reason not to have internal strife. Therefore, Qiu Weicheng hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But at this moment, Chen Fengxiao's expression changed and he laughed loudly, Little brother, you're very kind. This is the first time someone has spoken well of Rejuvenation Valley in front of me. No matter. I feel that the enmity between me and Rejuvenation Valley is worth befriending based on little brother's magnanimity. Chen Fengxiao's words had already changed Rejuvenation Valley from Nia Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood and said with a smile, Headkeeper Chen is also a straightforward person. I wonder why you haven't been able to let go of Rejuvenation Valley after all these years? When Chen Fengxiao heard this, he raised his head to look at the boundless sea of clouds in the sky and said, Although many years have passed and you've understood many things, how can you let go so easily? The matter of being bullied at Rejuvenation Valley is only a small part of it. Then he slowly said, "When I was young, I was not a medicine boy at Rejuvenation Valley. My mother and I lived in a mountain village far away from Worry City. Although our family was poor, it was very warm. When I was 6 years old, I met Rejuvenation Valley, who went to the mountain village to look for talented medicine boys. At that time, Commander Nya was still very young. When he saw me, he thought that my talent was very good and could be sent to the Church of Spreading Fragrance as a medicine boy. However, I was unwilling to leave my mother and did not agree to go to Rejuvenation Valley with him. Thus, Commander Nya deceived my mother and told her of many good prospects. He was even willing to bring my mother to Rejuvenation Valley to learn the art of medicinal herbs with me. How could my mother know so much? She only wanted me to have a good future. When she heard Commander Nya's extravagant words, she agreed to come with me to Rejuvenation Valley. Later, I became familiar with the other medicine boys at Rejuvenation Valley. I knew that as long as I went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, I would not be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Naturally, I did not agree and was unwilling to leave my mother. When my mother heard that I might not be able to return, she was also hesitant. However, at that time, Commander Nya deceived us. If we went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, as long as we did well and practiced martial arts, we would be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Although my mother was still reluctant, she didn't want me to lose this good opportunity to stand out. So she nodded and agreed. Moreover, she severely punished me. She made me kneel in the courtyard and reflect on my mistakes. She didn't want me to have any bad thoughts anymore. Thus, I did my best to learn about medicinal herbs and wanted to perform well in the Church of Spreading Fragrance. However, when I arrived at the pill hall, I realized how difficult it was to leave the Church of Spreading Fragrance. From then on, I was never able to see my mother, even once. Please give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.